GameStop employees of Reddit, what are some of your horror stories? 4 come to mind. A woman comes in to trade in an old box 360 in a box. I open the box and the smell hits me. Rat droppings, grime, cockroaches and all have spent time in this thing. Luckily my manager noticed and we were able to decline the trade. Spent 5 minutes disinfecting the counter before I helped the next customer. One time I was trading in a PS4 I think. We were chatting while I was wiping his hard drive and commenting on all his achievements. Sometime during this conversation he got nostalgic and changed his mind, but not before I had already deleted all his data. Felt terrible. One homeless looking guy comes in during one of the few times I'm alone in the store. He was dragging around a trash bag, and I was doing my best to keep him in eyesight as he was all kinds of sketchy. He managed to stuff an box 360 in the bag and walk out, but I ran out and asked him to give it back, which he did, saying please don't call the cops. I did. The last one kinda shook me. This woman comes in with a gaggle of kids, maybe 4. They were all terrors, running around to different parts of the store, yelling, grabbing things and rearranging them, seemingly causing distractions, while this woman tried on 3 separate occasions to get behind the counter. They end up buying something, but then I notice under this big box the oldest kid has picked up. He'd stuffed his hands full of the little DS games that were on the gobbock section on the counter. There was more here, but I've lost some of the details, but it really gave me the impression this was all coordinated by their mother. It's one thing to see adults steal, to see kids who are encouraged to do so, just terribly sad. Worked part-time at GameStop while I was in college. The best story I love to tell is a mom and son story. 40-ish mom and 10-ish boy come into the store in a large strip mall with lots of stores. Don't even look at merchandise. Come up to the counter and ask to let the kid use the bathroom. Clarified she's not there to buy anything but has spent thousands of dollars in our store previously. We politely tell her we can't let customers use our bathroom because it's in the back of the store with lots of high-priced merchandise. That's the policy. We have cameras and corporate reviews the footage. Another story I have, where I was wrongfully terminated, substantiates that one. Additionally, what we don't tell her is that all the used game consoles that people sell back to us were stored in the bathroom. There was 1 month prior to Christmas I had to do some impressive yoga to get to the toilet. I'm sure those consoles were a hazmat, but I digress. But, not to be unsympathetic to this kid's plight, we tell the mom that the pizza place next door lets people use their bathroom if they buy something, and the cheapest thing is a $1 soda/bottle of water. She starts flipping out on us and spewing expletives, telling us she's paid our salaries 10 times over, and that we are going to hell, yada yada yada. Then, no joke, tells her son to just go. Kid actually unzips and pees all over the carpet in front of my register. Then they left. I've never been so grossed out and dumbfounded. Had to close up for the day and half the next day, while GameStop paid to have our carpets sanitized. Resulted in a loss of pay for the weekend. Wonder what happened to that kid. He's gotta be in his 20s by now. TLDR. Mom let her fully potty trained son urinate on the carpet in front of the registers when we didn't allow him to use the employee bathroom in our store when there was a perfectly good bathroom for him to use in the pizza restaurant next door. A gentleman comes in to buy one of our old 360 bundles, used, the old system that required the HD. He brings it back a few days later and complains that it doesn't work. We start our normal troubleshooting methods in store. We couldn't figure anything out. So I do a swap, take his old system in as defective, then sell him a replacement bundle. I go through and try to wipe the system so we can ship it back to the warehouse. Cockroaches start crawling out of the system instead. I freak out. Throw the system in one of our giant shopping bags, throw that in a box, tape it shut, and throw that in another bag. My manager tells me to just shrink it out, meaning we take the loss and destroy it in the back. I take it out to the parking lot and have to throw it around to destroy it. These cockroaches freaking scatter like marbles on a floor. I'm dancing around the parking lot on my tiptoes to avoid the flood. It was awful. Second story. One of my regulars was a skunk farmer. I will say no more. Eater. Okay, skunk farmer. I worked at a store that bordered to states. In state A, where the store was located, we were in a nicer area. We were extremely close to state B's rural community. State B had its own store an hour away from ours, but we were only 15 minutes from the state line. It was easier for state B residents to come to us rather than go to their own store. Mr. Skunk Farmer raised skunks. I don't know why or how, but every time I'd see him, about twice a month, he'd show me some photos of the babies, or of their new pens, or of whatever shenanigans he was trying out on the farm. I remember he wore overalls that he had his wife embroider a skunk onto the front pocket or something. I worked at Gamestop for 3.5 years. We all have seen some strange things, I promise you that. My first job was at Gamestop, early 2000s. I stayed for about 4 years from when I was 17 to 21, started as a part-timer, and ended up as a shift supervisor, then boyfriend, later husband, now ex-husband, was our store manager for a while. The point is I have seen some sheet. My favorite one. It is a weekday afternoon, so we are slow and short-staffed. It's just the two of us. My boyfriend and I, and maybe a customer or two. Someone is playing the Guitar Hero demo, someone is browsing the wall. The door jingles, and in walks a guy with a huge backpack. I give the customary greeting, "Hey, welcome in, let us know if you need anything," and he doesn't acknowledge or respond. I shrug to my boyfriend, go back to cleaning discs, or stripping cases, or whatever. The guy looks around for a few minutes and we think nothing of it. Finally he comes up to my boyfriend and gestures for the stack of post-its he's using to label games we're putting in the disc buffing machine. Boyfriend obliges. Guy says nothing, just writes on the post-it. He puts it on the counter in full view of both of us. And in all capital letters is the following message: I have gun. Give money. Boyfriend and I turn sheet white and realize we are being robbed, and this guy has a gun in his giant backpack. We are teenagers with no manager and no silent alarm under the desk, and we are faking terrified. The guy's already putting down the backpack and unzipping it. The other customers are totally unaware and off doing their own thing, and we are going to get murdered in a Gamestop at 1 PM on a Tuesday over the $100 we have in our tiny ass till in the safe. Neither of us have the combo, for he reaches in the backpack and withdraws a light gun for a Sega Dreamcast. Turns out this guy's deaf and wants to sell us a faking light gun. TLDR, a deaf guy came in to sell us a toy gun and decided the best way to communicate that was to write on a post-it that he had a gun and wanted money. I once had a lady and her teenage son come in to trade in several DVDs and games they had just stolen from the Walmart behind the strip mall where our store was. Walmart employee calls me to ask if they are in my store and says the cops are on the way, so stall or do what you can to keep them there. I said sure. I told them the cash versus store credit value of their items without mentioning that I can't even take them because they are still wrapped in the cellophane. I walk them around the store and talk about which games are the best value for the money, etc. The cops show up and ask them to step outside, and I just smile and go back behind the counter. They followed the police out, and one officer comes back a minute later to get the merchandise. Last I heard about it, not a horror story, but definitely weird. Then there was this wealthy couple who had 3 kids, and each kid had a Wii, a PS3, and an Xbox 360. They would pre-order every major game that came out for each system, always the deluxe edition. They spent a ton of money in our store, and they were crazy. So abusive to every employee. They cussed at us and called us stupid. They would ask for things they knew they couldn't have and then throw a fit. They would scour their receipts for anything that could be a mistake and make you explain it to them over and over. I went to work at a different company and they came into my store there and got in line for my favorite cashier. I immediately called a manager over when it was their turn to check out, explained how I knew then, and that there was a 99% chance they would make the cashier cry. He went over, and just as he got there they were beginning to raise their voices about some supposed mistake. Luckily that manager is super good at handling people, and got them out without letting them get a word in edgewise. I practically had PTSD from dealing with them. I think they got off on abusing people together. They would sometimes be laughing as they did it. If they found legitimate mistake in anything, their faces would just light up. Truly evil people. Years ago, 2007, 2008-ish, I trained a kid that turned around and robbed the store at gunpoint a month after we fired him for stealing. He and his buddies left without shooting anyone. My coworker was on the phone with the cops after he left while I was getting his old employee file out, reading off his 2 addresses he had down, parents and grandparents, phone number, etc. Point, he's still serving time as the gun they used was apparently used in another homicide. Edit. Holy shit. Long time lurker. Only started posting a few weeks ago. Biggest response I've had. But to clarify a few questions I've received the last few hours. Don't know who else was killed. I didn't find that out till after I had to go to court and testify. Even then, it wasn't something brought up to me personally. I found out when the verdict was reached and it was brought up. Point, this happened in Jacksonville, Florida. I've been looking for the article about it. But it's not hard to believe a gun with a body on it pops up. It's one of those cities with the highest unsolved murder rates. And yeah, I was surprised as hell about it. He seemed like a good kid. Halfway through his senior year, good grades, and no, not with Gamestop anymore. After this incident, LP came to town and started cleaning house. The GM quit, AGM was fired, and I, the SGA, right under the AGM, was acting manager for a couple months without any raise in pay. I was told I wasn't getting a promotion, but I would have to train the new managers coming in. I quit without a 2 weeks notice. Update 2. One article I found about it, https://www.question.com/ the kid in question was one of the 20-year-olds. I was in ASM for about a year, had done retail before. Our store was right in between a fairly upscale touristy part of town as well as some of the poorer neighborhoods, so we got all sorts of people. I'll tell one horror story and then one uplifting story. Point, the holiday season was in full swing and we were always crowded. This particular day we had a few seasonal hires in to help with the workload, and I was behind the counter pulling games as people came up to make the transactions faster. Then suddenly a smell hit the entire building like 100 cats had peed in the air conditioner and someone had tried to get it dry by stoking a fire with burning hair. My seasonals looked at me with a mix of confusion and terror as a family of 4 approached the counter, and it slowly became apparent that they were the cause of the smell. I've been nosa blind before from staying with an aunt who used to be an animal hoarder, but this was far worse. Point, I sent my seasonals on break, grabbed a hand sanitizer, pumped a small mountain of it into my hands and as casually as possible smeared it on my upper lip, hoping my facial hair would hold on to it and block the smell. It mostly worked. I was already in holiday rush mode, but this was the fastest I ever got a used Xbox 360 and GTA V packaged and ready to go. When they left, we noticed that the store had actually cleared out of all other customers who also couldn't deal with the odor. My SM came out of the back, gave me props for not embarrassing them, and promptly proceeded to fill our store with Febreze. Okay, one uplifting story. I know it's not what you asked for, but you're not the one making this post, so near. We had our regular customers, and over time we would get to recognize a few people and have a general sense of what their interests were, beyond just being salespeople and trying to pitch whatever was hot and new. Frequently we would also get people who knew they had 7 days or however long to trade a game back in for the full amount they paid for, and would use us as a general rental service that way. We were supposed to flag their account somehow to stop this from happening, but it wasn't common enough at a location to really care. We weren't losing money, and it was better than them stealing from us. One sort of grungy guy missing a couple of teeth would come in regularly, and he had a few different criteria. He owned a regular DS, he didn't have much money, and he wanted the games to be very long so they could occupy his time. Usually RPGs, but they had to have a good story. He'd bring it back if it wasn't engaging and ask for something else. He first couple of times he did this, I thought maybe he was trying to put one over on us, but the games he was picking actually were too long to reasonably finish in the time he would have them. I guess I cold checked the save files, but it wasn't that big of a deal. He disappears for a couple of weeks, and then one day I'm working and I get a call. It's him. It's not too busy, so we chat for a few minutes. He basically wants to pick my brain about what we've got that's less than $10, that will last for a month, and if it's worth his time to come get it, because his money is so tight that just driving to our store and not finding something will be sort of a significant loss. This happens to be during a week where Dragon Quest IX is on sale for less than $10, and we have one copy left, so I set it aside and tell him to try it out. My wife isn't a big JRPG fan, but she tried it, and it held her interest for quite a while, so maybe this guy will like it too. He comes by, gets it, thanks me and leaves. I don't see him for months. He's one of those regulars who you get to thinking about whether or not you would really say you were acquainted, but just that general I hope they're okay sort of thing. Then one day he comes back, in wearing a full suit, grinning ear to ear. I recognize him right away and ask how things are going. He tells me they turned around and he got a job as a cook at a Sonic within walking distance from his house and had been able to save his money for a while thanks to Dragon Quest being so long, and he wanted to say thanks and to buy his mom a PS3. He knew the only games she really recognized were classics, so we picked out one of the new Pac-Man games and Namco Museum. He was looking at the price tags of a couple of other ones, and I could tell he was doing some quick mental math, so I told him pick the ones you're looking at, and we'll see what we can make work. He gets one more game for his mom, and brings them up to the front. Point, it's been a few years since, so I honestly don't remember what, if any, promotions we had going on at the time, but wouldn't you know it, he got enough of a discount for some mysterious reason, that he was able to afford everything. I worked at Gamestop as a RASM and SM for 4ish years. I have so many stories of creepy, scary, and rude customers. Some highlights. I once got asked out on a date at the register. I'm young, and naive, and awkward, and I kind of stop in my tracks and tell him that I'm working, and I can't answer that. I work another 4 hours or so, and close by myself, and he was waiting in the parking lot for me to leave. Point, I had a family that would bring their son in every Saturday. They explained to me that he had severe autism and he was nonverbal. No problem, except they would stand in a corner and text or whatever while he'd knock over stands, rip things from walls, and even run behind the counter and try to bite you. I had to get permission to ban them from the store, but I was tired of trying to not get bit. Point, edit. For some clarification, just because a customer was awkward does not mean to me that they were creepy. This guy was a special case, hence why I wrote about it. I met friends I will always love when they were customers. I met people I worked with in the gaming industry in other capacities. I met my ex, etc. I'm about to get my degree to specifically work and study children with disabilities. I have no problem being kind and patient with anyone, including children, but I don't want to be bit by a kid that I have no way to protect myself or my employees from. If y'all could stop sending me hate mail about being a nervous 19-year-old kid with a 40-year-old man leaning on her car at night, that would be awesome. Also, the other people's stories about seeing disgusting stuff is true. I saw more Bornons Vitus than I want to admit. I found drugs in game cases, and mostly I just saw a ton of systems filled with cockroaches. Day in the life, I guess. Former employee. 2 stories come to mind. Point, I was opening one day, not a morning person, and had barely opened my energy drink. A woman approached the counter, went uncomfortably close to my face, and grabbed a Rick and Morty button we had on sale. She holds it up to my face and screams pickle Rick and leaves. Probably cemented a resolve to not watch that show anytime soon. Point, this one is going to sound not true, but it is. Thought I would never see one in the flesh, but a very stereotypical greasy nerd dude in a trench coat came in one day. Naruto shirt and spinning a fake shuriken, just mumbling to himself. Dude was in there for like an hour, didn't buy anything. I didn't help him out personally, but I was working close by as my coworker did. One of the first things he says in front of him is, okay, so don't look like you are addicted to meth. Even though you are addicted to meth, meth is unfortunately a big problem in this area, so unsurprising. He then proceeds to have my coworker look up some fairly obscure GBA games, sadly I don't remember exact title names, and making really weird statements about them like that one actually predicted what's going on in our world right now. The last thing he told us was to get some special brand of Colombian coffee that gave you special abilities. Never saw him again after that point. Honorable mentions go to a dude almost threatening me with violence when I had to inform him his hat that came with his MLB Predator was delayed in shipping. A mom getting mad that I didn't know about some GTA mod where you could get a speeding ticket. Finding a used positive pregnancy test on a shelf, and a neckbeard dude smugly insisting we wouldn't have GameCube controllers, even when I held one right up to him. Preface: I'm female and was a shift supervisor, SGA, so I unfortunately have quite a few stories. This is probably the creepiest point. I had a guy who would engage way too much with me whenever he came in, then would never buy anything. For a better mental image, he was a 20-something skinny white dude with dreads and an apparent hatred of any sort of hygiene product. He would literally come in for hours at a time and do nothing but talk to me. I would ask him to leave, and he would, only to be back an hour or so later. Rinse and repeat for weeks. Despite them switching up my schedule, to try and deter his behavior I ended up having to threaten to call the cops on him to get him to leave. Until a few days later, when he popped back up like nothing had happened. I actually did call the cops this time, but he was long gone by the time they arrived. He was banned from the store point, but did that stop him? Of course not. That would require sanity and thoughtfulness. It got to the point that he faking waited by my car one night when I was closing, dark, around 9 PM. I didn't even faking see him at first and tried to ask me to go home with him. Luckily, my co-worker I was closing with was an ex-marine and had no problems threatening the hell out of him. I quit that job a month or so later. I guess he showed up a few months after that asking after me, hoping it had been long enough people wouldn't remember or something. I don't know, man. Creep's gonna creep. I just wanted to talk about video games. Not a GameStop employee, but was a customer in line for the midnight release of some game probably 3 to 4 years ago now. I can't recall the game, but I think it was whatever ridiculous iteration of Call of Duty that was coming out that year. That specific release the store decided to have 2 lines. Line 1, which had priority, was for people that has come in earlier that day to verify that payment for the game had been finalized. I imagined so they could just quickly hand the game to people and get them out ASAP. Line 2 was for people that hadn't fully paid for the game or finalized payment and they would be given the chance to get their game after everyone in line 1. Well, there was this goober looking motherfucker at the very front of the line before they divided the lines. He apparently hadn't finalized his payment, even though he'd been in line for hours, and the store employees made this policy very clear, so when he was told he had to move to a new line and wait he absolutely flipped. The employee at the door checking receipts was a large man that had at least 6 inches and 60 pounds on the angry goober, but angry goober tried to force his way into the store shouting about how bullshit this was and how he had paid everything and he deserved to get the game first. Well, after the GameStop bouncer got tired of this man yelling in his face and trying to force his way past him, the bouncer pushed Goober back a couple feet and said, "So you can either wait in the other line or you can leave." Goober, having just been pushed back from the store, started shouting, "You just assaulted me. I know my rights, you faker." And then he pulled a faking gun. No joke, pulled a handgun from his waistband and shoved it in this GameStop employee's face for assaulting him. The collective line of people, rather than panic, started yelling at the guy, calling him a bussy and an idiot, which is an absolutely bananas way to respond to an unstable person pulling a gun, but whatever. The angry goober gunman got flustered and shouted some more expletives and then got in his car and drove off. Well, this obviously further delayed the wait for everyone to get their copy of the game. Because the cops were called, the store had to completely lock up while the police took witness statements and went through standard procedure. Oddly enough, it was this weird bonding experience for everyone in line and the employees, because we were all in shock and completely amazed at what this idiot did. Luckily, some people in line got the goober gunman's name and plate number on his car and gave it to the police. I went in the next week and saw the manager working and asked her if she had heard anything about the goob. Turns out he was arrested the next day and was also dinged with possession of a stolen firearm amongst other things. Lol. I still have a few of the guys from that line on my Xbox friends list. Gamers are a weird group, man. TLDR. Dude pulled a gun on a GameStop employee at a midnight release of Call of Duty because he wasn't gonna get the game first. The man was then taunted by dozens of very bouncy gamers to the point he rage quit the situation and left. Not a GameStop employee, but I was waiting in line at a GameStop once to buy GTA 5 when a really angry and somewhat fat female, about mid-30s, walked in and cut in front of everyone in line and loudly demanded money back for a used game she had bought. I don't know if GameStop does not have a return policy on used games or if she had bought it a long time ago, but the poor guy at the register couldn't give her her money back. She got increasingly more aggressive and even louder, loud enough for the manager to hear and come out. He just repeated what the cashier had said and she lost her shit completely. She threw the game case at the manager, hit him right in the face with it, then she spat the cashier in the face before starting to tear the place apart. Like she tried to do as much damage as possible. The cashier immediately called 911 and me and another guy that had been standing in line asked the manager if he needed help throwing her out of the store. What he actually wanted though was for us to keep her in the store so that she couldn't run off and get away before police showed up. But we weren't comfortable doing that, not being sure what the legality of that, locking her in the store, is. Luckily for the manager, the local PD is literally just across a large Walmart parking lot, less than a minute away, so the cops showed up before she even tried to leave. She was 100% calm. When they took her, it was like flipping a switch. From a raging lunatic to calm and compliant in literally 1 second. I thought they for sure were going to have to take her down hard, but nope. Anyway, the cops took our details and said they'd be in touch, but I never heard back from them. I guess between the manager and the cashier and all the other witnesses, they didn't need to take a statement from all of us. And I'm sure the store had video cameras too. I'm not going to say which GameStop it was, but the whole thing made the news. Never did see a video of the incident though, which was odd, but I was kinda relieved, because I wouldn't want my ugly face all over the news, just open mouth staring at this crazy woman in utter disbelief. I worked at GameStop while I was in high school, and then again for a few years during university, 2 different locations. In high school, I worked in a plaza that was across the parking lot from Walmart. In university, I worked in a location in a mall. I started working at the high school location when I was 16. I'm a girl. When I worked there was a guy who worked in the menswear store in the same plaza who came around all the time to talk to me about World of Warcraft. I thought he was a little weird, but ultimately harmless. I was young and naive, I guess. He asked me for my contact information a few times, but I always told him that store policy dictated that I wasn't allowed to give it out. I went for lunch one time and was sitting in the back room eating my sandwich and watching the cameras when the menswear guy came in. I watched him talk to my manager and it got pretty heated. There was no sound on the cameras, but you could tell by the way they were talking. When the guy left, I came out and asked my manager what happened, and he said that menswear guy had asked after me and said some really inappropriate stuff. When informed that I was definitely a minor, menswear guy must have been in his 30s, I'd guess. He said he didn't care, and that prompted my boss to tell him he wasn't welcome back in the store. I never did find out the details of what inappropriate stuff he said. Same location once again. We were a pretty low volume store, so a lot of the time there was only one person working. It just so happened that I was working alone one day when some dude came in asking to return a PC game. We couldn't return PC games at all. The return policy at GS was already pretty strict, but PC games were the most strict because most of the ones we sold at the time still had activation codes in them. So once it was opened, the code was used, and it was yours. This guy seemed, I dunno, drunk or something. First he said he didn't like it, then he said it didn't work, then he claimed he'd never opened it, despite the obviously broken seal on the box. I told him that I couldn't return the game, and he flipped his sheet, started yelling, cursing, threatening me, all kinds of things. And I was alone in the store at the time, just me and him. He literally attempted to lunge over the counter at me. It was kind of a slow emo moment in real life, and I remember asking myself as he was coming towards me whether I'd get fired if I punched him in self-defense. Thankfully, I didn't have to, because he was a rather rotund man and he bounced off the corner of the counter instead of going over it. Another customer came in, some guy built like a football player, saw what was happening, grabbed the dude and literally threw him out. So, when I went to university, the mall location that I worked at was one of the busiest locations in the country. We had just gotten the new manager from this small sleepy little town nearby, and he had no idea what he was in for. It was, I dunno, October or something, when he started working there. We, the other employees, immediately told him that it was a little later than normal for hiring the Christmas temps, but he still had time to get them in and trained on time, but he needed to do it immediately. He decided that we didn't need Christmas temps. His reasoning was that our current store had more permanent employees that his old store had, including temps for the Christmas rush, so we would be fine. Except, for the fact that we were one of the busiest locations in the country. It was miserable. He did eventually admit his mistake, but not until it was way too late. Another story from the university store involves a prayer gone wrong. So this was for one of the Rock Band packs that came out, whichever one came with the keyboard, I forget. The publisher had originally announced SCUS for the game, a bundle with the game and a piano, a bundle with all the instruments, and then some of the instruments separately. We started taking pre-orders. Later, the publisher decided that they didn't want to produce the bundle that contained all the instruments after all, so we were forced to call all the people who pre-ordered that bundle to let them know. The problem with this is that people often provide their home landline number to us, so when we call, someone else, not the person who pre-ordered, will pick up, take a message, and never deliver it to the right person. It seemed that this is what happened to the lady who arrived on release day to pick up her pre-order for a bundle which didn't exist. I get it, that sucks for her. Still not a reason to throw the debit machine at me, though. Edit. Wait, I forgot one. At the Plaza location where I worked in high school, we would often have parents come and drop their kids off at the store while they went to shop at Walmart. I didn't normally mind because the kids were usually old enough to be on their own for a little while, and hey, I remembered how boring it was to get hauled around doing boring shopping with mom when I was a kid. One mom ruined it for everyone, though. She brought her young sons into the store one evening. If I had to guess, the older of the two might have been 8 at most. The younger was probably 5 or 6. And she left them there for 3 faking hours. They were fine for the first hour, playing on the demo machines, but they are just demos. The content doesn't last for that long. So they played them all, got bored, and started wrecking shit. One of them climbed a 4-way display and nearly pulled it over on his brother's head. I wasn't looking at the time, so I turned around when I heard the crash of it falling to the floor, and I was like, okay, that's it. You can't stay here anymore. I'm not a babysitter. Go to Walmart. There will be someone at the door. Tell them that your mom needs to come get you. They'll find her. They said they'd get into trouble if they left the store, and I told them they would get into trouble if they stayed, so off they went. Mom came back like a half hour later, kids in tow, in a fury, yelling at me for being so irresponsible as to send her children out into the dark parking lot alone. I threatened to call CPS on her for abandoning her children in my store, so she left. We no longer allowed children to stay in the store alone anymore. Former employee here. One time a guy brings in a handful of plastic bags full of the least interesting PS2 titles. Like over 100. Do you know how deep the library goes for PS2? The largest collection of any console, by a considerable margin if I remember. The thing is, when you're trading them in for cash in the days of the 360/PS3, they're worth fuck all. So we cut the guy a deal right up front, something like $20 for the lot. Usually they each get scanned, then you get the total. But processing this mountain would have taken far too long, so it had to be put off for a bit. When we finally get to it, roaches. Roaches everywhere. We were unwise enough to dump a bag on the counter, and easily a dozen roaches spilled out with the games. Obviously, we threw the entire lot out and intended to burn the dumpster, but fire codes and whatnot. Another guy was a regular who would constantly pull the old buy a bunch of terrible used games then return them the next week trick. Essentially, you can play all the games for free if you just return them within a week, provided they're used. He used to do the same thing with systems too. He very obviously had a drug problem and would buy a PS2 on the weeks he had money, then return it all / trade it in for cash a few days later. Rinse and repeat like clockwork. Eventually we had to cut him off and tell him he couldn't shop with us anymore. I'm sure he started going to another one on the other side of town. He was really off-putting to the other customers, no hygiene, super high, in a crack sort of way. Gotta feel a little bad for him, but that's not even close to an uncommon thing. We had a whole roster of people like this. Another time, we look out in the hallway and see a kid, maybe 10 or 11 years old, on heelers flying through the mall, headed straight our direction. Time slowed to a crawl as we stood frozen and watched this kid slam face first into the wooden glass GBA/DS display case. Glass, cartridges, splinters, it was carnage. Then he gets up, turns around, and wheels back out into the mall. Dumbfounded, we were so many of these, I could go on for a long while. Right before Christmas back in 2003, this kid of about 10 years came into the store with his mom, grandmother, and aunt. Each of these ladies had an envelope with a bunch of cash, and each had a list of the things he wanted. He walked around the store like a spoiled prince, and was showing them all these things he wanted. After a few minutes the grandmother came over and handed me the list asking for help finding these items. As I look at the list I noticed that it had 3 different colors of highlighter on it, green for the stuff he had to have, orange for the next in line if the item was not in, and yellow for the last ditch item. I knew this because he had written a key to the list, and he also wrote the total amount of money that he had to work with, $500. Now me being silly and thinking all of these ladies working with the same list started helping the grandmother. We managed to have everything he wanted. While ringing her up the aunt came over and asked if I could help her. When I was done with her list, I said I already found all of the items for the first lady. She said that was one list and hers was different. I know my jaw was hanging open. I then got the list from the aunt and sure as shit these were all different games and accessories. Also with a total of $500. So this list we only had about half of the things. Some games hadn't even been released yet. The aunt looked very scared. She came back with the boy and his mother and told him he would have to pre-order some of the games since they aren't out yet and had me back her up on it. The kid proceeded to tell the aunt that she needed to pre-order all the games, paid in full, and buy him more stuff since he wouldn't have anything to open on Christmas. She told him that wasn't possible because she already paid a lot of money. He then calmly told her not to speak to him until after Christmas and that he doesn't love her anymore. Little faker. Also the mother had a list as well. She fared a bit better than the aunt though. Not Gamestop, but the equivalent in Australia, and the reason I quit. It was a family run, pretty quiet store in a small town. The only people who came through were regulars so everything was pretty tight knit. I worked with my boss often, and whenever I worked with him, one of his friends / his girlfriend would come and sit behind the counter and just hang out. I thought that was super weird and unprofessional, but whatever. There was this one guy, looked almost double my age, 5 inches nothing, who smelled like cheese and feet, who was apparently my boss's friend. Every time he came into the store, which was almost every day, he would never stop talking to me. Even when I was serving customers and my boss never bat an eye. This in itself was annoying, but things started getting super weird when he started touching me inappropriately, putting his hand on my back, telling us to compare hand sizes, all point time. I felt so uncomfortable, but felt I couldn't say anything because he was my boss's friend. I was awkward, shy and like 18, so I just did my best to tolerate it. It wasn't until I had just started my shift and the guy came in right as we opened, started talking to me despite my obvious gestures to get him to realize I wasn't interested, and my boss standing on the opposite side of the counter on his phone. His guy calls me over and grabbed my arm with both hands, telling me how cold my body was, and then told me to hold his arm because he was so warm. He gestured me to do it twice more that day. By this point I was about ready to have a massive anxiety attack. I looked up at my boss as a "Oh my god, please faking help me," and he looked at me, then just looked away and kept texting. I ended up leaving early to get away from him. I was having huge chest pains and genuinely thought my heart was gonna fall out of my throat. So my boyfriend drove me to the hospital. They did an ECG and everything was fine, and basically told me I was having a really long anxiety attack. I quit the next day. I worked at Gamestop years ago, and I had a pretty sweet manager who gave me quite a bit of freedom in the sense of what you could tell a customer anyway. I get a customer and his wife come into the store one night, and he asks about buying a PS3. We've got plenty in stock, both new and used. One problem, he mentions he wants to be able to play his old PS2 games on the new PS3. Most PS3s were not backward compatible. The ones that are rare and expensive, at least at the time. I try to tell this guy that the PS3s we have in stock were not backward compatible, and no store in our region would ship us one if they had one themselves, because they would just as easily sell it to one of their more regular customers who walked in. I try my best to be nice about it and tell the customer that I had no problem selling him a PS3, but the ones I have aren't what he wants. If he wanted a regular PS3, I'd be happy to sell him one, but if he truly wanted one that was backward compatible, he'd have to look at Craigslist or eBay. My manager had a pretty open policy about delivering the best results to potential customers, even if the sales do not happen at our store. Customers you treated well like to come back to the store, etc. This particular customer, however, becomes very offended by this statement and not yelling, but in a sort of aggressive and smug way cuts me off mid-sentence and says I don't want to sell him anything, and some other things I don't quite remember, but were about me personally. I tell him, if he was unhappy how he was treated, my assistant manager was just 3 steps away from me, and he could speak with him if he pleased. He gets one of those sheepish grins and just walks away. Later that shift, maybe an hour or so after the incident, the same customer comes into the store and this time directly speaks to my assistant manager, clearly within my line of sight. In both instances we were sitting at adjacent cash registers and starts whispering and pointing towards me. My assumption was he was trying to get me fired. The assistant manager tells him the exact same spiel I gave him about what he wanted and what we had in stock, and the customer ultimately leaves unhappy. The stupid kicker to this entire story is that I knew that Craigslist had a listing for a backward compatible PS3 made that day he walked in, and if this dude didn't take it so personally, I could have got to the point in my sentence where I tell him exactly that point. Oh well. GameStop sucks. I worked at a high-volume GameStop, what would now be called a prestige store, near a university back in 2007. For some background, I've loved games all my life, and took the position as a second job, to get some extra cash for my upcoming wedding. Husband was finishing his masters, and didn't have time to work. I graduated in 2005, and worked with all 19 to 20-year-old dudes. I'm female. 2 stories come to mind. Once this mother comes into the store absolutely livid, with what looked to be a 10 to 12-year-old boy in tow. She demanded to exchange a used game that he purchased just a few hours before. Apparently it was demonic and had wizards and witchcraft in it. I so wish I could remember what the game actually was. She tells the kid to go pick a different used game, and he comes back with Grand Theft Auto 3. I want this one, he says to mom, who looks at it and decides that this is an okay purchase for a kid who's 12, but that a mage in a game is not. I tried to explain to her what the ESRB ratings meant, and that I wouldn't be able to even sell the game to him without an adult, but she said that, as long as it didn't promote Satan, that she was okay with him getting this game instead. Yes, this story does indeed take place in the Bible Belt. The other was with a coworker. This young college kid was always insinuating that I was somehow not really into games by testing my knowledge to see if I was a real gamer, which I now know to be r/gatter keeping. I was in my late 20s and well past the point where things like this bothered me, but it was still incredibly annoying to work with him. One day he quoted a line from Scrubs, probably my favorite show of all time, and I finished the quote along with him. He replies, "Wow, I'm surprised you like Scrubs. Every line of that show is written by a man." The implication being that the lowly female brain could never hope to comprehend the intellectually charged and male-written humor of Scrubs. Good times, good times. I think I was unintentionally the horror story point. I pre-ordered Pokemon Ultra Sun, put in my $5 deposit, and called the night before the release asking, can I pick it up at midnight, 12 AM, and told yeah. Call again the day of release, can I pick up my game at 12 AM? Again got told, yes, no problem point, except when I got to the store, joining a crowd of other people outside, we waited nearly half an hour. There was an employee in the store, all lights were on. We call point, we see the guy pick up. He tells us, oh, we released it at 11 PM. Store's closed, go home. Verbatim point, the guy who called and put us all on speaker went, 11 PM. What part of midnight do you not get? We pre-ordered this game months ago, sorry, store's closed, go home. We all caravan to Walmart for our games. I left a review on the local Gamestop's FB page, as did most of the people I was standing with. Point, that's when it got ridiculous. A few Gamestop employees started yelling at us in the comments, insulting our intelligence, calling us stupid, that we don't know what we are talking about etc. I took screenshots, checked who was insulting us. They were both assistant managers at Gamestops in other states. I kept asking them, why are you on my hometown Gamestop you're from, state? And they kept going as a Gamestop employee. Welp, I had seen enough. Especially when they kept targeting me. Point. So I called corporate, emailed them the screenshots. They were both fired, and I was given a gift card. They told us to call them if when picking up the gift card we were given any lip. Point, the guy was rude to us and actually racially profiled us. We're Hispanic. He demanded we take out our IDs from our wallets. While he didn't do that to the white customer, we pulled out the phone and called corporate right there. Point, we don't go to that GameStop anymore, but I know for a fact he probably lost his job over that. Point, I don't feel bad about it either, because the people running corporate were very pissed off that they cost them money on a big game release night. Grandpa comes in with his 11-year-old grandson in tow. He's holding one of the dirtiest Xbox 360s I've ever seen with one hand, and the tray is loosely popping out whenever he angles the console to point towards the ground. Point, he goes up to the counter and he's like, I wanna sell this, how much will you take for it? My assistant manager goes to start hooking it up to check and see if it works. The guy goes, what, you can't take my word for it? The thing is brand new. My assistant manager told him that it was store policy to check it, and still the guy persisted. Now, this thing was the original Xbox 360. Even if the pounds of dirt and the loose disc tray hadn't given it away, the console itself would have. Nobody is going to pay $200 for a 360 in 2018. So my assistant manager rings it up and is basically like, since it's defective I can give you $16 for it. This set him off. He was like, $16? Are you kidding me? I bought this for $200. After yelling at my assistant manager, who was finding this exchange hilarious and was trying not to laugh, he turns to the other customers in the store. $50! Exclamation point. Anyone wanna buy this off me for $50? I don't think I've ever seen customers look that intently at the things on our wall than I did in that moment. They were trying so hard to look invested in what they were looking at, so that the crazy man didn't approach them. Point, afterwards he threw another little fit. He took his grandson and left. Poor kid looked so scared and embarrassed. It's the first week of November 2014, and I'm working the counter for the release of the limited edition Call of Duty Advanced Warfare's Box 1 console. Point, now, we have an extremely limited number of COD's bonuses to sell. Of the handful that we received, all of them were pre-ordered and most of them were paid in full ahead of time to all but guarantee the customer would get their console. Point, the problem came at the end of the day when one special edition had not been picked up. J_D, Mesm, Store Manager Rock, Oblivious Customism, Hey Juliet_Delta, there is still a special edition here, and it's paid in full. Give them a call and tell them their console is ready to be picked up. Point, I call the number on the account and it goes to voicemail. Point, J_D, hey, Oblivious. It's Juliet_Delta from Big Box Video Game Retailer. I was calling to let you know that your special edition console is now available. Our records show that you have paid in full $500, so no additional payment will be required at time of pickup. Thank you. Weeks pass and the console is still there. No word from OK. Customers are constantly asking to buy it. We turn them down. It's reserved after all, but we eventually have to take it off the back counter and stash it in the back room to keep people from constantly trying to buy the thing. I leave them another voicemail. J_D. Hello Mr. Oblivious. It's Juliet_Delta again. Just reminding you that you need to come get your console. We can only hold it for a limited time. Please let us know if there is going to be a delay with your claiming of your reserved merchandise. More weeks pass, still no word. Although the console is in the back, other stores can still see it in our system, so they incorrectly assume that we are having trouble selling it. We start getting calls from stores wanting us to transfer it to them so they can sell it. We hold them off for as long as we can, but inevitably the console gets claimed by corporate as a warranty replacement. It's boxed up and shipped off to replace some poor schmuck's broken console. Bummer about our customer not getting his console. Oh well, he'll show up one day and we will give him a refund. He probably just bought it online or something, knowing that we would give him his money back whenever he asked for it. Fast forward to the week before Christmas, our busiest time of the year. Lines are out the door, and a short stocky bald man wearing a white Affliction t-shirt is next at my register. J_D. Hello, welcome to Big Box Video Game Retailer. Can I help you? Ok, yeah, I reserved a CODS box. I've come to pick it up. My heart sank. I knew who this was. J_D. Oh, I'm sorry sir, your reservation was never picked up. We left multiple messages reminding you that it was available. Ok, well, I'm here now. I'm ready to pick it up. J_D. I don't think you understand, sir. We don't have it. Ok, what do you mean you don't have it? I reserved it and paid for it. Now I want to pick it up. Go get it. This is not good. I went and got the manager, who repeated the same thing I had said. The customer had a wide-eyed look of disbelief. Ok, I can't believe you gave away my pre-order. If you don't have one in the store then order B1.SM. I'm sorry sir, there are none available in the warehouse or any other stores for me to order. Ok, there is not one that you could order me. The manager turned the post screen around to show the customer the bad news. SM. We have been sold out of that console for weeks. Our policy is to hold reserved merchandise for 7 days. We held your console for over a month and it was never picked up. Ok, you should have called me. SM. We did, multiple times. You never responded, so the console went to someone else. He put his hands up in frustration, then points at us with his stubby finger. Ok, this is some BS. Get me your district manager. I want to tell him that you gave away my reservation and that you are going to replace it. We called the DM, district manager, and explained the situation, that the customer wanted us to find a replacement. DM, on the phone, scoffs. You mean he didn't come pick it up for over a month? SM. Did you call him? SM. Yup. DM. Then you don't owe him a damn thing. Give him a refund and tell him good day. Sounds good to us. The customer was fed up at that point anyway. He agreed to a full refund, but there was a problem. We started processing the refund, but the POS would only refund store credit on a gift card and a small amount of cash. Ok, fine. Just give me my money back, all of it. I'm done with this place. I'm taking my business somewhere else. J_D. I'm sorry sir, but your reservation was paid for almost entirely in store credit from trade-ins. We can only offer X amount of cash and the rest on a gift card. That was the last straw. He stormed out with a big red vein throbbing out of his bald forehead and cursing under his breath. He came back with his wife and children, presumably the children that they had reserved this box for. Oblivious Wafia. Do you not have this box we reserved? J_D. I'm sorry ma'am, but we only hold reservations for a limited time. Ow, but I thought you would hold it for us until Christmas, so that I wouldn't have to hide it from the kids. I found this amusing as the kids were standing right there. J_D. That's just not the case. We do not offer layaway service. Your reserve was not picked up, and the phone number you put on your pre-order was contacted multiple times. There was nothing more that we could do. You are ruining my children's Christmas. Yes, she actually said that in front of them. As if I had the power to make their console appear out of thin air, but simply wouldn't. So now we are stuck. They don't want to shop here, but have nearly $500 in non-refundable store credit. They need an Xbox for Christmas, but we gave theirs away, so I come up with a plan. In the time since they made the reservation, the Xbox One had dropped in price $50. Our store was also running a promo buy an Xbox One, get all 4 Assassin's Creed games free. So I sat an Xbox One on the counter, all 4 Assassin's Creed games, Call of Duty, Advanced Warfare, an extra controller, a gift card for the balance, and the bit of cash I could refund. J_D, how about this? You can get all of this, 4 more games than you were expecting, plus an extra controller, so the kids can play together, for less than you were expecting to pay. You will miss out on the big hard drive and custom paint job, but that is the best I can do for you. Oc, but we wanted the special one. J_D, this is pretty good deal. You would spend less money and the kids will get way more content and enjoyment out of this bundle here. They reluctantly agreed, and Christmas was saved. The kids seemed just as excited and ended up buying even more stuff with their extra gift card. I don't expect they will ever shop at that establishment again, but let this be a lesson to you all. If you ever order limited edition merchandise, don't wait over a month to pick it up. It probably won't be there. Retailers' backrooms are not your secret Christmas present hiding closet. Nothing majorly horrible, but my worst memory was of this one particularly smelly boy. There were an abundance of abusive smelling customers that frequented our store, but this particular kid, about 15 years old, was the worst thing I have ever smelled in my 23 years of life. This kid smelled like he never learned to wipe properly, or wash his balls for that matter. It was overpowering, like a mixture of diarrhea, smegma, cheese, compost, vomit and a soiled diaper on a hot day, had been mixed up in a cauldron by a dirty witch. He came in one day with 3 Xbox 360 consoles to trade in. As you may know, thoroughly checking through a console to see if it's eligible for trading takes a while. I told him it may take some time and suggested he leave it with me and come back later. Nope. This kid insisted he stayed through the whole trade process. So I had to use his grubby, disturbingly off-white 360 controllers to go through the checking and resetting process 3 times, while the live-action stink spirit from Spirited Away stood across the counter from me. It ended up taking like an hour, because one of them ended up being ineligible, as it had been obviously tampered with, and his equally grubby dad came in to see if he could change my mind. Seeing his dad made it obvious that this kid had never been taught how to take a bath. Which is kinda sad. Point. Speaking of grubby people, we've had to ask people to clean their crusty disc cases before trading them in. How people not embarrassed by that sort of thing is beyond me. I worked at a Gamestop in New York City for the holiday season during the Xbox 360 launch. Point here is what comes to mind. Story 1. Gamestop started taking reservations for the Xbox 360 in June of 2005. Come late October/early November, Microsoft let GameStop Corporate know that their allotment of systems was going to be cut drastically. The rumor at the time was that Best Buy made Microsoft some kind of offer to get more systems. No idea if that was true. This meant that we needed to call people who reserved in July/August and later that they were not getting a system on launch day like we promised. I received at least 1 death threat per day from pissed off customers. The store did take the threats seriously, and we had armed security for the midnight launch. We were warning people to not take the subway. Make sure they had a ride ready to pick them up. Don't walk. Don't show the box etc. No incidents thank God, but I was on edge the entire time. Story 2. Since it was the holidays, we dealt with a lot of cash. It is standard practice in retail to make daily deposits. This was the holidays and we really didn't want to have a bunch of cash on hand, so sometimes we would make 2 or 3 deposits on a given day. My manager, super awesome Trinidadian lady, told me after a month of working there that it was my turn to make one of the daily deposits. This was the middle of my shift, and I was confused as to why now. She explains that she needed to change the time and employees for the deposits because sometimes there was a van outside and she was pretty sure it was keeping an eye on the place looking for patterns in our deposit schedule. So she hands me an envelope in a standard bank leather zipper bag with $22,000 in it. I had never seen so much cash in my life. And tells me and one other guy to walk 3 blocks to the bank and deposit it with this pre-written deposit slip. I stuck it into the inside of my jacket and set out for the bank. It was a tense walk. I have more life-that stories if anyone wants to hear them. I was employed for 2 weeks before I said fuck these people and no-showed on Black Friday. I won't call this a horror story, but more of a are these guys serious kinda story. The managers were exactly what you would expect from men who actually can't manage. Quick to temper, quick to assign blame to anyone but themselves, and absolutely no plan day to day. They were always sarcastic and condescending. Nothing you did was ever good enough. Blah blah blah. Here's a story that pushed me over the edge into quitting, though. I was organizing pre-owned games behind the counter with the manager standing next to me when a new customer walked through the door. I asked the manager if he could keep an eye on the counter while I spoke to the customer, and he agreed. Had a good conversation, made a sale, for what it even mattered, and the customer left. I had noticed earlier that the manager had walked away, and while I didn't appreciate that he didn't do what he'd said he would and watch the counter, there was barely anyone in the store. No big. Anyways, as soon as the customer had left, the manager walks up to me at the counter and just lays the fact into me. Hey, glad you made your sale, but don't you ever walk away from the counter while pre-owned games are on the counter. You realize just anyone cold grabbed these and ran off. What the hell were you thinking? Are you stupid? I was in shock. I'd asked the manager to watch the counter for this exact faking reason. I couldn't even figure out how to reply to him. I was so taken aback. To this day, I can't help but think he set me up for this moment, just to yell at me for the sake of yelling. That was the Wednesday before Black Friday. I said nothing back to this manager, except it won't happen again. And I was sure of that, because I'd already decided I wasn't coming back. They called 6 times throughout the day on Friday, and I didn't pick up once. Reap what you faking sow. Oh my god. So my husband worked at Gamestop for over 7 years as an assistant manager, and he has all kinds of fun stories. Here are 2 of the best ones he just came up with. The mystery pupper. So this isn't my story, but it was from a friend of mine that worked at the next store over. So in the stores they used to have the video game consoles, where they would have things like the PS3 or Xbox 360 set up, and at the end of the night they would have to be moved so they could vacuum underneath them. Well, one night the employee moves the console, and there's a log of sheet just sitting perfectly under the console. Apparently it happened like 3 or 4 times, becoming a consistent problem, and they never found out who was doing it. The Mexican peeing child. So this is my husband's story. The entrance of his store had a glass lobby-way, and one morning him and a coworker came into a little kid peeing. But not only was he peeing, he had his pants all the way to his ankles and was just standing there with his pelvis pushed forward and just letting it fly. So of course when they came up to unlock the store, the kid starts yelling at them, "I'm peeing," really loudly. Fun times. He has many more, but those were the best. I was senior sales associate in Gamestop/Babbage's in North Shore Square Mall in Little LA from 1999 to 2001. It makes me almost a manager, but not quite. GameStop had a generous 7-day return policy. A customer purchased a unique controller for the first PlayStation and came back with it 14 days later trying to get his money back. I explained that it was outside the refund range, but if he came back in 2 hours, when the manager arrived for the day, he might be able to explain his situation and get a full refund. What followed was almost 45 minutes of belligerent badgering. In that time it was made clear to me that I was a bussy, not a real man, a little beach, a faking bussy, powerless little beach, all standard profanity and standard combinations. Then he tries to get me to refund some random purchases in the system to get his money back. Just open the register and give him cash point. He then storms out, goes 5 shops down to KB Toys and gets his buddy who is assistant store manager, and together the two of them try to get me to in some way break protocol, open the register and just give him the refund. When I didn't, the two of them spend another 20 minutes yelling at me, "All the you're a bussy, you're not a real man" garbage, and left it on the counter. My manager, who was incredibly cool, "Miss you Jason," comes in at the appointed time and hears about it. He goes down to KB Toys and reads the assistant manager and manager the riot act. The man attempting the return comes in a half hour after my manager asks for the return. My manager just puts it in a fresh bag with a fresh copy of the receipt and tells him to get out with his purchase. He isn't giving him anything. Point never saw from the guy again. From what I understand, the KB employee was let go, if not that day, that week. The almost stabbing. Names have been changed for privacy reasons. It was November 2013, the first day release of this box 1. I had been working for Gamestop for over 2 years at this point. I officially left the company in 2018. I was working with my manager, Dan, and assistant manager, Ann. She was outside most of the time dealing with the line at a very popular North Florida GameStop. We were packed to the nines with people picking up their pre-orders of the system. At this time, we were instructed by Microsoft, as well as Sony, to not allow more than 1 console per household. There were no exceptions whatsoever, as our store had the exact number we needed to give to the customers who pre-ordered. Point as I was working the far left register, the one further from the door, I was ringing out a very scruffy looking man, about mid to late 30s. He was with a service dog and looked like he was a vet of some kind from all the army stuff he had on him, jacket, mostly. I started to put his box in the bag as he leaned in close to me and said, "Hey, I've got another $600 on me right now in cash. What say you run to the back and grab me another console?" I just looked at him and calmly said, "I'm really sorry, but per Microsoft and GameStop's contract, we are not permitted to give more than 1 console per household. This rule should lift after they've produced more. Check back with us in a couple of weeks." He slightly glares at me and takes his hand out of his pocket, which had been there nearly the entire time, the dog's leash around his right, full on brandishing a large knife, pointing the blade in my direction. "How about you grab it, or I'll stab you right here and now. I swear to you." I stopped, stared, then laughed at him. I didn't think it was funny by any means, but my thought was, oh my god, I'm 19 and about to be stabbed over in box 1. Luckily, this dude wasn't exactly super smooth about it, and my manager Dan saw this. Now keep in mind, Dan is a big dude. He's called the bear in my district for a reason, 6 foot plus. I don't remember exact height, but I'm 5 feet 3 inches and I used to have to look almost all the way up at him, and wide with decent muscles. Dan looks at the knife guy and says, "How about I throw you the fuck out of my store and smash your system on the ground?" He essentially almost shouted this, so clearly other people in the store heard this and became terrified. The guy then laughs, putting the knife away, and says, "Geez dude, I was just kidding." Dan then pushes me out of the way, closes out the transaction, and shoves the system into the guy's arms and says, "Get out." Needless to say, that guy almost sprinted out of the front door. I've never been so stunned in my life. Probably too late, but I was in SGA a while back. Guy came in with a box of trades and they smell terrible, so I didn't want anything to do with them right off the bat. Store manager was in overlapping shifts, so I couldn't turn him away based off of that alone. Opened one game up and out spewed a horde of baby roaches. They went everywhere. I tossed that game so fast into the box and noped right out of the trade. It was so disgusting. The customer even had the audacity to get irritated at us because we wouldn't take his trades. We asked him to leave and had to call mall management to exterminate the place. How disgusting of a place do you have to live in for your video games to get infested? This was years ago, and I still shudder over this. Since I worked in a mall store, I witnessed a bit of mall drama too. Attempted, and miserably failed, robbery from a jewelry store. Saw some dude get maced by rent-a-cop. No clue what he did, but he was trying to run from something. Point other than that, the occasional bag of weed or random drugs found tucked away in games. Trades that were obviously stolen, that you couldn't do anything about. Sometimes there was a Borno disc in a game box that someone would try and trade in. My favorite surprise was a wad of cash that we found in a booklet for an Xbox game that we didn't catch while processing the trade. The customer traded in the games for cash too. I did my due diligence with that one and tried to call the guy since it was a decent bit of money. Too bad for him though, since he gave us a phone number that wasn't even in service, so we had no way to let him know. Edit, words and stuff. I've been waiting for the day that someone would ask this question. I will label my stories with headers so that readers can pick their poison. I have plenty of stories, but these are my favorites. Cringy flirting. I started working at Gamestop when I was 16, right before the minimum age to work there was raised to 18. I was about 17 when the new rule was implemented, so I was grandfathered in. I'm female, so I had my fair share of male teenagers and occasionally some men in their mid-20s hitting on me, which was discomforting at times. Fortunately, all of my coworkers had my back and would distract these creeps so that I could slip into the back room for a while. In one particular instance, there was a man whom our assistant manager, I'll call him AM, described as our store's Captain Sweetpants from The Big Bang Theory. I only ever watched a few episodes of The Big Bang Theory, so he elaborated by saying he loitered our shop all the time wearing sweatpants and had been frequenting the store since long before I started working there. I was organizing the Skylanders display when he came up to me one day and was incessantly asking me questions. I noticed he was a bit slow, and in general I have a lot of patience, so I answered all of his questions, but continued working while doing so. AM was standing behind the counter and noticed that Captain Sweetpants was moving closer and had started asking some personal questions that were making me uncomfortable. He yelled out to me, "Hey Minir_Xylian, I need you in the back." I calmly walked back and he winked. That man saved me from a really uncomfortable situation. He is still a friend of mine to this day. Another, much shorter story is about a guy, late teens to early 20s, that came in with his family and saw me behind the counter. He asked me a few video game questions, nothing bad, but then proceeded to ask me if I really play video games, to which I said yes. He then proceeded to say, "You would make the perfect wife. I mean, thanks, but not for you." I just smiled though and kept working. There were more instances of this, but those two are some of the most memorable. Women don't know technology. This is the only true 100% blatant sexist encounter I have ever had in my entire life, and I'm lucky for that. A customer called the store to ask us some questions, as if GameStop is Radio Shack or tech support. Me, insert the typical GameStop greeting. Customer, hello, is it possible for me to connect both my Xbox One and PlayStation 4 to my TV using some sort of special device? Me, do you mean using an HDMI cable? Customer, yes, but I want to hook both up and there is only one port. Me, oh, yes. You can use an HDMI splitter. Customer, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Me, I believe I do, sir. You just need a splitter to be able to hook up to consoles to one TV. Customer, yeah, I think I would like to speak with them. I mean someone who is more technically inclined. Me, boiling on the inside, but maintaining my perky tone. Certainly. I begrudgingly hand the phone to my male coworker. What is it that you need, sir? Coworker, yes, you will need an HDMI splitter. Coworker, you're welcome. Fortunately, my coworker also thought the situation was ridiculous. Grammy managers. The manager that I was hired under was fantastic. He would never push anyone to buy things that they did not want to, and because of that people would drive 30+ minutes, passing several other GameStops just to shop at our store. Since GameStop now trashes everything that does not eventually sell, employees can get in trouble for taking anything that is supposed to be thrown away. The higher-ups were looking for a stupid reason to fire the manager because they wanted a slimeball to take his place, so they caught him on film one night taking a game guide that was headed for the dumpster. In a lot of backroom deals that I did not witness, I believe he ultimately was forced to resign. In comes the new manager, who was a complete and utter asshole and would tell lies about me and other employees to everyone. For someone in his late 20s, he was acting like a teenage girl, and this is from the perspective of a teenage girl. /s little did he know how tight everyone there was, and we all shared his lies with one another. For example, he would claim that I never spoke to customers, which is just utterly not true. When I found out about this, I remembered that just the previous day I approached a confused customer and was explaining Amy Ibis to him for quite some time. I would answer the phone, help people for as long as they needed, etc. I was also the fastest trade-in processor in the store, and my old manager would even call me in on the infamous traded Sundays when it seemed that everyone traded in their games. I also loved keeping the store neat and would alphabetize everything constantly, including the infamous Wi-Fi rack that children loved to tear apart. Essentially, this new manager had no reason to hate me, except that my loyalties lied with my old manager. That did not affect my performance though. Everyone else quit before me, and I was the last veteran standing under that as I finally quit to work at a restaurant where I was making better money. Apparently the new manager quit weeks after I did, kicking down displays on his way out saying he'd never work for GameStop again. Customer demanding returns. A short and bald male customer in his mid to late 40s with a Napoleon complex came in one night about 30 minutes before close. This is the conversation that ensued between him and one of my other coworkers as I awkwardly tidied up the store while this was happening. I must note that this was a few weeks after the new asshole manager had been brought in. Customer slams down copy of Halo 5 limited edition. One day after release. I want a full return on this. Everything. Coworker: why is that, sir? Customer: it does not have local co-op. Coworker: okay, well this is a new game that has been opened, so I cannot do that. However, you can trade it in. Customer: absolutely not. It does not have local co-op. This is ridiculous. Coworker: I understand that, sir, but that can be seen on the back of the box, and it was announced. You also scratched all of the codes. Customer raises voice: the game does not have local co-op. I demand a full refund because this is not the Halo that I was expecting. Manager steps in. What seems to be the problem? Coworker: he wants to return his opened Halo 5 limited edition. Manager: well, you better do it unless you want to be fired. Coworker starts doing the return. Awkward silence ensues. Here you are, sir. Customer thanks leaves. That felt like the longest 5 minutes of my life. I have never been in a room filled with that much tension, especially over a video game. Toilet consoles. GameStop has a rule that all new game systems must be kept in a locked room. Seems reasonable, right? Well, GameStop also does not believe in properly constructing its stores to be conducive to this requirement. The only locked room in our store? The bathroom. That's right. PS4 Essence box 1 stacked up right next to the toilet. And I mean right there. If a male employee was taking a piss and starting split streaming, he'd send some golden showers towards a brand new consoles box. Not sure if that ever happened though. According to some of my older coworkers, the Nintendo 3DS's and lights that were kept in a locked cabinet right outside the bathroom in the back used to be on a rickety shelf above our toilet. And yes, some had fallen in the toilet. They were apparently wiped off and put right back on the shelf. Power to the players. Or thread I can contribute on. Hopefully this isn't buried. Anyway, I was a manager for many years. I hated the company, but had some great times there. Some are horror stories, some are just plain fun. Mom brought her kid, 8 years old roughly, in and they were looking around. It was in a plaza with a Walmart. Kid kept telling mom he had to go to the bathroom. Mom's exact words: you should have went in Walmart when I asked, but you didn't go, so now you have to wait. Kid clearly being vocal that this is about to be an emergency. Anyway, they are checking out, and I hear a water sound, and the mom yells, oh my god, and the kid whipped it out, and is pissing all over the magazine/strategy guides in front of the counter. Mom just grabs the kid and bolts, leaving us to clean up a bunch of piss-covered books. Mom, dad, and kid come in. They are younger, parents are early 20s, kid is probably 3 to 5 range. Kid is running around going crazy, throwing stuff off shelves, etc. Mom just stands there and keeps yelling at the kid, then at dad to do something about the kid. Dad clearly hates his life. After a few minutes of running around batshit insane, kid stops, proceeds to puke all over the floor, and then keeps trying to run around. Mom and dad grab the kid and leave, again leaving us to clean up the mess. Before I was a manager, our manager was such a funny dude. One time we were about to close, and he's walking to the front door to lock it. He sees this couple get out of the car and are running up the store. When they get to the door he pauses for a moment, opens the door, and says, "And you were so close too," and then proceeds to close the door and lock it, and walk away. Same manager. It was the PS2 release. Because of the demand, and not enough supply, we had to stagger pre-orders. Like, shipment 1 would come in, and the first 6 people who reserved got theirs, then the next shipment and so on. This lady who was like number 500, and keep in mind we were getting like 20 at a time, came in and demanded her PS2. We clearly explained to everyone who pre-ordered, before they did, how this was going to work, because we were told ahead of time. Other co-worker is dealing with this woman as she's flipping out in store, and being a total Karen. Demands to speak to the manager. He was out back nursing a hangover. Co-worker is like, "Ma'am, there's nothing we can do. When it's here we will let you know. Please, the manager isn't feeling well, he can't help here." Finally he gives in to her demands and starts to walk to the back room, but didn't know she followed him. He cracks open the door and explains to manager. Manager kind of loud says, "Tell that faking cunt I don't have her PlayStation." She hears this and pulls the "well I never," and storms out to the rest of the entire store cheering and clapping for the manager. Same manager. His girlfriend used to come in, and they would bang in the back room on a stack of cardboard. Same manager. Everyone who has been there knows employees ask for reserves, and it's a metric employees get tracked on. When he asked people if they wanted a res, and they said no, he would always come back with, "I'll make you a deal. Me and you 1v1, no shields, pistols only, Halo 1, first to 15. If you win, I'll pay for your res. If I win, you pay for it." He never lost. Most times customers enjoyed the challenge and would be in a good mood and hold up their end of the deal. This box interactive was strategically placed by said manager to not be on camera. Same manager. Me and some friends, high school at the time, before we worked there, went to trading games. I thought it would be funny to put a Bond DVD in the game case and see their reaction when I went to trade it in. Manager is doing my trade-in, opens the case, sees the DVD and kinda loudly yells, "Hey, other employee, what's the trade-in value for this porno?" "It's called Road Strip." He then says to me they can't take it, but he'll happily keep it if I don't want it. I said sure. He puts it in a drawer and then says to me, "Funny, want a job?" I filled out an application and he was like, "Can you start tomorrow?" The rest is history, and he's been one of my best friends since forever. Different manager. Him and I used to have this game when it was slower, where if we were trying to put game cases back on the shelves, the other would try and slap the cases out of their hands, so they would have to pick them all back up. Dick move, but it was fun. Anyway, one time I knew it was coming, and he knew I knew. In my head, I set up to like dodge his slap, and then kind like slap/tap him on the head with a case. For whatever reason, my reflexes took over, and instead of a slap/tap with a case, it turned into a full-on right hook to the grill, and it was caught on the security cameras. We laughed about it, and when the district manager came for his quarterly visit, we went out back and played the tape over and over for him, all of us dying laughing. Slept at the store in my car sometimes after a midnight release, and was scheduled for the next day. Other small things. Endless amount of times people would trade in consoles that reeked of cigarette smoke, or were filled with dead, sometimes alive, cockroaches. A few times game cases had weed in them. If anyone traded in a rare game, it would always go through each employee to see if they wanted first dibs before going on the shelf. That's all I can remember for now, but there's millions more stories. If people want more, I'll try and think of some. Worked at a Gamestop back when it was an IB Games. First job. Part-time 16-year-old nerdy me thought it was the coolest thing ever. It was around 8:30 to 8:45 or so, just before closing. Was working with an older guy when I went to the back where all the consoles are kept and where the bathroom is to take a sheet. Sitting in bathroom playing Gamma Boy for probably 10 minutes when I hear what sounds like the door being shook, but no sound of it being opened or any voices. Come out, don't see anyone. So I look at the little TV with the security feed from the front and don't see anyone, except notice a pair of feet sticking out from behind the register, toes down. That few seconds seemed like forever that I was standing there when all of a sudden some dude comes in the front door with a handheld object I assumed was a huge gun and started headed for the back door. I locked the deadbolt, grabbed the cordless phone, hustled back into the bathroom. There was no other exit from the back, and quickly dialed 911. I could hear a really loud banging on the door after that about 7 to 8 times, then it stopped. I told the operator what was happening and I stayed in the back till the cops showed up. Turns out, while I was in the bathroom this dude had come in, put a gun down on the counter, and told my coworker he was getting robbed. The guy also had some kind of police baton thing that he pulled out and told him to lay down behind the register, which he did. He then went back and zip-tied his hands behind his back in prone position and proceeded to try to find the button to unlock the door. He couldn't find it, so he went back outside to get the thing I thought was a gun. Turns out it was one of those handheld battering ram things that SWAT teams use to break down doors. That's when I saw and locked the door. Plus those doors are pretty heavy duty and it's not that easy, even if you have that thing. Turns out the guy and his girlfriend had been hitting electronics places for the last few weeks, and after us, they actually got caught the following day trying to rob somewhere else close by. They only got away with what was in the register, not in the safe, and no new consoles. The real irony here is that for all their attempts at robbery, Gamestop puts them to shame with the 0.30 cents they offer for COD 4. TLDR, got robbed at gunpoint while I took a sheet John Travolta Pulp Fiction style. Ex-General Associate, let me tell you, you hate to see your heroes fall from grace, because Gamestop is a horror story. Between the money-hungry company and the rude entitled feeling customers, every day was a new headache. There are honestly a few ways I'll still defend Gamestop, but more so the individual employees that get treated like it was their fault that the new Kodi servers were down on day one. Working at Gamestop, I worked under two different store leaders. We'll call them Optimus Prime and Megatron. Optimus was one of the best you could have asked to work for. He was a man of the people and a gamer before some corporate shill. He always treated the staff like people instead of some money collecting robots. He treated our customers in a way that made you always feel welcome to come into our Gamestop, and he was so good at making the rude customers understand that they were in the wrong, not this whole customers always right BS. His main concern was always the customer, because he told us, if you make the store someplace the people want to come shop at, the numbers will happen on their own. Which they did, and in surplus too. I loved coming to work because it just felt like an environment where I was both welcome to be myself and do a job that I loved. I used to take the bus to work, and whenever the bus was late I'd call ahead, and Optimus always said, no worries man, life happens sometimes, you can't control it. Just stay later the time you miss. He even shared his personal Christmas bonus with the staff because he wouldn't have earned it without or help. I was happily working 45+ hour weeks and asking for more. Then comes Megatron. I worked at the largest Gamestop in our state, so as a reward for Megatron, because she had the third highest grossing store in the state, they let her take over at my store, moving Optimus to another location. From day one she made my blood boil. She was sneaky, petty, rude, and a shill. And she really lifted the veil from my eyes to how money-hungry Gamestop actually was. Megatron constantly had her nose in our district manager's ass. She couldn't care less about the moral of the staff, and you would get barked at if you were being yourself and not verbatim reciting the would you like the this, would you like the that, would you like no, are you sure? But do you want the this blah blah blah, you know, the things that irritate the customer the most. One time I made a $1,200 sale with a very pleased customer. Whole new PS4 Pro, about 11 games, extra controller, new Astro A40 headset, and a year of PlayStation Plus. I got barked at. Why? Because I didn't get any pre-orders from him. Forget the entire $1,200 sale. I didn't squeeze more money out of him with pre-orders, which I offered. He just wasn't interested in anything coming out at the time, so I didn't do my job correctly and was costing the store numbers, so I had my hours cut. She was scheduling me 1 day a week. Probably only got that because 4 hours is minimum to keep an employee. I rapidly started learning the truth that GameStop could not give less a shit about power to the players, but power to Gamestop's wallets. The final nail in the coffin was when Megatron told me our new sales plan. You guys know the warranty GameStop offers on games? The GPG. I sheet you, not just add it to the transaction without asking them, and don't take it off unless the customer asks about it. That was it for me. That's stealing. I was already looking for any reason to quit, because I liked my other coworker a lot, and they were the only thing keeping me there. 5 of us quit on the same day. Megatron was in tears when she got back from the 3rd vacation she has taken since starting there. They were all 2-week notices, but we put them in while she was away, so she came back to 5 of them with only about 3 days of the 2 weeks remaining. This was alright about Black Friday holiday season 2. She had the audacity to ask me of all the staff to stay when she probably treated me the worst. To this day, if Optimus called and asked me to work at his store, I would I may as well clear up the biggest GameStop question since I'm here. Why does GameStop only give me $X for this brand new game I just bought? Let's say a new Cody for example. If you buy a brand new copy of Cody, GameStop only makes 0.8% of that sale. All the rest goes to the developer/publishers. So when you bitch and whine because you can't return a fully functional game you just happen to not like until you get your way, GameStop is only losing money there. Not liking a game is not in the return policy for new games. It's 2019. You can do a bit more research into a game before buying it. That's why GameStop pushes pre-owned, because if you don't like it, you have 7 days to get your full money back. Because a pre-owned game belongs to GameStop, a new game does not. Also, no, nobody is going to give you a nice chunk of change for your scratched up and warped copy of Sims 3 for this box 360 that you use the case as a coaster for, so now it has an orange ring on the case, let alone GameStop. So when you're offered 37 cents because GameStop has to take it, that's probably generous. If anyone has any more behind the scenes questions about GameStop, feel free to DM me. I have no issue airing out their dirty laundry. Ex-employee from many years ago, but a couple things come to mind. Dude tried to trade in a PS2 full of tiny cockroaches. Sat it on the counter and a bunch of them started crawling out. If that many of them crawled out as soon as it touched the counter, this thing must have been chock full of the things. It was gross as hell. Lady came in with her kid. The kid, in full view of the mother, ran down one side of the store with his hand held out beside him and knocked about 40 game cases off the shelf. The mother scolded him for making a mess, then turned to leave. I said, "Ma'am, could you please pick up all the games your son just knocked to the ground?" And she said to me with a sneer, "I'm not doing your job for you." Then she walked off. Fact, that lady pointed, "You'd pre-ordered a game. We made it very clear when he pre-ordered that if he didn't collect it within 3 days of arrival and we ran out of all other stock, we would sell the copy held for him and he'd have to wait for the next order to come in." The game arrived. We left several voicemails telling him to come and collect it. 3 days pass and we run out of stock. Someone asks for the game. We sell his held copy. He comes in like an hour later and loses his mind over us having sold his copy. He tried to fight me in the store and we had to call the cops. Many people came in to trade in their old console and games and they kicked up a stink over the price of the trade-in. The trade-in prices are shit, but the reason they're so low is because the customer is putting in zero effort to resell their console. You can get a better price if you resell on eBay or whatever, but you need to actually put in effort to do that. The prices were also heavily reduced if the games you traded in were damaged to shit, which they often were. Various people insisted they could get a better price elsewhere, insisted they speak to a manager, threatened us, made their kids cry by telling them I was the one responsible for them not getting a new console, or otherwise wasted as much time as possible, while acting as childish and annoying as possible. Ada. Seriously, everything from botched interviews, scary trade-in, catching stealing customers, calling the cops, and of course getting hit on. However, the worst is filing for harassment against an employee. We hired this middle-aged man in, who was your typical Brinny fedora, above normal BMI, and an opinion on everything. He was only a gap hacker, a normal part-time minimum wage employee. He wouldn't do work on my shifts, but rather follow me around the store talking about unrelated topics such as religion, politics, etc. He progressively gotten creepier because he brought up topics in my life that require some serious social media stalking, my family, boyfriend, house, hobbies etc. He would also talk about how sad his life was, which made me uncomfortable despite me telling him to stop. This happened every shift. Until one day he was standing right behind me not even 1 inch away, with the same unwarranted creepy conversations. He then drops his conversation mid-sentence and decided to tell me how cute he thinks my hair looks when it's curled, and he proceeded to play with it and curl it in his finger. I legit turned pale, turned around and told him he needed to work or can go home. After my shift I called my boss and she helped me file my report. This was last year. I left a month later to go back to college. This employee got sent to the other store in our town and promoted a few months later and has had a growing case of complaints from other female employees and customers. He still works there. Hoo boy, time to rummage through the memory bean. The one that usually comes to mind first is from this couple that would come in probably weekly or every other week, either buying or trading in. They were obviously not quite well off, and I'm pretty sure the dude was, like, 20 something and the girl couldn't be older than 15. But they were definitely a couple, and not brother and sister. Anyway, one day they trade in a PS3 that I remember them buying about a month earlier. Sucks, but okay, I get it. So I plug it in to power it on, and it's starting up and running while I talk to them about the usual spiel. Cash or credit, have a rewards card. Okay, I just need to test it. I turn back to it to put a testing disk in, and tiny cockroaches are just pouring out of it. My customer service level is through the roof, so I somehow managed to not scream out, but I know my eyes were huge. I immediately unplugged it, tossed it back into the bag they brought it in, and pretty much shoved it into their faces. I told them that it was too dirty to take and apologized, but they were very understanding, if not a little sad. I told my boss about it afterward and was like, should we get an exterminator? He shrugged it off though, and it never seemed to be an issue, except every now and then I'd see a bigger bug or two scuttling around the back room. Also, in terms of customer service, I became very good at surreptitiously breathing through my mouth and choosing my breaths wisely, because goddamn we had some gross customers. One my boss referred to as bad as Bigfoot's ballsack, and he wasn't too wrong. My other story is not necessarily a horror story, but a pretty funny one. I tended to be the one to handle the customer service calls we got because I was apparently very patient. I think it's more that I was the only woman working there for a while, so I had a placating voice. So one day my ASM hands me the phone and vaguely tells me that this guy needs help with his game. This wasn't too unusual, because apparently trying the actual game's customer support is too much to ask, and we know everything about all games, right? Well, I begin to talk to the gentleman on the phone, and he is irate and demands to return his game, because it is in Portuguese. I ask if he changed the language settings, and he said no. Okay, I ask him to check the region on the game case for me. There's a chance we may have taken a PAL game by mistake, but no, it's NTSC. And he tells me he bought it brand new that day, so no to a trade-in error either. I tell him again to check the language settings and he says he can't because he doesn't speak Portuguese, but he starts reading stuff to me in a very bad accent, like I'm going to know it any more than he does. Hint, I don't. At this point I really don't know what to do, as it's a new game, so we are not going to take it back, and that's not something to exchange a disc over. Suddenly, he screams aha into the phone, like he's Parrot, and finally found the killer, and tells me it says, made in Mexico on the disc. I need an American one for English. You know, Mexico, the country they speak Portuguese in. I'm honestly dumbfounded for a second, taking a deep breath and rethinking my life choices up at that point, before telling him that, instead of the more obvious language difference, nearly all game discs are manufactured in Mexico, so it won't be that, and when he's suspicious of that I tell him to check other discs of his for the same print. Finally, after about 45 minutes of this, I give up and direct him to contact the game's customer support. I've done all I can. Angrily he hangs up and does so, saying he's going to leave a very nasty customer complaint about this. Okay, whatever. Go ahead. About 2 hours later my Asm comes to me laughing and tells me that the guy sheepishly called back and said that his son in fact changed the language settings before he got to it. 06. Temp store manager for a store in a strip mall that I had complained multiple times needed video surveillance and had an 8:59 p.m. I tell the employee I have with me to close the gates and door, and before he can get there, a dude busts in and sticks a gun in my face. I completely disconnect and act like a total dick to the guy while he is robbing the store. A story for another day. Anyway, the second phone call I made after 911 was to the district manager, who I had helped train for our retail stores and who had come over from a shoe store and was admittedly not much of a video game fan, who rushed over from his home and gets there before the cops do. Instead of doing what a good DM should do, console the employee, lock the scene down, assess damage, call his boss, etc., he begins to frantically, nervously clean, including Windexing the counter that the dude that robbed us touched with his bare hands. When I pointed this out, he begins yelling at me for how messy the store was and how I didn't get the subscription/reservation numbers up and other assorted beachings. I, perhaps a bit emotionally, asked him if now was the best time to be going over my shortcomings as a manager when the cops rolled in. They, of course, can't believe that he had cleaned the scene and loudly beached about how the glass counter had 0 prints now. Skip ahead a few days when he calls a store meeting with all the employees of my store and a therapist that he stays in. The therapist says it's a safe place, etc., and I can air my frustrations, fears, and whatnot about the whole thing. I took her up on that. DM gets pissed when I turn the attention to how I feel like he mishandled the situation. He goes cold to me, and the only thing I hear from him is a few weeks later when he tells me he brought someone in to manage the store and I would revert to being an Asm. I'm almost relieved by this because now I only have to speak to DM once a week, if that, on Asm phone calls with the district. A few weeks later, I get mono of all damn things and had been working with it for a week, so I passed out opening the door coming home one day. Doc says I should have been incapacitated for days already and I need a week off at the least from work. I call DM and tell him this. He calls my store manager and tells him to fire me. Store manager calls me and asks what's going on. I tell him and he asks, politely, trust me, has a good dude, if I have proof from a document. I say yes. He says, cool, if you want to fight it, I'll support you. I say fuck that, I'm done, I'm taking my sick days and quitting. He says take your sick days, then your vacation, and then I'll accept your resignation for the day after that, so you don't get faked over. I do. DM is still there. I thankfully use the money I got from said vacation days that I never took and sick days that I never took that had all added up and went off to make a movie and have been making acting my career in one way or another since. Still, fuck that guy. Black Friday 2007. Line out the door. Just myself, SGA at the time, and my SM for the first 30 minutes. We eyes were hot as sheets still, and Halo 3 was crazy popular and had just released a few weeks prior, so we knew we would be slammed. As we're ringing people up trying to reduce the line. A let me see your manager haircut sporting woman yells across the store, excuse me, where is such and such game at? I had come in a bit early with my manager, so I could help make sure the walls were all organized correctly, so that we didn't have to help find things too much while we awaited the next employee, whom did show up 15 minutes early and clocked in, but it wasn't soon enough for the story. excuse me, where is such and such game at? She had yelled, eyes bulging like her son had just lost his toddler t-ball tournament. My manager chimed in. Luckily, all the games we have in stock are represented in the shelf and in alphabetical order. It should be near the bottom shelf, thereby insert other game he could spot from across the room if we have it. The flames of hell shot out of her ears. She shot us a look that screamed back, my daughter didn't get to be line leader today. She managed to keep her composure though and yelled, I came in a few days ago and it was right here. It is what my children want for Christmas. My manager at the time, the retail god he was, simply turned back to her, matched her tone and volume, and stated, "We are a retail store, ma'am, and we do tend to sell things," all while continuing to ring up his customer. I swear to this day I could hear her jaw break the concrete foundation. She then stormed out, as if we had told her we weren't giving out participation trophies to all children that played soccer this year. I guess it's less of a horror story and a horror customer that turned fun memory to share at gatherings. There's two I can think of that I haven't seen already. I was also robbed, threatened, and physically assaulted, but those stories aren't any fun, so not gonna go through it here. Worked for Gamestop for 10 years. Was an ASM at several stores. One child and mom come into store. Kid walks over to one of the game walls, places hand at one end of row, and proceeds to push every game case off the row like some twisted plastic waterfall. I kindly but sternly ask him to stop, and he runs over and does it to another row. Mother says, "Oh, he's only 5 years old. He doesn't understand what he's doing is wrong." Several demolished displays later, I not so politely ask them to leave. She tells me she's gonna leave her devil spawn at the store while she goes to get her nails done next door at the little salon. I tell her I will absolutely call the police on her if she leaves her 5-year-old unattended. She yells at me, scoops up her brat, then I spend the next hour fixing the store. 2. The Wi launch year, Christmas. A mother comes in with her 6-7-ish-year-old daughter, demands a Wi. It's like 3 days before Christmas and they just don't exist at this point, so I apologize and let her know there's none in stock. She argues, yells, stamps her foot in a tantrum. It somehow fails to make a Wi materialize. Then turns to her daughter and says, "This lady ruined your Christmas. This lady doesn't want you to have a Wi because she doesn't like you." And the little girl looked so confused and asked why I didn't like her. Part of me wanted to hug the kid because you know that mom is a manipulative piece of shit. My time has come. I want to make it clear that I still work there and I honestly really like my job, but I do have a couple of relatively recent horror stories to share. So this happened like a month-ish ago. Me and my co-worker were having a semi-busy day and a lot of people were buying stuff. At one point, in the middle of the day, 2 older people and a child came up to the counter. I say older people because I have no idea what their relationship to the kid was, but my natural assumption was that they were his grandparents. They came up to the counter and asked us about a deal that we had going on, where if you bought a $60 Bucks currency card, you could get another one free via a code on the receipt. So they bought 2, got the 2 extras Bucks currency codes on the receipt, and went on their merry way. About a couple of hours later, I notice the man from that group come back in with one of the cards he bought. We now call him Bucks card guy. He tells me that he entered the code on the card several times into the store, and it didn't work. For about a good 15 minutes, I tried to frantically figure out what was going on, because I really didn't want him to leave with a broken code. I checked some stuff and just couldn't figure out anything I could do, so I figured, as with most Sparks card related problems, that it was probably an issue on Microsoft's end. The thing about code/cards is that they are completely non-refundable because of their digital nature, us having no way of knowing if it was used, and all sorts of other reasons, and beyond that, I'm pretty positive it's also illegal. Me and my co-worker offered him a few options. 1. That he could call Microsoft support with the phone number we had on hand. 2. That he could consult the website for support. Or 3. That he could come back in another day when our manager was working so that they might possibly be able to retroactively void the transaction and get him his money back. He was having none of that. He declined option 1 on account that he didn't have time to deal with calling Microsoft support, despite the fact that by this point he'd been yelling at us for like 20 minutes. Close bracket. He completely ignored me anytime I mentioned option 2 and didn't want to come back later and see a manager because he didn't want to make that long of a drive. Eventually, we got him to try calling Microsoft support. His claim was that it gave him a couple of prompts and then completely dismissed him, which I feel like wasn't the whole story. We ended up having to call our manager, who didn't really tell us anything we didn't already tell the customer. He kept getting progressively angrier and angrier until he eventually left out a frustration point. By that point, I was on the verge of a panic attack, and I think my coworker was starting to have a hard time too, on account that we both have social anxiety. While I didn't appreciate him getting angry at us, I felt horrible that he got a bad code and felt that he was justified in being angry, just not at us, since we don't control any aspect of the codes and can't really do anything if they screw up. What's worse is that allegedly, this happened to him before at another local Gamestop, so it makes sense that he was so angry, and I just felt terrible about not being able to do anything. My coworker was a lot angrier at the situation, primarily because he wasn't very nice to me, also because he was resistant to every solution we offered him, and in all honesty, was kind of generally unpleasant. The next customer I checked out saw a good portion of what happened and gave us a reassuring sometimes you just get people like that. But the story doesn't end there. About an hour after that, our store gets a phone call. I pick up the phone. It's Sparks Card Guy. He tells me that he tried the other 3 codes and that they all worked, but that he's coming down again and that he's not leaving until he gets his money back. I inform him once again that there's not really anything else we can do and that we cannot issue refunds for codes, and he just kept saying, well, that's not going to work. He tells me to call my manager and have him tell me what to do, and then hung up. That tipped me over the edge, and I ended up going into the back for like 5 minutes to go have a panic attack, which was probably the worst one I have had in a while, especially on account that it made me feel extremely nauseous, and that's never happened to me during a panic attack before. I still was very much not okay by the time I came out, but I wasn't about to leave my coworker to deal with him by herself. Sparks Card Guy came in absolutely fuming and promptly began yelling at me to give him his money back. To say that he was belligerent would be an understatement. I kept trying to be calm and tell him that I couldn't do that for the same reasons I had mentioned before. At one point I mentioned the whole "we don't know if you've used it" thing as a reason we are not supposed to do that, to which he got personally offended and said, "Do you really think I'd do that? Do you think I'd go through all that trouble for this?" By this time it was busier than before, and we had a lot more customers than before. My coworker was checking somebody out, but in the middle of that transaction, my coworker engaged with him after having enough of him yelling at me, telling him that we offered him several potential solutions which he refused, to which he responded, "You didn't offer me anything." Eventually, the customer my coworker was checking out chimed in too, after I mentioned for the 100th time that I couldn't legally refund him, and he wasn't having it. The customer said, "Sir, doing that for you could cost him his job. He can't do that." Sparks Card Guy responded with, "Stay out of this. This isn't your business." To which that customer responded, "Yes, it is my business's, because you're keeping me from being able to check out." Eventually the phone rang, and my coworker had to answer it. During that moment of calm, I quickly finished checking out that customer and silently thanked her. After that, it was back to arguing with Sparks Card Guy and him telling us over and over again that, well, that just isn't going to work, when we told him we couldn't refund him. Now what happened next during this very much sounds like r/Thathapand material, bordering on a similar degree of unbelievability to straight up saying then all the customers clapped, and I wouldn't believe it myself if I wasn't actually there, but I assure you, it did. The customers that were in the store while this was happening kept doing really subtle things to help us out. There was a customer who knocked some stuff over to discreetly get my coworker's attention and asked her some questions so that she didn't have to speak to the guy. One guy came up to the counter to ask me questions so that I didn't have to speak to him. One customer later asked my coworker for help to get her away from him. I know that sounds really dumb, but that did happen. Most of the other customers helped us out in some discreet way, and as far as me and my coworker could tell, they were completely unrelated parties. I have faith in humanity, but if I didn't, the fact that people were nice enough to do that would have restored it. Eventually, it got to the point where we had to call our manager again. Sparks Card Guy was not listening to a word we said, and despite the other customers helping us out, we were both panicking. He eventually asked for our manager's number. My coworker, not wanting to give this guy his number, but also not really knowing what else to do, called his number on our store phone, addressed our manager, when he picked up, and handed the phone to the customer. For any other GameStop or retail employees out there, yes, retroactively we know it was a terrible idea to give a belligerent customer our store phone, but I didn't know that was against policy, and I don't think my coworker knew of anything else to do, since neither of us had ever dealt with a customer this horrible before. I heard glimpses of things Box Card Guy responded to my manager with, like, well, I don't like how you run your business, and things like that. I don't know what my manager said to him, but it seemed to be enough to make him leave. After that, it was over. He finally left, and my coworker eventually went into the back to go have her panic attack. I was still shaking and felt pretty sick, but I was well enough to handle the other customers in the store. After that, we got a phone call from our boss, who yelled at us for giving the phone to a belligerent guest, which in all honesty, that was a stupid choice on our part, so we probably deserved that much. He ended up chewing out my coworker, since she was the high ranking of us too, but then he apologized to both of us later. He knew the situation was stressful, and I think he just got scared for us. I didn't take it personally, at least, especially since he kept apologizing to me about it over and over again. Apparently, Box Card Guy came in the next day and encountered my manager. I don't know what went down, but apparently he was issued a new code, after which point, my manager banned him from the store. After that happened, Box Card Guy left us a customer review. Apparently he actually gave us high scores on the multiple choice sections, and only went on about how horrible we apparently were in the comment portion of the survey. Unfortunately, GameStop higher ups saw it and reimbursed him or something like that, and it of course reflected badly on us, with them not knowing the full story. So that's the story of who is probably the worst customer I've ever had. Aka's Box Card Guy. My coworker and I still talk about it. That was an experience, for lack of a better word. As I'm here, I have a bunch of stories of crazy stuff, but there's one that probably sticks out the most. So I'm sitting at my house, probably 5 minutes away from the store, because it's my off day. All of a sudden, I get a call from my store and pick up. The guy who was working told me to get up at the store as soon as possible, and that he thought this guy who was there was gonna murder him. So I rush to my car, get in, and speed up to the store. My coworker is so scared that he doesn't let me off the line and sets the phone down while I drive up so I can hear if this crazy dude murders him. I come in and just start looking around like I'm a regular customer and begin to eavesdrop on the conversation him and this crazy guy are talking about. Well, first off, this guy had 3 or so Mountain Dew cans on a piece of twine around his neck. So, I'm just looking in the 360 section while this guy's talking, and one of the first things I hear him say is, "You know, Elvis ain't dead." I was at a bar and drinking, and I look to my right and I see Elvis, so I tell him, "Whoa, you're Elvis." He tells me that he's been alive this whole time, and that he knows me. He said, "You're Luke Skywalker." And I thought about it for a second, and I looked down, and I had a real lightsaber in my hand, and I was like, "You're right, I'm Luke Skywalker." It basically goes on like this for a while of him claiming to be Luke and having an honest to god lightsaber, not one of the toys or models, like legit laser able to cut through anything, until he eventually leaves the store. I go up to my coworker and ask him, "What the fuck?" And he proceeds to tell me that this guy came in and legit asked how much buying one of everything would be. He claimed he was about to have a bunch of money come through and he was gonna want every console and every game. He apparently was also super sketchy about everything. After he left, my coworker calmed down a good bit and I went home. One time I did actually see the guy walking down the street when I pulled up to the store after getting off for lunch. I made a beeline for the door. TLDR, crazy dude claimed Elvis wasn't alive. He was Luke Skywalker and wanted one of everything in the store. I was an SGA for 3 months at my local Gamestop. I had recently been hired, and the district manager came by to see how I treated customers. Came with a clipboard of things I needed to complete and everything. Okay, I thought, I can definitely handle this. I noticed that a man in a motorized wheelchair probably around 30, is coming up to the door. Wanting to impress the DM, I go over and open the door for this guy. That was my first mistake. As he wheels into the store, he is very obviously staring at my chest. I pretend not to notice, welcome him to the store, and hurry back to my safe space behind the counter. The DM frowns at me. Go and ask that customer if he needs help, she says. I hesitate a little, but go do as I'm told. I approach the man again and ask him if I could help him find a game. He asks me to recommend to him good zombie games, so I go ahead and rattle off some oldies, but goodies as well as new titles. The whole time, this creep is staring at my chest like it's Avengers Endgame on opening weekend. Doesn't even blink the whole time I'm in front of him. I try to gesture to some of the games on the wall, but he never moves his eyes away. Again, I ask him if he is interested in any game, and he finally turns his attention to the racks, not mine, thank God. When he's done getting his games, I go back to the counter and watch him wheel up to make his purchase. Great. Maybe my DM can see how much of a creep this dude is being, and will let me be distant, right? Wrong. As I get his games and ring up his transaction, he looks up at me and tells me he can't see very well, and can I please help him with a pimpad. I turn to my DM who motions for me to help him, so I go around and help him navigate the pimpad, all while painfully aware that he had leaned back go stare at my ass. As quickly as I could, I asked him to put his pin in and rushed back around the counter. I gave him his games and he moved toward the entrance. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he's gone. Well, aren't you going to go help him with the door? My DM apparently didn't care that this guy was being overly creepy. She wanted me to go and open the door, which I'm usually not against, but I can assure you no girl wants to just be visually undressed by a complete stranger. Not wanting to lose my job or start off on a bad fall with the DM, I go over and open the door. Same thing. He's staring at me, except he stops in the middle of the doorway and tells me I'm beautiful, and then asks me for a hug. I start to stutter a no, thank you when I hear my DM call out my name and shake her head in disapproval. I found myself trapped in a corner. I didn't want to be rude to this customer, but at the same time, I didn't feel comfortable around him. In the end, I gave the dude his hug. He tried everything to plant his face right into my boobs, but I managed to duck, so he could only faceplant my shoulder. It was quick, probably 3 seconds, but after he left, I rushed to the back room, where my manager was taking inventory, and broke down into tears. He'd seen the whole thing go down on the security cameras, and was there to comfort me, thankfully, but I felt so disgusted in my own skin afterwards. It sounds dramatic, but I couldn't feel clean for a few days after that, and I was scared to come to my next shift even point I didn't last very long there. I'm way late to this party. I was a GameStop employee in a not so great area for a couple of years during my late teens. Right around 06 to 10. First day on the job, and learning the ropes. Organizing and placing PS2 cases on the wall. I go to kneel down to place stuff on a low shelf and my right pant leg must have caught on my heel, because it pulled and ripped my pant leg from crotch to ankle. I had to have one of my parents bring me a pair of pants, while I hid in embarrassment in the back. Cockroaches, and in one case a lizard, in systems being traded in all the time. Once I was screamed at for a good 10 minutes by a man who insisted that Halo 2 existed on WinXP. The box said Vista exclusive, and I tried to politely tell him that I cannot guarantee that it'll work and I don't believe that it is supported yet. On that point we had people break into our store during the night by cutting through the roof over our stockroom and stealing a ton of merchandise. Eventually the people were caught because one of them cut their arm on a metal bit of the ceiling and the police were actually able to do something with that. PSPs were everyone's portable Bourne machines. Why do people need Bourne as their game system wallpaper? I got pretty good at wiping PSP memory without needing to see the screen. 1 week after handing in my 2 weeks notice I was robbed at gunpoint while trying to close the store. Guy was really reckless with his weapon, waving it all over with his finger on the trigger the whole time. I was way less worried that he was planning to shoot one of us on purpose. I was as him with one guy there at the time, but more worried he'd shoot someone on accident. He guided me behind the counter where we emptied out the cash drawers. There was only $100 combined because we'd been slow and I'd already done the drop to the safe under the counter. He tells me to open the safe and I comply, telling him that the safe will take minimum 10 minutes before it'll let me open it. Just how it works, and there's nothing I can do. He tells me not to bother and then tells me we need to go to the back room. Everyone goes to the back where he has us load up 3 PS3s into bags that he can carry out. PS3 boxes at the time, a huge and heavier sheet. He wants to leave now. He produces a really short length of crappy red rope and tells me to tie up Gap and then to tie myself up before he leaves. I comply by telling him I can do that, but if I'm not at the back door to unlock and then relock the door, that the alarm will sound. This is true. Alarm would have gone off. Guy tells me never mind, and I don't have to tie anyone up. Guy grabs his bags full of PS3 and heads out the back door, where I'll let him out without the alarm sounding. All is fine and no one is hurt, even though dude was swinging his gun around his waist at our legs and feet the whole time. We both share a sigh of relief and an audible holy shit between the two of us, and go back to the front to call police. They show up and take reports and get a description of the guy. After that, it was maybe midnight. I hurried out and met some friends at Steak and Shake. I told the story and let everything sink in over fries and cheeseburgers. The next day I didn't come into work at all. Manager was actually pretty cool about that and came in assuming he'd have to cover for me. That was my craziest GameStop story. Bonus, maybe 30% of the consoles we were traded had Bond DVDs in the disc tray that had to be handed back to the customer. I'm a current employee and this happened probably my first month working at this GameStop. One night an old Hispanic man comes in and starts speaking to me. Now I'm a little white girl, so naturally I turn to my manager with a small nervous chuckle and look at him like help, and he does just that. Asks him basic customer service questions and the man begins talking quite quickly but with a lot of confidence, so there was no indication that anything was out of the ordinary. He looks at me every so often and says things in broken English like elf and author and words like that, as well as asking if I'm over 18. I am. He tells me how much I look like an elf and that he's an author writing a fantasy story, again, in very broken English, so that's the gist of it, and my manager begins looking very on edge and pissed, but keeps his cool. I'm just standing there smiling and nodding, not knowing what the hell is going on. He then asks if I'd still be working there in December, to which I replied I hope so, not thinking anything of it. That is until he leaves, wishes us a good night, and my manager explains what was happening. He's supposedly an author, as said before, and believes I'd make a good model for his photo shoot regarding the book coming out in December. He told my manager that he'd like my phone number so I could go meet up with him and model the clothes provided for me. Long story short, it was born. Dude had to be a sex trafficker, and me being a 5'3" and very petite girl who doesn't speak a lick of Spanish was very grateful that my big manager was there, or who knows how, that world vended. TLDR. First month working there, and I was approached by a sex trafficker posing as an author who thought I was a perfect elf model for his book. Here's something I posted to r/GameStop a while back. I used to work at a store that stayed open relatively late, and that's when the most interesting guests would come in. One night, I was working the greeter position when a woman came in. She was heavy-set, and it was quite clear that she wasn't wearing anything under her thin, skin-tight tank top. Only after she walked past me did I notice the horrid stench of stale beer, and sickly sweet perfume. Needless to say, she was a little rough around the edges. She was also carrying a large cloth shopping bag, and being that we were a very high shrink location, I knew that I unfortunately needed to keep an eye on her. After a couple of minutes, my SL called me over to ask me something. He also mentioned to keep an eye on the woman from earlier. I turned around to check on her, just as she bended over to look at the bottom shelf. She was also wearing a very short skirt, and no amount of time on r/eye bleach will scrub what I saw from my memory. I went back to my post and continued greeting. She eventually made her way to the clearance table and picked up an item. She looked at it for a while, then started looking around at the ceiling for cameras. She noticed me watching her and immediately walked over to me. "Could you put this on hold, Mimi?" I'm going to buy it next week. She puts a pack of Suicide Squad panties in my hands. Sure, no problem, I say, fully intending to burn it or just return it to the clearance table after she left. Then the gates of crazy opened up. I was gonna buy those to impress my boyfriend, but he won't get to enjoy them now. He's been in jail for about a week now cause he beat the shit of me. I was a little worried at first because I was gonna be his baby mama, but it's alright cause I'm gonna get an abortion anyway. At this point, she lifted up her shirt to reveal her very pregnant and very bruised stomach. I'm pretty sure my brain short-circuited at this point, and before I could get a word in, she said, "I'm not worried about anything though cause I'ma get me a new boyfriend to pay for everything, and he'll be way cuter, too." She then grabbed my hand with her damp, clammy mitts and caressed it. "I'm Michelle, by the way. See you next week." As she left, she batted her eyes and flipped her hair. I promptly left to boil my hands and brain in sanitizer. The entire exchange lasted only a few moments, but it seared into my memory forever. My coworkers didn't believe me until we checked the DVR point. In case you were wondering, she never came back. Woman sends in her kid to return a game. Where I live, we required photo ID, receipt, and original card used for purchase, I believe to deter fraudulent returns. My coworker was handling it, told the kid sorry, but your mom, or whoever is going to have to come, do the return for these reasons. He leaves 15-20 minutes later. This woman comes stomping in, cuts to the front of my line and immediately starts staring into me. First I ask her to go to the back of the line and wait her turn. My regular customers at that store were always amazing, and they just kind of motioned to me to handle it so she can leave. I calmly ask to see her receipt and tell her I'll need photo ID and the card that was used to pay for it in order to do the return. She hands over the receipt and starts making a fuss about the ID and card. While she's yelling at me, I look over the receipt and notice that this game was purchased 8 months ago. It was still wrapped, and I definitely could have returned it as my manager was good about stuff like that. But the minute someone is rude for no reason and expects me to violate policy to help them out, no. I interrupt her tangent and point at the date on the receipt. I tell her our company policy is to only accept returns for 30 days after date of purchase. She refuses to listen. I point to the spot on the receipt that states we only take returns 30 days after purchase. She gets increasingly more angry and aggressive. She threatens to report me to Consumer Brands and keeps repeating that she wants me to write down on paper why I won't do the return. I tell her she is welcome to snap a picture of our company returns policy, which was displayed on the countertop. This goes on back and forth for about another 3 minutes of her just repeating she wants me to write in my own words why I won't do the return. Eventually I ask her to please leave because I have other customers in line waiting to be helped, and suggest she try returning the game at our other location and see what they say. My city has only 2 locations. She eventually leaves, spitting threats of reporting me and getting me fired. As soon as I took care of the rest of my customers, I called over to the other store to tell them what happened and warn them she might be coming to try to do the return there. Not sure if she ever did, but they assured me they would not do the return if she came in while they were there and showed any signs of rudeness. There's a lesson here, people. Customer service people will bend over backwards to help out a polite customer. The minute you are rude to them, they could give a fuck about actually helping you. Late to the game, but I couldn't pass up the chance to vent about my several years as an ASM. I could write a book with my horror stories. Here are a few gems. Had a regular who would call almost daily and referred to himself as your creepy stalker. Yes, seriously. Always talked about his Amiibo collection comprised solely of female characters and how he was pathetic for being a 40-year-old man living in his mom's basement. Couple comes in with their young kids, maybe 2 and 4. Both parents look like they are on drugs and mom drops on the floor having a seizure. I call 911 and take the kids to the other side of the store so they don't have to see this, and the dad starts screaming at them to come back so they can watch their mom faking seize. They refuse to go to the hospital after Many instances of sexual harassment that I was too stupid to report, including a middle-aged man who made comments about how I'd look in a schoolgirl uniform, a crusty old man who wore a ton of gold chains and a shirt unbuttoned to the navel. He came in once in a while and kept inviting me over to meet his snakes. Came in to buy super cheap DS games for himself and nothing else. He made a remark about how the number 28 haunts him everywhere. Then he grabbed a handful of random DS games out of the counter display. When I rang up the total, it came to $5.28. Weird as fuck. A regular tried to ask me out in the same conversation that he told me he had scabies and sold Adderall because he didn't have a job. I pretended I sold my sparks so he'd stop asking for my gamma. Management came in. I forget who it was exactly, but I think it was a region manager and the regional's boss. Both were absolute dicks. The RM criticized us for the store being dirty because there was some dirt underneath stands/displays. Most of it is foggy now, but basically they were waiting for me and my manager to grovel and beg for our jobs while they told us to our faces that we were replaceable. I immediately started looking for a new job after they walked out. DM ripped me a new one at like 10 to 11 PM on an NBA midnight release night because we hadn't signed anyone up for the Gamestop credit card the day it launched. I ended up crying in the back room point after a very long shift on Christmas Eve. When we were all tired and wanted to go home, one of my guys randomly started shit about how he didn't believe in gay rights. To me, a bisexual didn't have a car, was told I had to work midnight releases, and never got comped to faking dime for the cab rides home. Strip mall had a power outage the same day as a new release for like 2 decently popular games. I was told I had to open anyway. So there I am, alone in the store with no active alarms or cameras or computers, trying to man a new release morning with no waitering sales. Fun sheet. I think it was my second holiday season working at GS. Black Friday. We've got a line wrapping around the store and going out the door. We've got boxes of trades everywhere. Half the walls are empty because no one has time to put stuff away. It's total chaos. Then this lady comes in. No idea how I didn't see her long before, but she strolls up to the register with, I shit you not, a 4-foot tall box filled with games, consoles, and accessories which she is trading in. I still remember the massive death glare everyone in line was giving her. Midnight release for something fell on the same day as the release of some big titty JRPG. Classic neck, but comes in at like 7 PM to camp out for the JRPG release. Talking about the cat girl anime sheet he got vinyl pressed on his messenger bag and asking everyone to listen to his wiki impression server so often I'd get some very excited middle-aged folks who'd come in and ask a bunch of questions about consoles, Skylanders, whatever. After answering 20 minutes or so, they'd commend me for my good sales abilities and offer to recruit me for their job, which always sounded like MLM bullshit. The fakers never bought anything either. The endless number of stupid people who tried to tell me their factory sealed Xbox 360 game was defective and came out of the box with laser burn. A regular who came in at least once a week to return a copy of Madden just to buy another copy of Madden for his PS2, eventually PS3, never returned them with the box, just the discs. Refused to buy it without the original cover art. He would literally ask to look at every single copy of every goddamn Madden 08 we had in the store to make sure he was getting the best one. Sports games always go out of fashion. As soon as the next year rolls in, they devalue fast and sit bricked on the stockroom shelves forever because no sane person wants them. We learned to do the classic retail move of pretend to check out back for more, ignore the 100 plus copies of Madden 08 on the shelf, and tell that dude we only had 2 copies in stock. Our stockroom-matic Acura field day for OSHA. It was basically just an opening that someone made in the ceiling tiles that led to a gap over our bathroom where we stored stuff we didn't sell often. There was no support, no lighting, and no way up, but a 6-foot stepladder that couldn't stand up, right because of how cramped our backroom was. Half the time, if a customer wanted something that was up there, like a Kabbalah rifle, I lied and said our inventory was off. Not worth risking a broken neck. PS3 traded in with hundreds of pics of the softest of softcore born. Not a nightmare, just gave us a good laugh. Our gamers, you're la dirty. Wash your damn hands. I have cleaned out mountains of filth from the crevices of controllers and handhelds, so they look presentable for sale. Memories will be buried, but whatever. I worked at one in a mall. Worst job ever. Our numbers, pretty much how many subscription cards and game reserves we got, was a ratio based of foot traffic. In a mall, you know, where people with literally zero interest in buying what you're selling walk into the store. Point babysitting for parents. Mothers and fathers would literally drop their kids off at Gamestop to play the demo machines while they shopped. One day a fight broke out between kid, had to call mall security. Was pretty awesome. I'll still never forget Dave, the mall security guard, telling the mother of one of the kids she was a shit parent for leaving her kid unsupervised. She turned to the store, was right next to the security desk, pointed at me who was standing in the doorway watching the scene. Said, "What about him?" He said, "Ma'am, it's not even remotely his job." Superhero. Point. I had an ongoing battle with the small wandering packs of inner city kids that had one kid in the center of their pack playing a shitty recording of a live rap show off an old 90s cell phone. Seriously, this happened at least once every shift. Point. Had a manager that was being investigated for long-term theft. Like, pretty much they transferred him to our store. The idea was, if sheet started going missing from our store, suddenly they would con him. Problem is, they let all the other managers and assistant managers know, who proceeded to tell the whole store about it. Lead to a awkward few weeks. Then they fired him. Point. Unrelated to Gamestop, but while working there saw a security guard body slam a 200-pound woman into the glass window in front of our store. Dave again. Dude was a legend. Point. Near the end of my time there I was really bitter about the walls. It was like my main job to keep the walls in alphabetical order. I would literally follow around kids I knew were not buying anything. Wait for them to put something in the wrong place, instantly pick it up and put it where it goes. Oh, this leads me to another story. So one day I'm doing what I mentioned above, following this lady around waiting for her to fuck my walls up. I see her legit hide a game case behind another one. I didn't instantly grab it, waited for her to wall away, then moved it. She sees me and starts yelling at me about how she wants that game and is hiding it, so we do sell out. I tried to explain to her that the case was empty. We have all the games behind the counter and a digital stock of the games. If someone asks me, "Do you have X game?" I'll look it up on the computer. If we have it, I try and locate the case for it. If I can't find the case, I'll sell the game anyway, assuming they are okay with it. She wigged out, trying to tell me that's not how you do business. Point. I could think of more, but yeah. Only good thing about that job was taking games home for free. This goes back to the 90s, before Gamestop, when they were fun. Land. I was an assistant manager closing up one night, and about 5 minutes before close we got a phone call asking us if we sold the Sega Genesis consoles. I told them we did, and the guy cheerily said thanks and hung up. About 40 minutes later we were wrapping up closing procedures and were getting ready to walk out when a dude and his two kids tried to open the door, rattled it after finding it locked, and immediately started to bang on the glass. I walked up and apologized through the glass and told him we are closed. He started screaming at me through the glass about how I said we had the Sega and I should have told him they were closed. He was red in the face, ranting about how I ruined his kid's birthday. I apologized again and told him we had plenty in stock and they'd be here tomorrow if he came back, but we were closed and the tills were shut down. There was no way to sell him one, even if I wanted to be nice and let him in. Point. He went back to his truck in the mostly empty parking lot of the plaza, giving me the finger the whole way. And then he sat there. He finally left after about 10 minutes or so, we thought. I walked out with the two employees closing with me, and when I got about halfway to my car he came barreling through the parking lot from the far side of the plaza straight at me. He swerved as he got close, and I froze in the middle of the parking lot. There was little more than a foot between me and his truck as he drove past me. I seriously thought he was gonna try to kill me over a Sega. Point. I was 18 at the time and that was my first psychotic customer, but definitely not my last. Former manager here. I've got a couple to share. Point. You get used to a lot of things after a while. We had a regular that would come and buy every game for every system. She was old, alone, and obviously wasn't taking care of herself. Even other customers would complain about the smell when she was in. Last time I saw her, she had a skid mark down the outside of her sweatpants. I didn't have the heart to tell her. I would send a lackey out to get an air freshener after she left. We dubbed a particular customer troll lady because, well, picture a taller, drunken, female, Danny DeVito, with some kind of mental handicap, where she didn't have any concept of the world happening around her. She was mostly nice, but would not hesitate to just walk in front of customers, or cut into your conversation. One time her sister, and her mom all came in at once, and it was a shit show. I believe the sister was actually their caretaker, but it was obvious she was overwhelmed. I've been yelled at so many times it doesn't faze me anymore. I can't even think of a particular story for that one point. I think the truly horrible stories are the ones, like I listed above. The ones you look back and see a failed system not giving help to the people who need it. It was funny at times in my earlier years, but now, not so much. Point true devastation. I won a Street Fighter tournament at my local GS, and they gave the prize to the #2 guy, because I was a manager. I lost my second round. Came back playing single elimination until the very last round, and it had a whole arcade pad and everything. Not really a horror story, but I worked at Software Etc. before Gamestop took them over, during the late PS1 Dreamcast/N64/PS2/GamerCube era. Point around this time, the store I worked in was struggling. This was around the time when reservations meant something, because the amount of games your store was provided and systems were based on how many reservations you would get. Typically, per week, your average employee might get 10 reservations and maybe a total 50 for the whole store. What sucked is that, because of these numbers, this often meant our store got small amounts of games, which was both bad for sales and overall employee morale, since it would mean when hot stuff would come out we would never have many copies. In comes me. I'm not really sure what I did per se, but my boss at the time was a woman not familiar with games at all, and I was, and she basically posted a $20 gift certificate as a bounty to whoever got the highest reservations for the week. My first week I got 80-ish reservations. I was very motivated. Keep in mind I was going to school, and I was only working like 3 to 4 days a week at most. I was not even a full-time employee. Point at first, everyone was like, wow, how did you do that? They thought my numbers were not real. My secret was I just spoke to people, talked games with them, and just asked if they wanted to reserve, letting them know that our store got small quantities and those reservations helped us get games. Over time I got to know people by name and what games they liked. People who loved RPGs especially loved me. That's it. I made sure just to always ask once, friendly, and that was it. Point the second week or so I would get like 100 plus reservations, and after a month or two, I would easily get like 150 plus reservations. I remember when the PS2 came out, I was responsibility for 80% of all reservations, because I was familiar with the system, and could hype it up to customers, and was the only employee who just would consistently ask if they wanted to reserve it. Sadly, I recall we still only got like 24 systems at launch, but we did eventually fill them after a while. After about 3 months of this, somehow, everyone in the store would get mad because they were unable to come close to my numbers. Anytime my boss would post some sort of bounty or award, I would easily win it. So she started allowing the other employees to pool their reservations and split the prizes, which, even then, I would still win. Point around this time, upper management would take notice and visit our store, and I noticed almost every single time they came, my boss would not credit me, and instead would credit the idea that she was giving our bounties to motivate us. She would remove the high scoreboard we would have when they would come, so not to see my name with so many tallies compared to the rest of the staff. It turned out that I increased reservations so much that she got a large bonus that year and didn't tell anyone. Point they later took the idea later the next year for the GamerCube release and basically offered a free GamerCube to the best employee at making reservations. My boss decided to act like she was the one giving away the GamerCube and also allowed the entire staff to pool their reservations against me. Point ultimately, because I only worked 3 to 4 days, the entire staff was able to beat me on this occasion and basically taunted me for over a week about how I wasn't good enough to win this GamerCube, which at the time hit me pretty hard, since I was going to school and most of them were older full-time employees. When I complained to my boss about it, she just basically said tough luck, better luck next time. I ended up contacting corporate about the whole thing, which is where I learned that they were the ones giving away the Gamma Cube and some other things. I ended up asking to be transferred to a Funko Land that sold used retro games, and eventually quit. I found out from a few employees later that their reservation numbers tanked right after leaving, and the woman got fired a year later. About 2 years later, they closed that particular store. That shit pisses me off to this day though. Bit late to the party and I've told this story on Reddit before, but I once had a lady throw a minor fit because I wouldn't spot her kid a quarter to buy his Game. Nice enough kid, about 10 years old or so. I'm bad at ages, but he was definitely still kid. He'd been in and out a few times picking one and running to her to get price approval. We were in a mall and she was not in the store with him at any point through this process, and he eventually decides on a used game that's like $20, but he's a Power Up member, so it winds up coming to like $20.18 or something. I don't remember exactly, but it was bigger than a dime and less than a quarter over $20. We tell him, he goes to run out to her to get the money, comes back with a $20 even. We tell him he's short a bit of change, he's slightly confused by how much more he needs, so we tell him to get another quarter. He goes to do so, and comes back with his mom. Now she's kinda pissy from the start, but she said he could get the game, so she gets out the quarter. Goes through the whole transaction, before starting and asking us why we didn't just give him a quarter. I'm the MOD at the time, so I calmly explain that our registers are counted to the penny and we as employees can't just give out change, even if it's a small amount. You know, if we did it for you, we'd have to do it for everyone, and then we'd be $50 short at the end of the day and get fired. But more politely, she then turns and tells me that, because he's just a kid, I should've given it to him. No, not out of the register, out of my own pocket. I kind of stare at her for a second and then, still calm, but I will admit I probably sounded incredulous and maybe even snarky, because my default reaction to stuff like that is to get a little what in my tone, tell her that I just don't carry money at work and have no personal change to give her kid. She takes offense at this, or possibly my tone. It's unclear, and responds by handing back the game, which for the record the transaction is complete, and she has paid for the game entirely, and it is hers now, and demands a refund. So I shrug and start the process. This requires taking her name and address, which she gives me trouble about. I explained it was required for a cash refund, and I couldn't bypass it. Now, I may have milked it a little. I'd gone into my "this customer is ridiculous" state, which was basically such over the top niceness that it's probably condescending, because I'm from the south and we've hit "oh bless your heart" territory. She eventually gives me obviously fake information, like 1234 Main Street, obviously fake, but I take it because I'm not actively attempting to antagonize at this point. I'm just not going to give her the concession of using my address for her refund or something. She ended this all by telling her obviously disappointed kid who she'd just taken the game from that they'd go to the store down the road and buy it, in a tone that made it clear that was supposed to be a verbal slap in the face for me, and I managed to wait until she left the store before laughing. See, I was not usually the MOD at this store, I actually was just subbing in. My home store was the store down the road, which was not in a mall but a strip, and tended to do slightly lower numbers in consequence. Not that a $20 transaction would make that much difference, but if we are talking sales numbers, what mattered at the time was my home stores, which she was going to. Not that where she bought her game made any difference to me anyway, but the idea that she thought threatening to go to another store in the same chain would matter to me was weirdly hilarious, and the fact that the store she'd picked was the one I actually worked at, whose numbers actually counted for my performance, was just sorta icing on the cake. Nearly a decade there before I escaped. Here are some of the highlights/lowlights. A slow Sunday at a strip store. A parent and their young child, maybe 8ish or so. I honestly am terrible at gauging ages for young kids. Anyway, the parent is looking at what was probably the PS2 wall at the time, while the child was near the cash wrap area, just under the Gamestop TV. My SGA had been talking with the customer while I was processing a trade from earlier, and just as my SGA comes back to look something up on the computer. The kid squats a little, clenches his fists and starts screaming. Not a pretend scream, no, this is full blown top of his lungs. Parent isn't fazed at all by this. After a few seconds of baby Goku going Super Saiyan, he lets out the loudest fetch I've ever heard, stops screaming and walks a few feet away to look at another section of games. My SGA and I were speechless for about 15 seconds before we couldn't help but start laughing. Same strip store, a Sunday in July. I remember it that vividly. I arrived at the store an hour and a half prior to opening to complete some tasks when there's a knock at the door. I was near the front, so I walked over to the door to have some random college guy ask if we were open. Yet after he pulled on the locked door and saw the giant metal gate on the other side of said door, I told him no, we open in an hour at 11. He said he needed to exchange his copy of NCAA football, but he didn't have his receipt, but that he did reserve it at the store as he's showing me the case clear as day. This is important later. I tell him it won't be a problem, I can find where he reserved it and swap it out, but I can't do anything until we open in an hour. He walks away, no big deal. I finish what I was doing, get things ready to open, and my SGA, different from the prior story, comes in a little before open, and he has to tell the guy we'll be open in about 15 minutes. We unlock the door and a family walks in, but the guy doesn't come back for another 5 to 10 minutes. Weird, but whatever, it's a college town. My SGA is helping the family from earlier, and he walks up to me. I pull up his info, find where he did get it at our store, grab a copy to swap out, and put my hand out for his copy. This is where things went so wrong. I clasp my hand around the spine of the case and immediately know something isn't right. My hand squished on something. Ah, look, it's brown. At this point my mind is playing catch up, and I'm just hoping it's mud. So I do a sniff test. Nope, it's fecal in nature. My hand is in the poo. I look at the guy and he absently says, "Oh, I must have dropped it, my bad." It gets tossed into a bag. The other copy is already in another bag. Receipt prints and I just hand it to him. Not a word exchanged. Walk wordlessly into the back room, scrub my hands down, grab the cleaning supplies, and go back up and disinfect the entire counter. My SGA looks at me in confusion, so I tell him what happened. He nearly gagged on the spot. We noted this guy's account, informed my manager at the time, and when this guy came in to pick up Madden he was handed his $5 and told never to come back. Oh, and a week after the incident I came into the back room to find a note on our message board with a $5 bill beside it, and the note said, "Kamikaze, here's the deposit you'll need for Call of Duty." My coworkers were hilarious. Clearly I had an older guy get super mad at me because I wouldn't return his movie he just knows he bought at my store. It was born in a brown paper bag, and I had to direct him to the store that was 3 miles down the road that deals in that particular industry. He then said, "Oh yeah, I did stop there last week," and leaves last one. Different strip store. This one was by an eye doctor / eye mart combo, and I had so many people who came in wanting to buy glasses or get theirs repaired, make it all the way to the counter and tell me their needs only for me to explain where they were and that they needed to go next door. They'd usually look around, laugh, and thank me for humoring them as they left to go get their obviously very needed glasses. Not an employee, but saw this in Gamestop about 9 or 10 years ago, if I remember. Maybe this is unethical. Guy in front of me is bringing a bunch of games to trade in. Almost all of them are in their original ceiling. Games from all systems. Kids games to bestseller action games. The employee pulls up his account and sees that his account has over $1,500 trading credit and was blown away. Starts dragging other employees over to see for themselves. Guy buys one Nintendo Wii game with credit, then leaves. Anyway, I hear the guy say his name when confirming his identity, or whatever, and it sort of sounded familiar, so I couldn't put my finger on it. Well, I asked him as he was turning to go why he seemed familiar to me, and apparently he was the local newspaper's film critic and video game critic as well. Our paper is a town of 1.2 million people, so decent size audience still buying. He does online reviews on the paper's website as well. He told me video game companies send him tons of video games to review as they are a major paper. He only reviews the hyped games. He gets them in the mail almost daily. He reviews maybe 3 or 4 games a month, but he mainly is a movie critic. He takes all the other games they send to him for free and sells them to Gamestop for trading credit lol. He never solicits for games, they just auto send them to his paper. He told me he doesn't even like video games, but the paper requires him to review them, so he does for his job. He bought Wii games for his kids and everyone in his home had a DS lol. The Gamestop employees were mesmerized by it. I thought it was a bit unethical, but kind of hilarious. I honestly have no idea if he does that anymore. It was a long time ago. Oh, and he told me he only brings in the games on their release date or after, so there is that. I was at GameStop from 2012 to 2014. I have a horror story and an uplifting story. First horror, I was in my second year at GS and was helping out another employee check out customers. My manager, awesome dude, asked me to cover for him while he grabbed some food before we had to take stock that night. Side note, taking stock/inventory was an overpass thing. We'd usually have other managers come in from around the district to help because it was so time consuming. So anyway, he steps out and my coworker starts explaining the program to this lady and how if she trades the games in that she brought in, the $15 membership would basically be free because of the promo we were running. She agrees and checks out. Not 5 minutes later, this lady comes in like a bat out of hell screaming at my coworker that she lied and screwed her out of money, even though my coworker clearly stated everything and showed her on the receipt. So I come over and ask what's happening and she starts cussing at us. I'm about 2 seconds from probably losing my job with a not so PC reaction when my manager walks in and is able to smooth things over with the lady and sends her on her way. Rude. Now an uplifting story. This young boy, maybe 8 to 9, and his dad come up to the register and hand me a game. The boy's very excited and tells me he's buying his first game with money he earned. So I smile and then he pulls out a baggie full of change. The dad looks horrified and goes, "I thought mommy gave you dollars for your coins." The little boy just frowned and went, "No, then I wouldn't be using my money." I can't help but chuckle at this point. So I look at the dad and give him a little smile and nod. I ask the boy if I can take his coins and count them. So I take a few minutes to count the coins and he ends up being a few dollars short. I tell him he needs a few more dollars and he says, "I only have 3/4 left," and puts them on the counter. Dad looks at me, still horrified that he's taken this much of my time and still doesn't have enough money. So I told him he's doing a great job and to keep working, throw a discount on the game so he has enough, and sent them on their way. The dad came back in and gave me his card. He was a luxury car driver and told me to give him a call if I ever needed a lift somewhere. TLDR, lady didn't understand program and was rude to everyone. Kids who work hard should get rewarded. I've been an employee for almost a year and I don't have anything too crazy, but this one that happened recently tops my previous experiences with customers. Guy comes in, buys a $20 Nintendo eShop gift card and a 12-month Nintendo online subscription. I check him out. He leaves with a smile on his face. About 45 minutes later, he comes back saying that the back of the Nintendo Online card was already scratched off and that his son tried to scratch it off more and now they couldn't read the numbers. Because I have to turn the cards over to the back to scan the barcode for purchasing, I'm very certain that it had not been previously scratched off. I tell him to grab another one. He does, brings it to me. I ring him up and tell him the total. At this point, he pushes the receipt at me across the counter and I tell him he has to pay for the new one and that we don't do exchanges on poster cards. What I believe happened is that he let his kid scratch it off and the kid scratched too hard and scratched the numbers off. He gets frustrated that I essentially won't break company policy for him and asks for a number to call. He gets on the phone and steps outside, then comes back in and says he wants to leave a message for the general manager. I tell him that I'll relay the message to her and he insists again that he wants to leave a message. Again, I say that I'll make sure she hears it and he says to me, "No, I want to write it down." I hand him some blank receipt paper, because that's all my frantic mind could grab onto at this point, and about halfway through his message he asks for an envelope. I hand him one of those orange DLC envelopes, and then he asks for tape. He really must not want me to see this. He finishes, thoroughly tapes up his envelope and leaves. After explaining everything to my boss, I get the okay to open it, and of course it starts with "I have shopped here countless times." Like that entitles you to get an employee to risk their job, because your dumb kid was too rough on the card, and scratched the numbers off point anyway. That's my story. I was nervous and frustrated while it was happening, and afterwards it made me laugh, because of how ridiculous this guy was being. Not an employee, but I was in the store when that happened. I was looking over some games, and didn't quite get the start of the conversation, but I looked up, a voice got raised. I remember hearing something like, "Don't they like brief you on this sheet?" When I went to look what the drama was, I saw this dude, and boy did he check all the stereotypes of sweaty gamer dude. He even got the beard and all, and his face was like lobster red. He was so darn worked up and just screamed at the girl at the counter. Like, how dare she work here if she doesn't know anything about the games, and she is clearly only here to be a fake gamer girl and trap the poor guys coming here, and it's hurting real gamers that she poses as an expert if she can't even answer some simple basic questions. He ranted some more, but I can't remember most of it at this point. It was all wild and weird, to be honest. Points to the girl. She stayed pretty cool and just told the guy to either buy something or leave, and he just left the shop with the words that he will return to test her again, and she better have her facts straight by that, because he won't buy anything in a shop with incompetent personnel. There were maybe 3 other people besides me in the shop, and everybody just looked kinda bewildered. Because I'm a noisy human being and always love me some drama, I actually asked her when I bought my stuff what this was all about. She told me the guy comes here every week or so and tries to talk to the personnel about some obscure games and gaming issues, and gets super offended when people either don't show interest in talking to him or don't know what he is talking about. She had that kinda dead-eyed look that spoke of multiple run-ins with the guy. I really pitied her. The story does have a happy ending. When I came back to the store like a month later, they had a picture of that dude up on one of their wall. Apparently he got banned from the store. I sadly didn't got the story how that happened. The girl that talked about him to me in the first place apparently quit her job, but it still feels nice knowing that a bit of karma came back to bite him. Oh man, this is so much fun to read. I used to work GameStation in the UK up until they closed down and merged with GamePoint. A few standout moments for me: drugs hidden in a used fat PS2 in the network slot. Customer bought it for his young son. Unit had been tested, but opening the network expansion slot wasn't mandatory until that point. Customer came back in, asked for the manager, who promptly swapped it for a brand new one and some extra games. We had Bond DVDs hidden in a copy of GTA 4, like behind the paper insert of the cover. So open the box and you don't see anything. That was a fun day. And other customer wanted to return an AV cable with no proof of purchase, nor did any staff remember serving him. He got incredibly irate and tried to jump over the counter to hit the deputy manager, ruining a kid's Christmas because the parents bought a used DS for their kid for Christmas and it developed a fault after they left the store. They spoke as if the staff personally smashed the DS. Damage on hinge evident, wasn't there at sale. Towards the end we had used PS2 games live on the shop floor as we just had nowhere to store 15,000 copies of FIFA 2003. Someone casually walked in with a duffel bag and cleared an entire shelf of PS2 and ran out. It worked out to be about £10 worth of stock at cost. Not paying for XBL for over a year because of the 1-month trials in GTA 4 being traded back in. However, I also met some lifelong friends in that place from both sides of the counter. To this day I would still love to work another day in that shop, just not giving a toss, being hungover as most of us were at some point. It was great. Not Gamestop, but managed a retro video game store that dealt with consoles of all gens. Had a dude trade in his Gen 1 PS3, since we offered more than Gamestop would. We have a TV with every console hookup imaginable to test out the systems. The system worked perfectly, and the exterior of the unit was in excellent condition. These were sought after since they had backwards compatibility that allowed them to play older gen games. It was the last transaction of the night, so me and my coworker left it formatting overnight to deal with it the next day. The next day me and my friend opened up shop. He sees the PS3 from the night before and takes it to the back room to confirm the warranty sticker is still intact and to replace it with our own. It's been 2 minutes since he took it to the back and I heard one of the loudest screams I have ever heard. I go to the back and my friend has a bottle of chemical cleaner and is dousing the PS3 with it, but it was too late. The partially opened console looked like it was melting. I guess the combination of the cleaner and countless German cockroaches had that effect. Luckily my coworker was wearing gloves and dumped the console in the small trash can we kept in the back. After tying it up, he ran into the back alley dumpster to toss it and smoked half a pack of cigarettes right then and there. I was tasked with cleaning the aftermath. We had to close down shop for a week to get it fumigated. Apparently, there is no other way to deal with an infestation of German cockroaches than to nuke the entire store. After reopening, we adopted a policy of opening the consoles on a table right outside our store before accepting trade-ins. Oh come on. I'm late to the party, but here we go. I worked at Gamestop when the Ebb Games merger happened. We opened a brand new store and they hired 20 of us. Our first day of work after training, all of us were scheduled. A trailer was dropped off in front of the building full of all the stuff that was going into the store. We had 1 week to set it up. All but maybe 6 people quit after day 1 of unloading this truck and getting product into the store, so the 6 of us had to bust our ass to get it done. When we got the entire store set up, a manager came by the store and fired all but 2 of us, me and a very pretty girl, and brought on 3 new guys, one the manager and the other 2 assistant manager. 3 days in of being open, just the girl and I are working one day, and we start closing up. No manager is there. When you leave, you were supposed to be checked to make sure you haven't stolen anything, plus a manager has to count the register and all that. We close and lock the door, and wait. And wait. Nobody showed up to close for over an hour. I tell her that, if she's okay with it, we can do the pat down in clear view of the cameras, then head out, leave a note, call it a night. She agrees. We do a very cautious check, and we leave. 2 days later, she was fired for stealing, and the manager that did it said she stole something that night. I found out later she'd turned him down for such point at the time. They paid us using this check card thing. That was a giant pain in the ass. About a month into working there, I'm working with one assistant manager, and another comes in on his day off and is complaining about the check card system. The manager in duty laughed at him and said, "You're just being a Winnie Beach." Then the guy turned to me to back him up on the card thing. I shrugged, said, "Sorry, I have direct deposit. I have no opinion on this," and continued to work. I came into work the next day. The manager that was complaining said I didn't need to work anymore, nor would I ever need to come back. When I called to speak to the store manager, he refused to answer the phone, and I couldn't get anything out of the company. Finally something I can contribute to. This is more so on the management side. Lol. I was a newly promoted key holder, just being trained by assistant manager and manager to open and close the shop, count money, fill out deposit slip, close till, etc. For the unaware, I got this promotion about 2 weeks before Black Friday. I honestly did not have all of my new duties down 100%. We were supposed to hire 5 holiday helpers at the end of October, so they could be trained well enough to actually be some help by Black Friday. My store manager hired 3 people. The week of Black Friday, one guy knew what he was doing, and honestly I would have offered him an actual position. But he never got any hours, and ended up quitting, because 2 4-hour shifts a week doesn't cut it. I don't blame him. Anyway, the other young kid looked sickly, and some customers actively avoided him. Didn't matter though, as he couldn't even ask someone what system they had at home. He had trouble alphabetizing games, let alone things that required more brain power. The girl, well, this was her first real job not working for her parents, and had the worst attitude, because she already knew how to do everything. Neither one of them could operate a cash register or count money, and had 0 people skills. Somehow, the 2 holiday helpers were always scheduled with me, the new key holder. Meanwhile the SM and ASM had their usual crews. I literally had to run the store by myself during the busiest time of the year, while babysitting two 19-year-olds. The boy I didn't have much trouble with, because he would do things to the best of his ability, but was still only able to do about 40% of the work. The girl constantly openly argued with me about how to do her job, and faked up about 70% of her transactions. Most of the time my dialogue with her was him literally showing you how to do your job the right way, or, after my patience finally wore thin after a few weeks, okay, let's see you do it without help, and she would break down crying after her first mistake or I don't know what I'm doing, please help. To which my response was nope. You disrespected me, and yelled at me, when I tried to help you, and told me you knew what you were doing, so show me. It literally took me 2 hours to close a store when scheduled with these two because they didn't do sheet point. I was confronted by my SM, who asked why it took so long to close up, and I told my manager my concerns about being thorough with the deposits and fulfilling my new duties, while also having to constantly tell the holiday help how to do their close up duties, and asked him to please give me someone who is competent enough to do the job, to which he shrugged and was like, he'll look into it, which never happened. Thankfully our regular customers were awesome. They were extra patient with us because they knew I just got promoted and still learning things myself, and saw how much of a help the new employees were not. Around mid-December, a few of them saw how hard I was working to train the new people and run everything by myself due to the holiday help being incapable of actually doing their jobs. Unbeknownst to me, and for better or for worse, a couple of regulars went out of their way to come into the store when the manager was there and told him about how disrespectful the girl was on multiple occasions, not just to me, but other customers as well, and that the young boy just stood there like a deer in the headlights whenever someone asked him a question or if he had to perform a task. They also pointed out my professionalism and how I was doing my best to provide great customer service despite our new help anyway. One of our other employees got scheduled with me to close once out of 5 times a week, and on those days it would take only 30 minutes to close up. I ended up quitting on New Year's Eve, which is another story for another time. ASL here. In October of last year, it was about an hour before close and had 2 dudes come in with 4 switch systems, full in package, obviously not used. I'm about to tell them we can't take not enough cash on hand anyway, when a 3rd guy runs in the door screaming at them to give him the keys because the cops are coming. The first 2 play it off like they don't know him, so he runs over to me and demands my keys. I was just a little in shock and just stared at him. I see the red/blow lights through our windows, and he runs to my back door trying to pull it open when 6 cops with guns drawn and 2 dogs come in, force him to the ground and break 2 shelves off a collectibles tower. One of the cops recognized the 2 with the switch systems and mumbles, "Why are you guys getting caught up in this again?" Cops apologized about the shelves and asked if we were okay. I still don't know if the other 2 got arrested too, but the 3rd guy got dragged out of the store on his knees because he refused to get up and walk himself. That was a fun conversation with my DM. Also, not even a week ago, one of my regulars who comes in every few months came in buying another WoW time card. We always talk if he has time, but this time he just stopped talking mid-sentence, fetched super loud and cheats himself. He apologizes and makes his way for the door. Thankfully no mess to clean. I think my most annoying group of people who I still deal with to this day is a group who go around in a van together trying to offload stolen product. I've had the same guy bring in 4 different IDs in the same day, or they'll walk outside and hand the duffel bag of stuff to the next person, whom I can see through the windows, and deny them as well. They'll be gone for a month or 2 at a time, which I'm assuming they get arrested, and then they'll be right back to bringing the same $20 and less value games from Walmart sections again every day, sometimes even 2 to 3 times, which we turn them away. I have fun working at Gamestop, but people think we are stupid as hell. I had a man and his brother threaten to kick my teeth in for not taking his trades. 1, they were gross. 2, he wanted cash and had hit the limit of how much cash he can get for trades in a certain time frame. The number is really high. We had to call the cops and get a trespassing order. They call the store all the time when I'm working and never say anything. They are banned from all Gamestops now as well. Those same two guys would call other stores pretending to be my manager and ask to have stuff sent to them from those stores to ours. Then they would not tell our store that something was coming for them, show up a week later, and scream at us for not having the thing they impersonated my manager to have sent there. If they had just asked us to find one, we could have had a store send us one and hold it for them. Those same guys had their mom come and scream at me for being racist against them. Those same guys told my gas was racist, gal is also a POC, and that they needed to help them get back in the store. He told them guys I was there when you threatened him. Please leave. There is a lady that comes in at least once a week to buy stuff for her kid and always refuses to touch the keypad to pay because your store is so fucking dirty. My manager takes pride is cleaning the store constantly. There is a guy and his kid who is constantly sick with a cold or something. Once a week or so they come in. The girl had a tantrum. Like full on the ground, snot coming out of her nose tantrum. Then she gets snot all over everything. Also the man will pick a game from the shelf with the cover art we made, ask for the game, then scream when we don't have cover art for the game. There is a guy that will trade the same sheet in every few weeks and get mad when we tell him he isn't allowed to buy back what he traded a month later. He usually fusses at the manager until the manager gives him new copies of the crap he traded in for the trade price. There are always the people who scream and fuss about trade prices and act like I can give them more if they beach enough. There is a guy that has came in for 4 months now demanding a discount never time he shops because we didn't have an item he wanted the first time he came in. We found that item at another store and got it for him, and he said it wasn't in good enough condition. So I called every store within several hundred miles that had one and found a second one for him. Keep in mind this was a rare item. All of that effort, and he still acts like we did him a disservice by not having it the first time he had asked, which was months after the item had come out. By the way, there are also the abundance of drug addicts that donate plasma to a bank near us and spend the money on crap at our store. They are my least favorite customers. There are more, but I have written a lot. Let me know if you want more. Not an employee, but when I was a kid my parents took my brother, about 8, and I, about 11, to Gamestop to obviously look at games. It was the 4 of us, and the store we were in was at our local mall, and it was tiny, and I remember that day being pretty busy in the store. I can't remember if a game had just come out, or if it was after the holidays, or if it was just a busy Saturday, but it was hard to get around with all of the people in it. My mom was standing next to me while I was looking at games and talking to me, and my brother was close by with my dad. This guy, who I remember looking like a dollar store version of Eminem, walks up to my mom with his group, and he's standing there annoyed because he wants to get by to look at a game near us, but neither of us realize that we are blocking the way. Instead of saying excuse me or asking us politely to move over, he says to my mom, you shouldn't stand in the middle of the faking aisle if you're just going to talk. My mom goes, excuse me? And starts arguing with him about how she's there with her kids and that he cold just asked her to move over. My dad comes over because he wants to know what the problem is, and the guy starts insulting my mom and arguing with my dad about how they couldn't get to the game. Somehow things calmed down enough for us to get in line ahead of them, but not enough to stop the guy from loudly muttering things, which turns into my dad muttering things back, which turns into them arguing again, and the guy insulting my mom and our family again. The store is pretty quiet at this point and everyone is watching, and suddenly my dad is up in the guy's face and they are yelling at each other. The 2 employees that were working were just standing there doing nothing, and my mom was trying to get someone to help. Finally, one of them calls security because my dad is trying to stop, but the guy won't give up, and my mom is shaken up and crying, and my dad is about to deck the guy. Security finally shows up and removed the guy. They had to get a statement from my dad and my mom, and the guy and his group ended up getting kicked out of the mall. They never got their games, and when we finally got to pay for ours, my mom said that the guy that was our cashier was totally disinterested and acting like a jerk. But after reading these horror stories and thinking back on my own experience, shit like that must be so common that I don't blame the employees. Retail is faking tough, especially when it comes to people and their video games. TLDR, my dad almost punched a guy in GameStop because he insulted and harassed my mom for being in the way of the video games and for being there as a family when the store was crowded, even though he was with a group. I have multiple, but one story I still tell jumps to the front. We had demo units / kiosks at the front where you could play new games. The PS2 was out, but we still had a PS1 kiosk. Well, that one was 3 pieces. You had a wood stand, a metal case on top that held the PlayStation, and a small tube TV that sat on top of the case, and underneath the light up PlayStation sign. The sign was attached to the metal case. I believe the locked case was supposed to be bolted to the wooden stand, but if so, my manager never bolted them together. I was a sales associate at the time and had no clue about this. Well, one day a kid around 11 or 12 is playing on the system. He's a little loud and pulling on the controller side to side pretty hard, but we were busy and I didn't feel like yelling at a little kid. After the store clears out, I start to walk down towards him to say, "Calm down, little man." As I'm 8 feet away, the kid jumps off the ground, puts his feet on the kiosk, and pulls on the controller. The metal case, PS1, and TV come tumbling off the stand. I practically fall over myself trying to grab everything, but I was just too far away. Somehow, the kid had twisted out of the way and wasn't hurt. The TV didn't break miraculously. I can't even think of what to say, besides asking the kid if he's okay. He seemed shocked and bolts out of the store, and I was a combination of pissed and relieved, so I let him go. I put everything back together, turned everything on, and finished the day. I think we retired that demo unit shortly later. Other misadventures include the guy with a bad check trying to force me to cash it, our store being broken into the night after I worked, multiple new systems stolen, and me not catching the stolen credit card given to me on a large purchase because my manager had just chastised me for doing that same thing and slowing down the line. One uneventful Tuesday night, I had a middle-aged woman walk into my store with 3 used Skylanders, little interactive figures. She bought them at a different store and wanted to return them because they were the wrong ones. I start the transaction and it's going smooth. She decides she's just gonna swap them out, so even better. She even has her receipt, which is how I noticed that she did a B2G1 deal for the figures. So I stroll over to the Skylanders section to inform her that I can return the 2 for full sticker price, but the other one I cannot as she didn't actually pay for it. Holy shit, this lady freaked the fuck out. She screamed at me saying that the other Gamestop said she could, and it doesn't make any sense. I explained to her that unfortunately that employee who told her that was wrong, and I cannot just give her money. I tried to explain it would be like her walking in and me just handing her $10 out the register. She continues arguing with me, and I eventually put my foot down, either take what I'm offering, or go back to the other store and ask them to do it. That kinda got her to calm down strangely, and I offered to trade in the last figure, so she would get something for. She agrees, so I continue with the transaction. I kid you not, 3 seconds before I'm about to tell her I'm all set, whenever she's ready she starts whining to me like child. But the other Gamestop said so. I just don't understand. Why would they say that if it's not right? Honestly, it was one of the most annoying instances at GameStop I've ever experienced. She just wouldn't let it go. The kicker? The Skylander was faking $8. She threw a fit and then whines like a baby all over $8. We couldn't reach a conclusion that either of us agreed on, so I explained to her firm, but politely, that I cannot just give her free money like that. I offered to call the store she bought the figures at and see if they would do what she asked. She declined, grabbed her Skylanders, and left. It was so bizarre how she came out so hot and then apparently simmered down, just freak out again over a little figurine, no less. GameStop was one of the worst customer service jobs I've ever had. Never work for them unless you do it as a hobby. Not GameStop, but it was at a mobile provider store next door to one, so maybe this will count. Anywho, after Katrina, my company was giving out prepaid cell phones, aka FEMA phones, to anyone who could provide documentation that they were reviewing FEMA assistance sheet. Was crazy where I lived because it was hit direct by the eye. No, not New Orleans, but across the lake, so people were stressed the fuck out, to say the least. so 1 out of 3 customers would lose their sheet on you daily. Guess I should mention that my company was the only provider that maintained service throughout the storm and the aftermath. So we had everyone's customers come in. A lot of people were ignorant about cellular service, so they assumed one company was all companies. One day a lady came in, chewed my eyes out, because she dropped her FEMA phone in the water and she wanted more free minutes, and wanted a new one. After profusely explaining that's not how it works, this crazy woman sits down in the chair across from me, puts her head down, while acting like she was crying, stayed like that for 5 minutes. I kept asking her if she needed anything else, and she stands up, like she's going to leave, and then lays on the ground in front of my station. At this point my coworkers and I were all like what the fuck, so I ask her to get up. She does and moves to the middle of the sales floor and passes out again on the floor. People were stepping over her and we didn't know what to do, so we called 911 and the cops and an ambulance show up and take her away. I guess she was on a ton of downers, but she came back in a week later, no recollection of talking about her phone, with the same faking phone a week or so later demanding the same sheet. Luckily she wasn't messed up that time, but she still sucked. TLDR mom takes advantage of her son's disability to get returns on games when she shouldn't be able to get them. Okay, so I'm a guest advisor, and we have this mom that calls and occasionally visits the store. According to her, she has a son with cerebral palsy, however she has never brought him to the store despite always saying she will when she visits. I have a brother with CP. I know how hard it can be to bring them around, since they can't really carry any of their own weight. Anyway, my first time dealing with her I was still a fairly new employee. She calls the store and gives me a list of games to see if we have and to put on hold for her son. They were all these obscure racing games and the new Spider-Man. We only had one of the games, while the rest were a no-go. She wanted Spider-Man used, but since it was still pretty new at the time we had none used, and she didn't want to pay $60 for a new game, even though it's only like $5 cheaper used. We eventually settle, and she wants Spyro for her kid, however we only have it new, and not used. Our return policy only works on used games, and unopened new games. Here's where her crazy starts kicking in though. She asks about our return policy, to which I still wasn't quite sure of. My shift manager was on break and out at the store getting dinner, so I was all alone. She said she needed it due to her son having CP, and if the game wasn't playable for him, she would need to return. I told her we couldn't take them back after a game has been opened, and could be taken as a trade-in though. She basically ignores that, and goes on a pity fest of how the old management would bend the rules for her, because her son has CP. I just tell her no. Anyways, husband comes in later to get the games, unaware of what his wife had put him up to. When I tell him, he seems worried, and calls his wife. Wife starts whining at me saying I should understand, and bypass it, since I have a brother with CP, so I should know. I told her about my brother. Can I speak to your manager? And I overhear her basically calling my dumb for getting the return policy wrong, and wasting their time. Shift manager visibly upset managers to keep his cool and find the display case for new Spyro and just say, if she needs to return it, she better do it tomorrow during his shift. Husband looks embarrassed, but we get it worked out. Found out a couple weeks later she tried this shtick again on our shift manager, and she got so mad that she punched the counter and cracked it while on the phone with the woman. Still haven't seen the kid. Hope he turns out alright. My girlfriend works at Gamestop, and I'm always loitering up there because why not? Some stuff I've seen or heard firsthand from her are a group of teenagers knocked over a display of boxes over because they couldn't trade in a phone. Asked my girlfriend about it. I think she said it was stolen / had the familiar markings of it being stolen, like a scratched off serial number. Personally was a witness to a 20-something having a meltdown over not getting a spot in line for the early release of Kingdom Hearts 3. Guy was bitching to everyone who worked there, and was even taking pictures and videos saying he'd called corporate. All this because he didn't understand the grouping procedure, and had to wait a few extra minutes to get his hands on a game. Guy was yelling and berating my girlfriend due to him having pre-ordered a game, pre-ordered in one state, was in town, so he picked it up here, then got pissed when he couldn't get it, or that he'd have to pay our prices/taxes on the game, or something like that. When she left she was crying. He demanded she give him money out of the register, and to get him out of her face she did. That really faked with me cause I showed up right as the guy was leaving, and had I been there I would've tried to defuse the situation. There's a stalker that comes in every now and then. Last time he did was a few months ago. He always hangs out and lurks around her, tries to flirt and get her to go out with him. The last time he got kicked out was trying to get into the back, and he hasn't been back since, but still creeps me out cause stalkers don't just stop cause you tell them to. Had a mom come in and leave her 2 preteens while she went shopping elsewhere. Or at least she tried. Girlfriend told her she's not allowed to do that, and the lady went off saying that it's a Gamestop. Kids come in here all the time. Lady, it's a faking store, not a park or grandma's house. Edit #1 Girlfriend reminded me of these woman calls and says she got a PSVR. She wants to return it. She got it for her 8-year-old and it's too heavy for his head. Girlfriend asks if it was new or used. She says it was new. So my girlfriend says she can't return it because in Gamestop's system it's registered as a system, so she wouldn't be able to return it. My girlfriend tries her best to subtly hint at telling her that if she comes in and instead says it's defective then she would be able to do a return on it. Unfortunately the woman she was talking to has the deductive reasoning and skills of a potato because she just continued to argue and berate my girlfriend over the phone. After a few minutes of my girlfriend trying to explain the return policy and this thick skull beach not understanding what's being said to her, all thick skull said, "And I sheet you not, you know what, you're the most horrible person I've ever dealt with, you are literally worse than Hitler." And my girlfriend was just like, okay. Apparently that string of words shocked my girlfriend so much that she was speechless for a few seconds. The beach hung up the phone, and then guess what? A week later she calls back, gets a different manager, they tell her the exact same thing and she does the same sheet, minus the Hitler comment. Girlfriend told her manager about that after the first time she called, and it was that same manager who got to talk to her the second time, not about a customer, but one of the employees. Guy would show up to work stoned off his ass every day, and the manager wanted to talk to dude. She was actually gonna be really lenient on him, tell him that it's fine if he smokes, just don't be doing it on the job. She didn't even get a chance to actually talk to him though, cause as soon as he got through the door he started going off on the other employees who were taking his hours. He yelled at and threatened one employee in particular, and now is banned from coming into the store. Not even a nightmare story, but felt like adding this in for sheets and giggles. Girlfriend had a coworker who said to another coworker, "Oh yeah, she sucked my dick so good." Guy got fired immediately. If I think of any more I'll just edit this, but these are just a handful of the stories. Best friend was a Gamestop employee. Years ago you could buy a $10 game from Gamestop that was pre-owned, take it to Walmart and trade it in for $50. My buddy tells me about this, and we go over to a different Gamestop. We buy 3 copies of 3 different games, 3 times 9 games in total. We then returned them to Walmart for $50 each. The Walmart, on our 3rd time doing this, got skeptical and started putting them on gift cards and claiming they could track them. In short, back then, they really couldn't. I knew that because I worked at a different Walmart. I think we made at least a solid $2,000 before they implemented 3 returns policy. Another thing that we would regularly do is I would go through our tells and the ones we had could sort by lowest price. I would then look for things that were clearly accidentally discounted way lower than they should be, and my friend would come in with said gift cards and buy insane amounts of stock from the store. Once they accidentally marked these huge tubs of pizza rolls down to like 50 cents a box. Normally the container, meant for a deep freeze, was more like 60 bucks. We managed to buy the entire stock at Walmart before the price was raised back to its initial price. I think it was something like $1,000 in value. We then sold those products to friends after filling up our friends and family's freezers with them for like 10 bucks a pop. The cops actually got called on him, but he just busted the receipts out, and the cops said, oh, they made a pricing error. They can still sue. He then looked at the cops who were still talking about arresting him and said, okay, well, if you guys are going to arrest me for goods I didn't steal, I'll have you note you are on camera and I just texted my attorney. Strange how the cops didn't say another word and just left. Although we did manage to get other products for that cheap, it was never anything you would want more than one or two of, like gloves, or shirts, or whatever. I'm not dishonest, or thief, or a liar. I'm, however, lawful evil. I abide strictly by the rules of any contract or agreement. Part of the contract I signed with Walmart, which I read over 3 times before committing, was that I was not allowed to buy products that were marked underprice. It didn't say anything about informing someone else and having them buy the products and gift a few of them to me, and then I gift them the money it would have cost. Same thing with the first example. I wouldn't say I'm here to return a product I purchased from Walmart. I would just say I'm here to trade this in. If they had actually ever inquired, I would have told the direct truth. They didn't. Their loss. Former employee, but I have several, haha. Some happened to me, some to my coworkers. One. I wasn't there, but one night a woman came in with PS4 controllers looking to trade them in for cash. She placed them down on the counter and my coworkers noticed they were covered in blood. She stole them from the Target across the street, cut her hands on the plastic and security devices, and bled all over our store's floor, counter, and herself. The cops caught her a day later from my coworker's testimony and security camera footage from Target too. This other woman came into my first store 1 week before I started working there and was browsing the walls for the latest new releases on each console. She did one lap around the store and left rather suddenly. When my assistant manager left to go on break, he noticed that she had sheet her pants and proceeded to walk around the store, leaving sheet nuggets scattered around the perimeter of the side and back walls. 3. My worst story came from someone driving their car into our building. I was working with my manager one night and we were just chatting when I noticed headlights pulling into our parking lot. I was facing the door and he had his back to the door. Little did we know, whoever was driving the car stepped on the gas rather than the brakes. They proceeded to jump the curb and drive into the door of the adjoining business next door to us. It sounded like a bomb went off. They drove off, stopped in the next parking lot over, and called the cops to explain what had happened. Between the perps, us, and the other businesses calling the police, a total of 5 calls were placed within 2 minutes of it happening. Not an employee, don't even have Gamestop here, but we do have game. I was in there once, and the girl behind the desk and I shared mutual interest in a game, so we got to discussing it. There was no one else in the store for a good 10 minutes, but the first guy who came in immediately rocked up to the desk and demanded I stop trying to flirt with her because she was way out of my league. I agree. She is, but that's not the point. I wasn't trying to score a date. It was just a really good conversation. We both tried to explain that I wasn't doing anything to make her uncomfortable, and he then insisted on her calling in her manager, who was also a woman. He insisted that I was being inappropriate, and we were both escorted out of the shop immediately. Moments after the guy walked off, the manager came out to apologize to me, having been told I hadn't caused any trouble by the girl I was talking to, and invited me back inside. The girl told me it was her lunch break, and invited me to join her on the explicit understanding that it wasn't a date and she just wanted to finish our conversation, which I accepted and agreed to. Within minutes of us both sitting down with our food, the same guy stumbled upon us, called her a hoe for actually agreeing to a date with me, and threw his drink at our table, ruining both our meals, and dousing her in her drink, before he was dragged away by mall security. I felt so bad for her that I accompanied her back to work to explain things to her manager, so she didn't get any grief for it. The manager was very understanding. But still, poor girl shouldn't have to put up with sheet bags like that, and I did nothing to deserve getting soaked in Coca-Cola either. I got chased by wasps on the way home. I faking hate wasps. 1A. Guy tries to sell an Xbox 360, and it looks like it was buried, absolutely covered in dirt. 1B. Family tries to sell a 360 that's infested with roaches, and is appalled we won't take it too. Guy tries to sell a PS4, being really sketchy about it. He goes to his car to get a missing cable and the phone rings. My coworker answers it, and when he comes in, he accuses her of calling the cops. Calls us. I'm just restocking shelves at this point. C_NTS and beaches. My coworker tries explaining that she was on the phone with another store. He threatens to come back to the store when we close to wrap us. Says if Trump can say grab her by the P_SSY, I can do whatever the fuck I can do whatever I want to, you sluts. He didn't come back. We had our friend cop and a couple others stay while we closed Jig 3. Guy throws a stack of games we couldn't take at coworker. The ASL, former correctional officer, walked behind the counter and grabbed him by the arm and escorted him out of the building for. It was the day after Christmas. We had a huge line. Lady comes up to return a Wii U. She swears she bought it at GS, but hands me a receipt for Walmart. The receipt does say a Wii U, but definitely Walmart. My boss pulled her to the side as she started yelling at me saying that I was an idiot. He begins asking her what the problem was. Imagine this in the most gentle British voice. So let me get this straight. You bought a Wii U, opened it, now you just don't want it. Also, you bought it at Walmart, which is the receipt you gave me, and you want to return it at a place you didn't buy it, and insulted my employee. Is that everything? She just started crying. I think she was just embarrassed that she was wrong. Cake day, and I can finally vent my 5 years in the Gamestop family to a huge ass credit. Yes please point. When I was first hired I was trained on the register and told to do nothing but register for my first few shifts, since I had no register experience prior. On my second shift I was condescendingly called over by my manager at the time to the 3DS section. She proceeded to ask me why all of the cases were out of order, and before I could even tell her I had never even stepped foot in that section, she starts throwing the cases at my feet telling me to fix it. She was a marine that never even finished basic and projected a lot of crap onto everybody, but it was the first job I was really excited to have at 19 years old, so I put up with it, and 12-hour work weeks split into 4 3-hour shifts at minimum wage. Once I became a key holder or a senior game advisor, I really started to see the ridiculous consumer behavior people always talked about. Back when we used to take in IGFs, interactive game figures, like Skylanders and Amy Ibises, when I really started to grow a disdain for the job. People bringing in bags and bags of 62-300 Skylanders that had nothing on them to scan, so we had a book with barcodes under the pictures of the figures you had to reference, because who in the right mind knew who any of the Skylanders were? Near the tail end of that fad most figures were worth 3 or 5 cents, so at the end of a 25 to 45 minute effort some people would choose to keep the figures instead of letting them go for 3 or 5 bucks, and I couldn't blame them. Many people have talked about system/game/controllers with cat piss, bugs and all sorts of gunk, but the worst I ever had was our original white Sparks 360 with cigarette butts and bugs and joint paper/wet inside of various parts of the system. Depending on your manager you could refuse, but Moat wanted to clean them and take the trade. Awful. When I finally made it to assistant manager I left for teaching after months of conference calls that could have been emails, unrealistic and unscaled sales goals and projections that weren't fair to the wide variety of stores in the districts. The stores look more like a Spencer's or a Hot Topic nowadays, and I really do miss the magic of the store I had before I worked there. Such is life. Former employee, I got years of stories I could tell. Caretaker of a nursing home for unstable people came into the store with 5 people he's caring for, looking to buy a replacement WWE game that someone broke. One of the unwell was walking around the store acting a little strange, dancing around while I was ringing up the guest before the caretaker. She looked to the left, stated never mind, and walked out quickly. Now I'm unable to smell. I went to ring up the court. Got his game. He paid quickly, then left with the patients. I went to go put Case's games back on the wall, and oh my god, there is sheet. Literally sheet all on the floor. Everywhere where the guy was standing and dancing, and even outside. I called my district manager, closed the store, and was told to clean it up cause the longer I'm closed the less money we are making. called my manager. I was an assistant manager and she said it better be cleaned and she's not coming in anymore, and to send her pictures it was all cleaned. Point closing with one of my supervisors. He got stung in a sting operation to see if he would allow a stolen phone to be purchased while I was on my break, and the crapper came out to 8 cops with him on the ground and they tried to claim I knew about it. Thank goodness for DVR. Caught my manager stealing thousands. Gathered up the proof to present to the new DM and LP. I ended up getting fired and banned from GameStop and had to forfeit all my predators, about $400, cause it was twisted that I was the thief the whole time and the evidence I gathered was me trying to blame him. Yet I had plenty of DVR and transaction proof from many days that I wasn't even working on. Point I got more, but those are the best. One night after closing, I was straightening the youth 360 wall and a section of it fell down completely. In my heated rage, I picked a case up and frisbee slung it right into the screen of the Wii U demo unit, putting a huge crack right in the center. Being out of the view of the camera, I told my DM the next week that a kid slung the tablet at it when his mom told him it was time to go. One time these two dudes came into the store and they were high on something. One dude more than the other. Can't remember what they bought, but while wringing them out, the higher one passed out. Fell straight back, hitting his head on the very bottom shelf of the upcoming games display on the floor. I'm like oh shit and run around the counter, but by that time his friend had picked him up. I go back around the counter, and he falls out again. The SM started to call 911, but he came to again and they bolted. Cameras were pointed right at him, which provided a good after hours laugh. There was a couple that brought in a system for that was infested with German roaches. We didn't accept it, but we almost never got rid of those roaches. A grandmother came in to return her grandson's copy of GTA V after the Dark Knight premiere shooting in Aurora and told me we were the reason that the shootings happen. I've never been so angry at an old lady in my life, but I know she was probably watching some news source that told her so. Just went on with my day. I interviewed for an ASM position at the store across town and RDM kept wanting to know my ideal GameStop customer. Soon after I realized I need to move on from GS. Met a lot of cool people while working there. Customers and fellow employees. But with the cool come bad eggs, and the baddest was the SM over me my first few years. He was a fattest Nintendo nerd and nobody liked him. Customers nor employees. He wore the tight undersized GS polos that would show his gut/muffin top. He would go back to the back and play Angry Birds. Still employed with them, of course. I seem to be late to the party, but I can finally add something. I'm a former employee of about 3 years, and I saw a lot. Thankfully not completely horrible, but these were still memorable. My first week on the job, I ask a 5-year-old what kind of games he's interested in. You know, customer service things. The only thing he would say was, I want to fuck beaches and kill hoes. His mom was behind him, and her only response was to sigh and say he wanted this third copy of GTA. Apparently he'd worn out the others. Guy brings a 360 into the store to trade in, plops it on the counter, and about 5 roaches scurry out. I'm not ashamed to say I jumped in my coworker's arms while screaming like the girl that I am. Needless to say, he didn't get the trade and I bombed the store with raid. I wasn't on shift, but was dropping food off for my friend/coworker who was there that night. A guy there was overall giving the attitude that he would stick around after the trade, and if he did, it wouldn't be fun. He then decided that trying to grope me while I was in line was a smart move, so his phone was immediately thrown in his face, and he was told to get out. Cue threats, screaming, etc. I was fairly shaken overall. I'd been there 2 years by then, and hadn't even been so much as hit on, so the full-on grab was out of left field. The customers at that store rocked and kept a protective eye on the employees, so nobody really got away with harassment, but we all brushed it off. The guy kept coming back and stalking the employees and was eventually told to not return. That was the beginning of the females getting walked to their cars after each shift and none of us working alone for about 4 months. Employee was able to work with them, the massive stoners, etc. Fun times, but I still never want to go back. I was working video rental and caught a lot of customers from the local GameStop closing. because we were the only ones renting or selling games in our part of time. All of a sudden. Fuck me, the stories. Most of our horror stories from 2015, thereabout, have the punk line must have been a GameStop transfer. Some guy started to come in, and it took a bunch of times until we realized who it was that was master baiting onto the game case shelves. The thing is, our video game shelves were right next to a ceiling height window. Like what the fuck? Oh, that time we had to fire an employee because he was caught stealing. He was caught stealing 15 months into his employment, and he had been doing it from day -2. He had worked 2 days before being hired as a test. So this guy hadn't even signed a contract and started to steal the merchandise and then continued on to sell it on eBay under an account that was under an email address with his first name, last name at google.com for over a year before anyone got suspicious. I've had this assistant to the owner of the shop, think regional manager, who would come in and chat with you, and he would not take any conversational hints that you wanted to change the subject or end the conversation. It was weird because once he had started waterboarding you with words, he wouldn't stop for anything. Like, customers show up, get served, and leave disturbed and creeped out because there is a guy who will not shut the fuck up for 5 seconds about sexual innuendos that day, even though the customers have a little kid with them. This guy would just think about a topic all day and then come into the store where he had a little bit of authority and just download all of his insecurities and thought onto a wage slave that couldn't leave. I also have a ton of stories about the time they tried to implement CD keys in console games. Man, that move had already killed the entire PC game rental thing, but we hung into a few games that you could still play offline. But they tried that for console games and nobody warned us. We got yelled at a lot because the first guy to rent the game would obviously register the key and then just use a burned or cracked version when he returned it. We had a guy who would come in, rent a game, and bring it back the same day. He'd do this so often, and with multiple games too, that we basically knew he was burning copies or ripping images of the discs. But we couldn't do nothing. Hell, that dude looked like one of our best customers on paper to my boss. I once had to stay open past our closing time of 10 PM because some guy from a hotel called me, frantic, that he needed to rent a copy of the new FIFA game right the fuck now, or he would be fired from his job. He actually showed up 45 minutes after he said he would, and long past the time my last train left, so I had to walk on home, circa 40 minutes. And then he confessed to me that he was told, on his way over, to get the FIFA, and also a laundry list of Bourne movies. And he pulls out a list and starts reading it to me. I almost couldn't keep my face straight when I told him that we were actually a family-friendly establishment, so no Bourne on any of our shelves, and that he could have saved us both some time if he had just told me that the FIFA was an alibi for Bourne. He rang the hotel guest and explained, and then ended up renting Austin Powers Gold Member, which is too hilarious a detail to forget. Almost makes it worth staying for 45 minutes of unpaid overtime, and then having to freeze your ass off for another 40 minutes of walking. Not an employee. I pre-ordered the Wii when it was announced in early backquote 06. Nobody gave a shit about it then. As it got closer to Christmas, like September to Octoberish, hype train left the station and all hell broke loose. I knew it was a hot Christmas toy, but when I walked down to my GameStop in South Philly on the day it was released in November, the line was literally 150 people deep. I mean, it wrapped almost down to the next block. So I went to the end of the line and was pretty pissed because I got down there at least an hour before the store opened. Closer to opening, there was an employee walking down the line asking for names and writing them down. He got to the end of the line and on his way back pulled 5 of us out of the line and brought us up front. We were the pre-orderers. We stood in a separate line and were brought in one by one to get our Wii and nunchucks and games. I only grabbed Twilight Princess. Then we were sent out. I was the last one, and as I left, the manager comes out with me and goes, "We are sold out of Wii's. We have accessories and games, but there are no more consoles." I got faking bum rushed by people. "I'll give you $500. My kids. You're too old for that." "I'll take it, fuck that guy. I'll give you $700. I was like, "Charlie Bucket. but I just wanted my Zelda. In hindsight, I'm more glad than ever that I kept it and didn't jump for the cash. I loved that machine. A few days later I went back to get another Wiimote and the manager was there and said something like, "Sorry, I should have waited until you were gone before I announced it." He got a lot of death threats too. Who boy point Gamestop horror stories gonna lead with my credentials before allowing you to glimpse this particular heart of darkness. I was a gaff for 4 years at my Gamestop, making me something of a rarity since people who worked that long normally either got promoted or fired. Since I didn't really have any aspirations to stay, and the job was mostly something I did on days I didn't have classes, I didn't pursue any higher position. But I was good friends with the guy who was the manager the bulk of the time, and he probably insulated me from more than a few of the cullings that frequently took place. It probably won't surprise you that Gamestop keeps its turnover high to ensure low wages for its employees. That said, it was mostly just a really easy job. Anyone who had a basic grasp of arithmetic, the alphabet, and human interaction could pretty much sleep through a day there and hit their goals. While the stories I'm going to share here are customer focused, I'll be clear now that most of our problems came from upper management and the corporate culture of Gamestop, as well as more than a few employees that lacked one of the aforementioned basic skills. Anyway, let it be known here that the true measure of a man's character is how they respond at the register during a trade-in. Sure, I could take forever recounting all the bitter parents and college students who rented their garment, beat their breast, and cursed the very heavens because their scratched up copy of Madden 03 wasn't the evergreen blue chip investment they'd taken it for, but the stories that stick with you tended to be a more insane variety. The one that stands out most viscerally is a time a customer tried to trade in a PS3 literally crawling with cockroaches. Not one, not just a few. So many that the system looked like it was actually moving. They come in with an unmarked cardboard box. My manager opens it, and a live reenactment of Joe's apartment taking place for all to see. My manager just gingerly closed the box, slid it back across the counter, and demanded quite politely for them to get out. They, of course, acted confused as though they couldn't imagine what triggered this response, but eventually left with the creeping horror to no doubt rack some other Gamestop location staff with nightmares. On the less creepy crawly side of the spectrum was a guy who came in with what was 400 plus video games, all without cases, spanning multiple consoles, which he was also trading in. It took half the staff the better part of a day, well past closing, to check each disc, test each console, gather up the sleeves, and make custom boxes for each and every game, all whilst having to input each game manually into the register, just for the guy to spend another 30 minutes trying to decide if the trading was worth it. I did get my copy of Rule of Rose out of that trade-in, but by god at what cost? I'll end on one that's less of a horror story and more just a story that stuck with me. A mom and her kid, no older than 13. Came in with his PSP 2000 model for a trade-in. They were nice enough, and the games that came with it were pretty standard fare. A few assorted sports games and Patapon, I believe. I plug in the device and turn it on to make sure it works, and can take a charge, and open it to a midstream Pornhub video blessedly paused at a lovely young lady elbow deep in another lovely young lady. I looked up to read the expressions of both mother and child. Neither seemed to react. It's possible the kid just hadn't used it in a long time and forgot what he'd last used it for. I quietly closed the browser, tested the system, and processed the trade-in, all the while having an ears and trying to suppress my laughter. Fact is I have tons more of these stories, but this has gotten a bit TLDR for its own good. I was a holiday employee, so I had minimal training before getting shoved into working, and I made exactly 3 mistakes while there, one being my fault, the other 2 honestly being bullshit. Point mistake 1 was entirely my fault, but I still feel like an idiot about it sometimes. It was during the week before Christmas, when things were getting insane. We had a particularly rushed day, and it was the end of my shift and my brain was fried. Manager came over to me and asked me a question while I was trying to check a customer out and I accidentally gave them an extra $20. I was only supposed to give them like $60 and some change, but I just somehow had a brain fatched and handed them $80. I half realized this after I gave them their change and receipt and they were gone by the time I went. Wait, did that say $60 or $80? Oh well, too late. Well, sure enough, I was there after close and sorting boxes, and one of the managers sighed and asked me who was using that register. Since it was the holidays, they had all the registers overridden where you didn't even have to log in, which I thought was incredibly stupid, but it saved my ass. I told him it was hectic and I couldn't recall, but it hit me before he even said it. The till is short. I'm gonna have to figure out who was stealing. Now, I wasn't worried about getting caught for stealing because I didn't, but I decided to just keep my mouth shut because I was already sorta in trouble for what happened a few days before. Turns out cheaty temp training is basically just follow what the register says to do, read what it says to tell customers, yada yada. If something doesn't seem right, get a manager, but the machine won't let you do anything wrong. Okay, cool, easy peasy. The job literally was mostly just following a bunch of prompts on an ancient computer system, and eventually a guy came in who had this story about buying a copy of some new game that came out, not knowing his girlfriend already grabbed it for him. He didn't have a receipt, but the managers were both busy, he was in a hurry, and the game still had its film on it. I was naive and believed him, which wouldn't have been bad, but nobody told me that in that situation, I could only give store credit. I did not know. The computer asked me if they had a receipt and everything, and then asked me to ask them how they wanted the refund, and it let me do every option except debit card, since there was no receipt to revert the transaction. So I unknowingly gave this guy $60 something in cash for a game that was probably stolen from Walmart, all because I was told the computer wouldn't let me do anything wrong, but it did. So I got in trouble pretty fast. Now the third thing I did wrong still tilts me to this day. It's 100% the only reason I don't work there anymore. I got so upset over it. But long story short, some lady came in and said their kid wanted a Mario game for Christmas. It's all they wanted. Now, I had been told to upsell people to the new GTA V bundles we had, or whatever, which I had been doing quite a bit. I actually had the second best sales, next to an on-temp guy. But this lady was wondering what to get her kid for a good Mario experience, and was initially looking at a Wii. Well, I talked her up to a Wii U, explaining it could play twice as many Mario games, and we had a promotion where you could get like 2 free games with it, or something like that, I forget. I sweet talked her, and eventually she decided okay sure, she'll spend an extra $100 and get this newer, fancier system. She goes home happy, and I get called to the back office and scolded for not upselling her to a PS4 or Xbox. My manager didn't care at all that I made this kid's Christmas. He only cared about the quota he had on selling the other consoles. Which, I do understand to an extent. But doesn't GS make more money off used cheap than new anyway? A used Wii U sale should have been considered a good thing, but whatever. Screw you GS manager for being a Grinch. Funnily enough, a few days after my seasonal position ended, she had come in to give me a thank you card. Her kid apparently cried from how happy he was, and she wanted me to know. I only found out about this because one of the other temps texted me a picture of the card that the manager trashed. I'm late to the party, but a few come to mind. My first bad experience, not horror mind you, but it left a bad taste in my mouth. One of my first days in, and a customer calls me 4 times within 20 minutes to verify the price of Destiny in 360. I give them the total with tax each time. They weren't annoying or anything, they just wanted to be sure they had the price. They finally come in, a kid and his grandfather. The kid is beaming, he's so excited. The grandfather finds a box with the price tag marked $1 cheaper. It was my second day and the ASM on duty was swamped with another transaction. The dude makes a big stink about the price difference and storms out. The poor kid's face sunk when he realized what happened, and I still remember it. I felt like a dick that day and still do. Now for actual horror. One day we have a sale for B2G1 on pre-owned Wii, 360 and PS3 games. Woman comes in and notices a sign on top of Wii rack, but below the day games rack, mind you. With arrows pointing down to the Wii and biggest bright red letters saying Wii PS3 and 360. She asks if these is included, and I explain no, but I can show any other products on sale. She says but the sign is right here. Okay, I try to explain the sign's meaning, and she repeats herself again and again, almost trance-like. This woman then proceeds to German suplex the rack and start trashing the store. Thankfully she was the only one in the store at the time. I just look to the security cameras and point like guys, what the fuck do I do? Another story that drives me nuts. A regular and his son come in once a week. They don't always buy anything but they are so damn nice. Everyone in the store gets excited to see them. They shoot the sheet, chat about what's coming out, etc. The dad comes in one day with the biggest ear-to-ear grin I've ever seen and proudly demands and barks 1 in 3 games for his kid. They saved up and shelled out. They were both laughing out the door. I felt great. Next day. Faking day. His wife, who unfortunately had a drug problem, I genuinely feel bad for her and hope she gets help, comes in with her dealer and wants to trade in everything the dad and son bought yesterday. I kept my salesman's hat on and tried everything to get her to reconsider. She wants the trade value in cash. I have to sit there with a smile and cash them out. The dad spent almost $600 on him and his son, and she walked away with around $150. Maybe, it's been a while and I try to forget how nauseated I was after that. Another horror, our store had 4 to 6 regular employees at the time. We had 14 people work the day Black Ops 3 came out. I found out from a conference call that our hours had been cut despite recent sales successes. I was going to be working Black Friday alone. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. I pulled aside my SM and put it my 2 weeks on the spot. I wasn't going to ditch them as some friends worked there and still do, so I lined it up that Black Friday was going to be my last day. A weight was definitely lifted when I left the keys behind walking out of there. Mini horror. Cheeto dust everywhere. I've been phonic ever since with cleaning my devices and controllers. Last notable one wasn't horror, but it was genuinely unique. This kid comes in with a small wooden chest. I think alright, whatever, NBD. Kids come in with their piggy banks before. He wants a new 3rds XL and Pokemon X or Alpha Sapphire. It's been a while. He unlocks the chest with a key around his neck. Honestly a very cool looking chest tbh. And to my dismay, he had exact change. But the total came to $250 and change. He had the exact amount in $1 bills, individually rolled up and tapped together, making a cylinder. He kept apologizing and was genuinely very polite, but if he weren't the only person in the store, I don't know if I could do anything about it and other customers. I still wonder the reasoning, but there's worse I guess. Lastly, something good. Regulars faking rock. They're the nicest guys and gals I've had the pleasure of dealing with. Local bakery owner comes to the Arkham City launch with a box of donuts for the staff. And one of our regulars who collects things knew I was looking for a new power supply to get my new working. He came in a week later with one for me out of the blue and really made my day. 3 stories. TLDR at the bottom. First one, I was the 3rd key, basically the best employee below the assistant manager, and I was closing the store down with my manager during the holidays. We had this slightly older gentleman come in yelling at us saying that another Gamestop sold his son a PC game that didn't work on his computer when he tried to install it. He didn't meet minimum system requirements based on what he was yelling about. Turns out the son was trying to surprise his dad with a game, but wasn't aware of his dad's older system. We told him that's really crappy, that he felt misled as there's no way for us to tell if your computer can handle a game unless you tell us what computer you have. The hard part was he already activated the install code, and corporate did not allow us to take back opened PC games. Trying to working with the guy, we explained this and said we can give him the full amount back but only as store credit. Of course he was already yelling and swearing, saying we were all incompetent in a store full of customers and some moms with their kids. So my manager said to him calmly, "Sir, this is the only thing we can do, but you'd be able to take the full store credit and we can find a game that works for you." At which point he walked out angrily. Then he walked back in and locked our store door on the way back in with everyone inside. Got worried for obvious reasons. So my manager quickly walked straight up to the man and said, "Get the fuck out of my store." The man at this point paused and realized how much of an ass he was making of himself with all the customers staring scared at him. He left and never came back. Second story. Had a bunch of college guys trade in their PS3 system and some games during the holidays as well. As typical procedure, we inspect all games in the system to make sure they're running. I'm going through discs and out pops out a burned DVD that had a Bourne title on it. Don't remember which one, but you knew it was, because these guys were fancy enough to print the artwork of the Bourne in the disc. Immediately embarrassed, they take the disc back. I move on awkwardly laughing and plug in their PS3. Now I want to reiterate, this was holiday season in Utah where most people are fairly conservative. Plus we had a lot of children with parents in the store waiting line to buy their stuff. So I plug in the PS3 and boom, full nudity Bourne background / wallpaper theme. This guy even had the icons set as strippers. The whole store got silent for a good 2 to 3 seconds, at which point the college guys jump in front of the TV and I quickly shut it off. The guys said, "We'll be back later," and took everything and left. Third story. I was working with another part-timer during the season and we had a guy walk in and still vividly remember his entire outfit. He was wearing black slippers along with Call of Duty pajama bottoms, along with a black and red Flames short sleeve button-up shirt that he didn't button up all the way, which revealed his ribbed Hames wife beater underneath. He had long greasy hair that he attempted to slick back, but it was really just falling apart at the top. He peruses around the store and comes up to buy his games and decides to make conversation with me. Now I'm an Asian guy, pretty hard to mistake me for any other race. He had a really weird Rat Pack voice and talked with a drag. Guy: "So, you're Chinese, huh?" Me: "Yup, sure am." Guy: "Cool. So, ever heard of the Chupacabra?" Me: "Nope, but enjoy your games." I did, but I was uncomfortable. In retrospect, the guy was being friendly, but man, it was uncomfortably awkward and I don't know how much it turned into a conversation I didn't want to have. TLDR. Story 1. Angry dad returns opened PC game, proceeds to yell and swear and locks the store with everyone inside. Story 2. Took a trade-in that had a Bourne disc and full-out Bourne theme background on PS3 with a store full of kids and parents in conservative Utah. Story 3. Odd-dressed guy walked in, asked if I'm Chinese, and decides to ask about a Mexican / Southwestern folklore creature. Former employee here. Context: I was looking for work and put out a flurry of applications everywhere I could think of. I got hired at this commission sales place making great money, and the Gamestop I forgot I'd put in an application that called me in for an interview. Minimum wage, but they needed someone 2 nights a week, total of 8 hours, to cover for the ASM who was taking college courses over the summer. I figured I'd use the discount in my fat paychecks from my other job to score some cheap stuff. I rearranged my work availability around this second job because they needed me Tuesday and Thursday. That's it. Also, minimum wage, no benefits, so now that there's background. For the summer, things were great. They only scheduled me the 2 days I'd agreed to, and nothing more. However, the GM and DM saw I was exceptional at selling and was making them a bunch of cash while not being paid a bunch of cash. So the store manager tried to schedule me outside of my availability. I reminded her that this was what she agreed to when I came on board, and the DM goes, "Look, you need to stop messing around with the dead-end job and get serious about the one that'll pay your bills." And they scheduled me 40 hours the next week. I realized he was right, and I only went back to pick up my pre-orders and last paycheck. I'd like to say I have more gross / horrifying stories, but alas, my store was tucked away in a strip mall and there were 5 other Gamestops within a 10-minute drive, so we didn't get all that much traffic. Shrug. 16 years ago, when I was 16, most gaming magazines came in plastic covers as they had ads and promo discs and demos in them. I worked in a mall location, so it's not a destination location. This young African American boy of about 5 or under comes in all alone and starts looking through the magazine rack and then pops one open and starts looking at all the contents. I tell him he can't do that and ask for the magazine back, and he politely says I'm sorry and hands me it. 10 or so minimums later, a 300+ pound white woman, Karen, came in screaming at me that I kicked her black son out and that she adopted him so he can have a better life and not have to deal with racist sheets like me, and demands to speak to my manager about my horrible behavior. She's screaming at me. I'm absolutely terrified. I'm being so berated and scolded and haven't put it all together yet. I was just shell shocked and couldn't react. I haven't had a real irrational retail experience yet. Thankfully I didn't have to. She's still demanding my manager, my head, and my job be overriding the buzzer to the back. That was a thing, and out pops my manager, a 6'8" slim and built black man, swing the store's keys on his lanyard. He asks what's wrong. I point at Karen and say she says I'm racist. He looks at her and laughs hysterically. So, I'm a 20-year-old SGA that's saving up for college. I've been working with Gamestop for almost 2 years and been a key holder for over 1 year. Some of my earlier horror stories include being thrown of empty threats of being arrested due to being unable to take in a modded PS3, doing a large trade for a customer 10 minutes before close that I have to process before I leave, usually results in me getting out at 10:30 instead of 9:30, almost becoming a target of a male groomer that would message me and give me gifts, getting cussed out by the guy who thought his 10-year-old Dirty Sparks 360 would trade in for $100 when we sell them for $60. Some idiot lying about being a wrestler's cousin. Basically everything you've seen in this thread, but I've got a whopper of a horror story for you guys. So holiday of 2018, we had a customer come in, and boy was he stupid. He wasn't special needs. He wasn't playing with us. He genuinely was an idiot. He was practically taller than his IQ, and we was no Shaq. We call him Batman PS4 guy for the following reason. He was adamant about buying the rare Batman PS4 that released about 4 years ago. He wasn't taking no for an answer, despite my SL telling him that our online stock, and every store within 100 miles, because that's as far as we can search, has a single one in stock. After having to explain it to him a few times, he even demanded we make another one, because he thought this hodunk GameStop made consoles from scratch. He left the store, presumably the last time we would see him. We were wrong. Then came the calls. We would call us constantly, almost daily, asking if we had it in stock. He would give us the reasons why he wanted it in specific. One notable reason being that he wanted his future son to be proud that he had a rare Batman PS4. Key holders would handle the calls and inform him we didn't have the console, but one day in the Christmas shopping season, my ASL, a seasonal, and I were working together when I had my first-hand exposure to the then rumored calls. Our seasonal picks up and helps him, not knowing the literal disaster he embodied. This time, Batman PS4 guy gets angry and curses out the seasonal. Now, being the absolute faking legend and role model he is, former military man who now owns his own talent agency and a published author, tells him, verbatim, "If you are going to be rude to me on the phone, call back when you calm down," and hangs up. My ASL and I are flawed due to our district's angel on the phone policy, and not a minute passes that we get another call. It's Batman PS4 guy who asks again if we have it stock because he forgot, and my ASL reminds him that we don't. He never called corporate. My assumption is that he thought we owned GameStop as a whole. After that incident, my ASL emailed our warehouse to see if we can have a Batman PS4, and miraculously, we had one sent to us. We thought that was the end of our problems, but it was far from over. He came in during a shift I was working, after we got the Batman PS4 from a distro. It was the first time meeting the guy, so I was nice, until I found out who he was, when he told me that he wanted me to get it from the back. Instant disgust washed over me, but I nonetheless bring it out. He requests I open it from the box, to which I comply, and proceed to handle it for him, so he doesn't make off with it. He says that it suffices despite its myriad scratches, but in idiot speak, of course, and I ring it up and tell him his total. However, He informs me that he won't be able to pick it up for about a month due to his saving money for it at his rental store job. I'm further annoyed by him and proceed to ghost him after I put it back in the back room. He buys it sooner than expected, and I wish I can say it's happily ever after. He calls the store while I'm working a few days after his purchase and tells us we sold him a broken PS4. I couldn't tell it was him until I asked what model it was, and he answers with the super rare Batman Arkham Knight PS4, to which I'm disgusted yet again. I inform him that it will most likely that we most likely can't get another one sent due to its high demand. Lies, and he should get it repaired. My intent was to deter him from our store. I conclude this tale with a happy-ish ending. My next shift, my SL asks me if I heard about Batman PS4 guy's console not working, and I told her that I was the one he called. Apparently, he called every day after about it, but days before my shift that day, he called and told us to forget about it. He brought the PS4 to his place of work, where he was taught how to literally plug in a PS4. He couldn't put the shapes into the same size hole, a literal faking children's game. He still comes in to this day, albeit very rarely, months after his purchase. To my knowledge, the Arkham Knight game he bought is still unbeaten. In fact, he hasn't encountered the literal eponymous villain of the game. He forgets our faces every time he comes in and brags about his Batman PS4, and that is my GameStop horror story point TLDR. 20-something-year-old idiot spams us about buying a Batman PS4, and he is so dumb that he needed help plugging it in. Not a worker, but a customer who saw this happen. I went to Web Games, Australian Gamestop, also in some other countries, today, and I went in to buy some Sparks Live Gold because they were doing buy 1 3 months of gold get 1 free and some Apex coins. I didn't really care about the coins, but it was a great deal. Anyways, I see this woman come in with her husband to get something for her son. Late 30s, looked like she hated being a parent. She put in white Xbox One controller on the desk and asked for a refund because apparently it was broken when she got it. I hear this and have a little peek over at this controller. The controller looks beaten up. There's some 9-year-old Fortnite rage and has the right thumbstick missing. Now the lady serving her happens to be the manager. She is the most terrifying person you'll ever meet. She's in her mid-40s, has half her hair shaved, the rest colored blue, and always looks like she could tear you to shreds with her pinky. She's not having it and says there's no way that's a manufacturing issue. That was clearly broken by your son. The lady and her husband give up knowing there's no way in hell they are getting a new one for free, and they buy their son reluctantly a new cheap wired controller, then leave. I can tell the manager feeds off these kind of people and loves telling them that they're wrong and watching the hope drip out of their eyes, thinking getting a free replacement for their son's controller which he needs to learn to take care of. I don't understand how kids break so many things so easily. Just don't throw your expensive electrical devices, it's that simple. I didn't work for GameStop, but we were a fairly close rival to them in my town. I was the only other full-time employee in this store besides our manager, a real chill dude. I had the morning shift one day, open the store at 10 AM, leave at 5 or 6 PM, when I had one hell of a customer. This older guy, maybe late 40s to early 50s, comes in to ask about some Wi-Fi remotes. I showed him a few of the used ones, since they were all in fairly decent condition. I knew from previous experiences that I had to tell him that since it's used, it didn't have batteries included. He's like, okay, that's fine, I can grab some later, and I'm like, cool. I rang him up, told him his warranty, and sent him on his way. Thought that would be the last of it. A couple hours later, one of my coworkers comes in, and this gentleman comes back, and he looks pissed. I figured the controller didn't work, which is what usually happens, and that I'd just have to swap it out. Wrong. He starts going in about how I'm a cheat and liar for selling him a used controller with no batteries. I just stood there like, what? I explained how I told him, before he bought it, that it didn't come with batteries. But he just kept on about how he should've gotten batteries included. At that point I gave up and just said fuck it, and gave him some batteries from our basket that we used for other controllers we used for trade-ins and stuff. He left after also getting the corporate number, and I never saw him again after that. I worked there for 1+ years, and I have quite a few other stories. But that one was just, ugh. I was an AGM or ASL as they go by now, had a little sheep kid, 9 at the oldest, come in and try to return a previously new game that he opened because he already beat it and wanted his money back. It was $20 and a very old game that we somehow had a new copy of. I tell them Thav was getting $4 for it, and the little sheet yells that's bullshit. It's a new game. I look at the mother waiting for her to slap the sheet out of him, and she doesn't do anything. I explained to her that yes, she bought it new, but once you open it and play it, it's no longer new. It's kind of like a car. Once you take it off the dealership it loses half its value, and it being an older game and not in demand it's not going to be worth much. The mother was very understanding, but the little sheet started yelling at me. The mother tells him to be nice and lower his voice or he's only getting one thing instead of two. Very much annoyed I ask what game he is looking for. He goes and grabs GTA V and asks for a headset. To my delight I tell the mother everything that the game has on it and that it has full-on nudity that you can't skip and it's a part of the story that you have to do in order to play anything online. It was a lie, but fuck that kid, someone needed to tell him no. She tells him no and he throws a huge fit. He knocks over a bunch of gift cards and tells his mom to just get him the faking headset. At that point I tell them that I'm refusing their business because her kid vandalized our property, that he's no longer allowed to shop here. She apologizes for him and finally tells him that he's not getting anything today for being bad. TLDR, a little sheet threw a huge fit after he was told he wasn't getting GTA V, and then when he knocked over stuff I banned him from the store. Someone needed to teach that sheet a lesson. I was an associate at electronics boutique, which got bought out by and became Gamestop. It's a story that, honestly, I can't recall all the details to, so I'll sum it up as best I can. I worked there when they still sold PC software, not just games. TurboTax was a huge hit for the first quarter and all the non-gamer types would come out of the woodwork to get it. This one guy, who I could only describe as the kind of person who wants everyone to think he's smart, so he dresses in a particular fashion, think tweed suit with matching flat cap, comes in to buy TurboTax. During the course of the transaction he grills us about the mail-in rebate and our return policy, and then makes a big deal about needing a second copy of the receipt. The system didn't allow for duplicate receipts at that time. He insisted that he needed 2 copies of the receipt because he wanted to mail in the rebate, and in case something was wrong he wanted to be able to bring it back. Something about his entire ordeal was fishy as fuck, so my assistant manager got in on the conversation. It boiled down to that the guy wanted to send in the rebate, use the software, then return it, thus getting to use the software and gain $10 for free. When we told him that was not going to fly, he got all huffy with the line of, "Do you know who I am?" Bullshit. He wasn't really anyone, just some college instructor, not even a professor, or some sheet. Anyway, he wanted to return the software before even leaving the store, so we made him fill out a return slip, which he got really pissy about. So we explained the whole philosophy about proving that someone other than an employee was initiating this request for money to be returned, that the whole concept was to protect us and him from fraud. The whole thing ended with him declaring very loudly in a full store about how he'll never shop there again, followed by me tossing his card at him and my assistant manager saying that he's banned from the store. I posted this before over on Entitled Parents. When I was a seasonal employee at a US game store, I had my share of parents when it came to getting their spawn the games they wanted. Most of those parents knew what they wanted, or had a vague idea of what game/consoles they had. The worst steps were the ones who wanted the game, but didn't have the console, or understand that some games don't come out for some consoles. Mario for $, Halo for Switch, etc. The worst story I have happened 1 week before the Black Friday sale. Mom, me equals me. My devil spawn son wants the newest games this year. Me, okay, what console or consoles do you have? We have at 1.6 Xbox One. Me, and what is the age of your child? 12-year-old. Me, okay, I would recommend the new NFL, Forza, FIFA and Minecraft. Probably some others. I don't recall the list. Well, he wants the new Mario Kart me. I'm sorry, the Mario Kart isn't out for this box one. Oh, well then I will like to pre-order it me. That won't work. Beck. You are denying me my order. Me. No ma'am. Mario Kart doesn't come out for this box one. Well, is it going to come out next year? Me. No. Because. Well, I want it for this box one me. Ma'am. Mario is made by Nintendo, which makes the Switch. Mario will only come out onto the Switch. No other console will have it. Ever. Well, can you do something of that computer? You have to find a Mario Kart for this box. Me. Even if I found something like that, ma'am, that would be an illegal copy and we don't sell those things. Well, I'm going to go to the other store in town and get them to get me a Mario Kart for this box me. Good luck. I worked in Gamestop in the UK for 5 years. I have so many stories, but the one that comes to mind isn't even customer related. Point at the back of our store was a door to the back office / stairs to stockroom and an emergency exit. One of the big heavy doors. If you went out the emergency exit, you'd be at the bottom of a set of concrete stairs. We didn't really ever use the emergency exit since there wasn't any emergencies, so the door had been closed for possibly years at this point. One day we start noticing this rancid smell at the door and notice that there's liquid leaking through the bottom of the door. I nipped around the back to see what was going on, and I came across one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. The drain had blocked at the bottom of the stairs, and there was about a foot of water built up against the door, and it had clearly been used as a makeshift toilet by God knows who. It was literally filled with everything you could imagine. Shit, vomit, and there was flies everywhere. The seal broke on the door. It started gushing this putrid soup into the back of the store and right out onto the shop floor. Honestly, the smell, you would be retching with every breath. We had to close the shop to sort out getting it cleaned, and the smell stuck around for months. I can still smell it. I worked at Gamestop for about a year back in 2004 to 2005. No major horror stories, so to speak, mostly just my own anxiety. I'm a big guy standing 6 feet 2 and my boss was a short guy, less than 5 feet high, but he obviously had some sort of complex about his small height. He was not only super pushy and aggressive with his employees, but he liked to brag how he was a black belt in some sort of martial art, and liked to talk about how easy it was to take down big people, etc. This was annoying, but not the worst part. The main issue was this dude wanted us to aggressively push magazine subscriptions. He would tell us to try to sell them to every single person who walked in the store. I hated it, because 90% of the people who went to that store already had a magazine subscription, because the employees there so aggressively tried to sell them, so they already had them, and were always pissed off at being asked about it every time they walked in. Some of them even said as the first words out of their mouth, "I already have a subscription, don't ask," and things like that. At the end of each week he'd get us all in a group after the store closed and compare the numbers of how many magazines we sold that week, then piss and moan if anyone had less than satisfactory numbers. But because the majority of the store regulars already had one, and also the work assigned to people on a day-to-day basis was so varied, sometimes it was just flat out impossible to sell them. You could work a full week without ever even being on the register, but still you were somehow expected to sell those subscriptions. So at some point, people would show up to buy a game with their little discount card that came with getting a subscription. The way the card worked was it gave 10% off any used games you purchase, but it had no effect on new games. Well, we started getting a large number of people coming in trying to use their cards on new games that I had to explain to them that the card doesn't work that way, so of course they'd get all pissy. I started asking who told them they could use the card on new games, and they always described my manager. Sometimes he would overhear these exchanges and interject himself and take over the transaction. He would give them a 10% discount manually. So apparently, he was lying to people to sell subscriptions, then giving a 10% discount manually when he wasn't supposed to in order to keep them happy and not report us as for lying to them, all in the name of keeping his subscription sales numbers high. Then at the end of the week, his sub sales were always higher than everyone else because he was doing all these things that violated policy and lying to people. I got sick of that work environment and quit. About a year later, I saw him working at a minimum wage position at a Winn-Dixie. I never really asked what he was making as a store manager, but I assume it was more than minimum wage, so I can only assume he was finally reported and fired, and that job was the only one he could get. It felt pretty fun to smirk at him in the moment. I almost wanted to go over and tell him that I had a good job now, and it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't left that shitty Gamestop, but I decided against it. Wow, I can actually answer this. It was a horror story / phenomenon that occurred many times and is horrifying because of the cringe. This was last year, so Fortnite was really popular. It still is, but it was especially popular last year. On more than one occasion there would be a kid or two that would just enter the store and immediately start default dancing. Like, no hesitation, 4/5 of them weren't doing it anywhere else, but the 1/5 of those kids I saw was indeed default dancing his way into the store. Some things are just horrific to see in real life, and that is one of them. Edit, here's another short cringe horror story, just because of my brain being a sheethead and giving me mental images. So basically, I was running register and this lady and her husband, who looked like they were in their mid to late 40s, brought an M-rated game up to purchase. Now I'm a judgmental prick, most likely because I'm pretty self-conscious myself. I'm not proud of this aspect of myself. So when I saw these two at my register, my first thought was these guys are for sure leg and neck beards, and my second thought was holy fuck, their bow and breath are like olfactory attacking strains of Zyklon B. The thing about the Gamestop I worked at, I'm not sure if this is a ubiquitous policy, but hey, you have to ask for ID when selling M-rated games. According to my boss, selling a rated M game to someone not over 17 is treated like selling alcohol to kids. So, I asked the lady if I could see her ID just to confirm the obvious. She protested by saying, and I quote, "Why should I show you my ID? I've had such plenty of times." I'm internally cringing so hard. I remained professional and said, "I'm sorry ma'am, it's company policy that I have to." She cuts me off, faking fine. "Here's my goddamned ID. Christ, can you not tell I'm over 18? I'd have loved to have been a smartass, but my boss was standing right next to me, so I just said, "Thank you, you can put your debit card into the machine and follow the directions on screen." That was the end of the encounter. Edit 2. After typing out that other story, I realize it isn't really a horror story to most, but I guess I just remember it as a horror story because I'm an antisocial fuck and hate confrontation. I'm so late to this, but this is the one question I can answer. So my coworker was closing by himself one night and had his girlfriend bring in some of his own games to trade in. When games are traded in, you are supposed to pull the game put of the case and check its condition. Games in poor condition don't get accepted as a trade-in. Knowing it was his game, he didn't do this. A few days go by and this kid and his mom wanted a pre-owned copy of Witcher 3. We had two gutted for display and one in the case. I pull the one from the case and sold it to her. Nothing unusual until I get a call from a very pissed off woman claiming we sold her sonborn. She demands a manager and I get her over to my ASM. Confused, we apologize and ask her to bring it in. Thinking it was just the opening sex scene between Yennefer and Geralt, we didn't think much of it. She comes in later with her kid, the ones I sold to earlier, and brings in the game. Inside the case was a DVD with a naked anime girl with one titty out and legs spread. The mom said she was with her kid since they bought the game and they just opened it up when they got home after running errands. Since it was pre-owned, we believed her, gave her a free copy of the new game. She was calmer and left. My ASM decides to pull the trade-ins from the past couple of days through receipts to see when it was traded in. This was when Witcher was freshly released, so we didn't have a lot of used copies in. We pull the trade-in from my coworker. It was weird, since he was working, and it pulled up under his power-up rewards card. My ASM calls him and gets him to fess up. He didn't leave the hentai in the case on purpose. He hid it there so his kid wouldn't find it, and then he forgot, where he didn't check the game. It wasn't caught during trade-in. We didn't check the cases of pre-owned games when we sold them, so I didn't catch it. Needless to say, my coworker was fired. Sheet. I'm getting ready for work right now, not Gamestop. Which do we want? PSP lady got dem games truck a village idiot tales from trading crypt. I worked in a strip mall GameStop for 5 years or so with manager that loved 3 scoops of sour cream on her chipotle, a revolving door of asms, a cast of characters that some remain my friends today. I like to think we were one of the good stores when it came to GameStop, but am no way apologetic towards their crap corporate policies. Highlight: worst trade I refused was a maggot-filled Sparks 360 that smelled as good as it looked. I'll edit in the store as edit. Edit 2. #2. We had an extremely large and rather off-putting gentleman show up one day, which would begin a lengthy tryst point. This rather rotund gentleman, usually in a loose-fitting, hole-riddle shirt, would simply waddle directly into the store, park at the counter regardless of other customers, and utter "goddamn games" in a voice as luxurious as a belt slipping on a rusted washing machine. You see, our friend made it very clear to any new employee that he was looking for, and I quote, "Scooby Doo's on dat Nintendo, the GameCube at the time." Lemony Sniggets, same system, dem Gamma Boys look like controllers, special edition Gamma Boy Macro, I believe. These weren't exact common items, so it would be a typical reply of "No, sir, sorry," and we'd get the guttural grunt of "Milala right, beige back," and with that, he'd leave. His fragrance would depart a few minutes later. He eventually must have gotten a cell phone, because he would stop coming in from his truck and we'd just get a phone call point us, "Thank you for calling GameStop where you can pre-order Roster Update 2008. A voice that would make you weak in the knees and in the stomach. Goddamn us. No, sir, not yet dude. Nah, like click. The crazy thing is that every other store we talked to over the years was graced by his presence. We eventually sheet canned GameCube games, so we never knew if his quest was ever finished, but that didn't stop us from crank calling our own stores with "goddamn gems." I hope he found his gem boys that look like dem controllers. To be honest, he earned them. Now this is about the Wii. I'd imagine every GameStop employee has Wii stories of there from that time. From soccer mom fights, truck chases, or even robbery, the Wii really brought out the best of folks, such as one dude ripping in on an early Saturday afternoon, slamming the door open, and belting "Y'all got any Wii ice?" The store had about 5 customers and myself and another employee. We all blank stare. Luckily the other guy stated a simple negative sheet. Turning to his car, where an elderly woman is struggling to get out more, "Jit back into car, we are gonna insert next town over," and busts scissors back to his rusting book and peels out point. Buddy tells the still staring crowd dude's just upset he forgot to tie up his weasel, but that wasn't the village idiot. That was any given day. The village idiot was the dude that always cased us for Wii ice. He never asked directly, but always gave the 10-minute roundabout before getting to the topic. And not in a casual conversation way, but in a drawn out, come the fuck on, man kind of way. Well, after months of him, he finally gets the "yes, we have Wii ice" answer. It's late at night, 20 minutes before closing. Dude says he'll be right back. Comes back, we are ready to ring him up and be over him when he starts pulling out checks. That's plural. First, checks suck. Second, these are the old lady cats and flowers checks. Third, this guy isn't an old lady. We begin the exchange, where he tries to pay with 2 or 3 checks, and provides a state ID. So far, everything is clearing our wickets for approval, but the final step involves putting something into our systems or calling something, I forget. We rarely process checks, but the last step comes up declined. Dude was ready. He goes off on the tier of how everyone has it out for him. The man, the government, the GameStop, the Walmart. He just wants to play video games and have fun, on and on. We try explaining to him that we can hold it for tomorrow, but he's not having it. The rhetoric gets more incoherent and more hostile. My asm at the time, with no chill at closing, just stared, waited for a break, and said, "I'm calling the cops." Well, holy shit, this dude goes off. I'm a Milquetoast college kid and my asm has seen some shit, but not enough to get into a fight. We finally somehow get him out of the store with physically dialing the phone. As soon as he's out, I drop the store security gate, but I forgot to lock the door. He tore open the door and yelled some pretty bad shit at us. I don't remember specifics, just being real uncomfortable. He tried to come around for round 2, trying to lift our locked gate, until he realizes the cops are no shit on their way and he bolts. Cops show up, and we fill them in. Turns out this guy has been bouncing bad checks for quite some time, using a fake driver's license with his mom's ID number. His is suspended, and reselling the product for whatever. He's infamous for causing shit in the dumpy town north of us. Cops literally called him the village idiot. Luckily, since we had something he wanted, we had kept him long enough that other police could track him down. Turns out dude was 2 strikes into a 3-strike situation. A cow walker, going to the courthouse for paperwork, saw our good buddy, orange jumpsuit and all, heading to his final destination. My only time I ever had to actually call the cops on someone, and it resulted in them going to prison. I worked at a GS once for around 6 months during the holidays. More irritating than horror stories, but I got a few. One evening, a guy from my community college history class came in, recognized me, and we started chatting. It was fine, at first, usual nerd talk. He boasted about how he only ever owned 1 game at a time, and traded it in when he bought a new game to help save money. It was annoying, but I was used to dealing with talkative customers from my parents' shop, so I just dealt with it until he decided on his new game. I check him out and go to start putting up the stack of trade-ins from the day, and this guy just starts following me around, bag in hand, never shutting up. He started telling me all this BS about what perks GS managers supposedly got, that I really don't give a shit about either way. I swear, he must have gone on for an hour and a half afterwards until he left. The manager came up and told me afterwards if he ever came in again to let him know, so I could go hide in the back. Another time, my stalker found me again, after I thought I threw her off my trailer year before. She started showing up whenever she could figure out my shifts, but because of classes I couldn't really change much. Nothing ever came of it besides her trying to invite herself over when I was going home, and my manager let me hide from her in the back and leave through the back while she was there. Last, of course, was when corporate came in Christmas Eve to tell us they were shutting down our store. My manager was holding back tears the entire evening because they'd assured him back in October that wasn't going to happen. Cut to New Year's, and we were all expected to go in and help box up the store and clean the bay. I don't remember much beyond the mountains of dust under the register and the fact that I had a cold and a sinus infection at the same time and was very likely drunk on Dayquil. None of us kept our jobs except the ASM, and the woman from corporate who came to direct us was a real beach. Demanded we all be giddy off our feet at the mere prospect of laboring under her, then made us buy her a facton of Taco Bell. Not GameStop, but a pawn shop. There are so many stories. The customers are always so theatrical. It's like an interactive game I play every day. One of my favorite customers is a hooker. She comes in, always super loud, calls everyone doll baby, gives compliments, always has a guy with her buying her nice jewelry. We have regulars, mostly people with bad credit that need cash until payday. Most always pick up their stuff. They just can't get a loan from the bank. Some people like to yell, scream and threaten when you don't give them the money that they want. Let's say an item sells brand new at the store for $100. I'll probably be able to sell it for about $70-75. So I offer about $40. They get so angry. I'd say a good 60% of people don't realize that if you're polite, I'll do my best to get you what you need. I will not however try to go any higher if you call me a beach point, and for the love of God, just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I don't know about video games or consoles. Stop trying to tell me you have the newest games when they came out 4 years ago, or that it's a 1TB console and it's only 500 GB. 0.0. Don't get as much stolen merchandise as one would think. I would say that make sure you copy every serial number of any expensive item you buy. If it gets stolen, we enter every and all serial numbers and model numbers into our system. Our system is linked to the police. Once you make a police report for stolen goods, it scans the database. Yeah no. I've technically worked for Gamestop for 5 years. I've had years in between where I wasn't employed by them for my own purposes due to moving around. And in those times I've never really had a horror story. In 2 or 3 of those years I've worked near like within 2 hours or so away from Gamestop corporate. I think these horror stories are in really extreme cases. I've worked in retail for quite a while and the worst for me was when I worked at Sears, not Gamestop. For me the worst was when I was mistaken as a boy. I'm a female because of the way my hair was cut and styled at the time. And then my most recent was last year, but that wasn't even a horror story, just some dude trying to help his family pay the bills. And because he was over 18 he was able to receive cash, and I thought nothing of it. And then he came back later with his parents because they were upset he sold his PS4, and it was just something out of my hands. Because our policy and the customer and his parents left, and his father was like there's always a way in reference to them not having want their son to have sold his PS4 they gave to him recently. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just that. I just think it's the kind of area people work in, or the kind of internal culture that the different managers create. If you have a cool boss, it's gonna be a decent time working for them, but if you have a creep, you're gonna have a bad time. If it's the area you work in, like say you have a Gamestop in an area that reports too many thefts in a day, then it can be really stressful and you can only do your best, ya know? Didn't work at one, but was friends with everyone who worked a local game shop. They all had their little horror stories, but the worst one had to be the one girl who worked there getting threatened by a teenager's parent. The story goes as a teenager comes in with a massive pile of games, 100 plus games, but mostly older games from last gen, so the trade-in value was basically 25 cents to $1 on the high end. Checking all those games took at least an hour and some of them were also turned away because of being dirty or damaged. Total comes out for cash value to be less than 30 and like 75 in store credit. Teenager is kinda nervous, then goes out to the car and the dad comes in. Guy has easily 100 pounds and a foot on the girl and proceeds to tell her he wants at least $200 cash and she had to take them or there was gonna be a issue as he starts to try to come around the counter. Luckily right about then another customer comes in and the guy backs off and she tells him $30 or leave. He angrily throws the games back in the duffel bag and leaves. Then she calls the local GameStop and asks them, and that guy had already been there and didn't even use the teenager there. They had to call the cops on him and he left before they showed up. The final resolution of that story is all those games were stolen and that guy was going to every place he could to try and offload them and was getting more and more forceful at each place. He got busted at the pawn shop cause it was run by a former cop who held him at gunpoint after threatening him until the cops showed up. Former SM here. I have tons of stories. Here's a couple. Family that I see weekly comes in and buys a game that is packaged with Lego Ninjago or something like that. This family always abuse the 7-day use game return policy, so when they buy something new I double check with them that they know it new and can't be returned if it's open. 2 days later we are going through a remodel and I was up all night at the store because it involved taking the front door off the hinges. This meant I couldn't leave the store until the door was put back on and the store was able to be secured. I ended up not leaving until about 10:30 am. I'm gone not 5 minutes when I get a call from my temp Asm, another story, telling me the above family is causing problems in the store and being very loud. I have to go back. Upon arrival I'm greeted by Psycho Hossabeast and her husband. They say that they want to return the game and my idiot employee won't return it. I ask, do you remember that I checked you out a couple of days ago for this specific game and we had a conversation about this exact scenario? Psycho: yes. So? Me: well, I'm not returning it. Furthermore, where are the Legos that came with it? Psycho: they got mixed up with all of our other ones, so we didn't have time to pick them out. Can't you just give me a different game? I hate this place. Me: no, I can't. Psycho: give me your boss's number. Now. Me: sure. I gave her the number and I proceeded to call my DM before the customer could. My boss and I chatted. In the end she told me to exchange the base game for a different base game of equal or lesser value and to tell her she was banged. This was one of my many lessons that corporations could give to sheets about their random rules or policies. If a customer complains loud enough, usually they get their way too. I once opened up the hidden compartment of an older gen PS2 and I found meth, a meth pipe, and a razor blade in it. The box 360 cover had a nest of spiders under it where, when I lifted the cover, tons of little baby spiders started crawling all over everything. Not my proudest moment with the type of scream I produced. 3. Company was trying to push the digital form of their magazine Gamestop. They talked about how much it saves the company to not send out the physical forms. Little background. My store was #1 in my district for all relevant categories: pro subs, reservations, sales, pre-owned sales, etc. And we were in the top 10 of our region. Needless to say, my store was known to upper management to be a high performance store, and being the manager I was becoming better known as a top sales rep. Regional manager sends out an initiative that they want us to take out physical copies of Game Informer and put them in the back and not offer them to help drive digital sales. I'm a person who maintains his convictions and one is a sense of ethical treatment for my customers. I felt this policy was shady and a disservice to my community, so I refused. I was killing everyone in subs for the month, and I mean every store was at least 20 behind me. My district manager calls and asks how am I doing so well. I'll let her know nothing different at all. She asked if I put the magazines in the back. I told her no, and in fact, I'm heading to a different store to grab all of those. She asked that I do it and I refused. I told her that, if my current numbers are any indication, physical copies sell. We argued for a while, until I finally relented. I said I would put them in the back. I didn't. I just sold what I had left, and didn't grab more. My numbers started to tank. She called panicking, because my store helped carry her district to #1, and she was losing it. I told her why, and she promptly brought me 2 stacks of mags and our numbers went back up. I also sent an email to corporate letting them know of my stance and thoughts on the policy. Apparently the RM was not supposed to do this, and we ended up putting them back out with a sternly worded email from corporate stating that we are to offer all versions of our products, no matter what, and to bring it to their attention if we are told otherwise. I have more, like my employee being caught stealing, but this is already too long. Female here. To preface, worked at a GameStop my sophomore year of college. I didn't have any wildly outlandish experiences, but I did have a lot of uncomfortable moments. My first day on the job, I was training with the ASM and a group of guys came in and started speaking Spanish. I didn't speak any Spanish, but the ASM's dad is from Mexico so she understood. Apparently as they left the store they called me a hot piece of meat. Later on in the year one of the seasonal coworkers was talking with me while we were ringing up a line of customers and said that he had spoken privately with our boss and had gotten his permission to ask me on a date. That was a very awkward conversation to have in front of lots of people. Had one kid call the store around closing time one night and ask for the girl that was working. He said he had been in the store earlier that day and noticed me, so he had called the store to ask me to go ice skating with him. I had seen hundreds of people that day, I really had no clue who he was, so I politely declined. Last one is probably kind of cute, but a guy who had just gotten promoted to our new ASM was working with me on my last night in the store, and as a parting gift he gave me a plush companion cube. I don't know if it was meant to be a way to express that he was interested or if it was just because he was a super nice guy, but I definitely still have the companion cube because it's adorable and that was a really fun job. Edit. One more. I played a lot of MTG at the time, but mostly with friends on campus. I only ever went to one release event, and I had done pretty well for myself in the tournament, but I didn't win. 6 or 7 months later a guy walked into GameStop, and as my coworker is ringing him up, he looks at me and goes, "You're that girl from the Theros release." I knew I hadn't seen the guy or played against him that night, so that was also pretty uncomfortable. Used to work at GameStop. The job was the biggest horror story. Never saw anything like the top comments, tbh. but I mean we had to do some infuriating / shady shit. However, I worked at a non-Gamestop, local game store, and holy shit, lem tell you about McG. We had a guy come in one day, scratching a bunch, looked generally dirty / gross, and had these creepy AF contacts in. He was really nice, despite all the otherwise off-putting things about him, and told us he had had his OG PS3 spark a little bit, smoke a little bit, and lose video output, but retained power, and would output audio. He asked if we did console repairs, and I wasn't sure, so I called the owner. She said yeah, and I told him as much, so he left his PS3 with us, handed it to me, and I full on grabbed the thing, holding it to my chest and everything. Anyway, the rest of the day goes by normally. Pretty much no business, or people trying to sell worthless junk. You know, the works. Anyway, near the end of the day, my buddy who's with me is poking around, looking at the neat ports that the OG PS3s had, when he exclaims in dismay and hops back. I ask him what was wrong, and he said there was a bug in the system. I'm expecting cockroaches, but it was much worse. I go look, and sure enough, there's some weird bug I've never seen before crawling around under the port cover. I don't know what it is, but it looks disgusting, so I'm like poking it with a Sharpie, hoping the ink poisons it, and it dies or something, when another buddy, that was keeping me company says a little bugger, looks like a bed bug. I thought bed bugs were just a myth, but a short Google search later, and I was feeling very uncomfortable. I shrink wrapped that lost cause of a PS3 like 4 to 5 times, and those little fakers still took 3 weeks to die. I washed and dried my clothes the minute I got home, and was really uncomfortable for like the next couple of weeks, but I thankfully never got bed bugs. Just talking about this makes me anxious as shit, though Point Game Store was shit and thankfully those guys are out of business. They gave me the opportunity to pay the rest of my probation off, long story, for another time, but they were pretty shady and clearly didn't have any love for games, and were just trying to sell as a business. They didn't treat my friends well either. But yeah, fuck bed bugs. A very suspect crusty stain on the DS case a customer was trading in. Game was a Mario 1 and the stain was on Princess Peach. Edit. Because I remembered some others customer came in with a massive Skylanders and Disney Infinity characters trade in. At the time we had to type the SKU in for each individual one. They eventually got put into groups to make life easier for us. I got near the end of the box about 20 minutes later when I dropped one. It landed on the ESC key and cleared the entire trade-in. I almost cried. The day we got the email from head office saying we no longer take them, I almost cried again, but happy tears this time. The other one I remembered was when these two extremely stereotypical nerdy guys came in. They were talking about Warhammer or something, can't remember now. Eventually they pick what they want and come to the cash desk, still too in depth in the conversation to even notice me standing there waiting to serve them, so I ask what I could get for them today. Both froze and looked up at me in silence and horror. One actually fucks off and leaves his friend behind to get his game without a word. The guy getting the game wouldn't say a word to me the entire transaction and actually went so pale and started sweating. I actually stepped back a little from the till to keep serving him because the smell that started coming off of him was horrendous. Gave him his change and he bolted after his friend. Saw him hit him with the game as they were leaving. I honestly didn't think people like that existed until that moment. Never seen them since then either. Long story but well worth the read. Let me set the stage for you. I was a SGA, third key, at the time this happened. There was this term we used called buggy system, which meant that a nasty customer brought in a system filled with roaches, the little German roaches, that are just absolutely disgusting. So this was about 8 or 9 years ago, back when Gamestop was really starting to ramp up on getting employees to badger customers to no end about reserving this and trading in that and subscribing to this and everything else that you're used to hating having to deal with when you go into a store. As an employee, if you didn't perform, you risk getting fired, except they couldn't fire you for imaginary metrics, so they'd find another way. But that's not what this story is about. So our store manager at the time tended to be pretty cutthroat about these metrics. That's a polite way of saying he was a dick. He didn't care how the store/other employees in the store did as long as he looked good to the district manager for his own numbers, reservations, power-up card subscriptions, etc. We weren't really allowed to take in buggy systems or accessories, because 1, it's nasty, and no other customers deserve to buy that shit, and 2, you would literally infest the backroom within hours. Cue our SM, who you'll remember only cares about his own numbers. I open the store one Saturday morning and find a shit ton of unprocessed trade-ins that a lovely SM took in the night before and didn't process. Sticker, put DVDs into drawers and cases on the wall, including a buggy system under the counter in our defective box that I wasn't aware of until a short while later. My usual morning when opening the store was to stop and grab breakfast and an energy drink before work. Typically we'd get to work an hour before, so we could do our typical opening tasks. This is how the next 8 seconds happened. After being in the store for about 15 minutes, I took a swig of my can of Monster Coffee energy drink, sat it down on the counter, turned around, grabbed 3 empty game cases I had just processed minutes before, walked over to the Xbox 360 wall, put the cases on the wall, walked back to the cash wrap, picked up my can of drink, and brought it up to my mouth. Now remember, this has all happened in the span of 8-10 seconds at most from when I last took a sip of drink. Before walking away, I took another swig of coffee goodness, and then the realization hits me that something within the can has entered my mouth that is not coffee goodness. I immediately knew what it was. I leaned down over the trash can and spit the drink out, and there in the liquid is a German cockroach. And for the next several seconds I had to repeatedly tell myself that roaches are ate in several cultures, so that I could keep myself from blowing chunks all over the cash wrap. So I drank a roach, and we later had to call an exterminator out to spray the store all so that my SM could get his pearly metrics for the week. That was the major catalyst for a future falling out and changing of the guards in the months to come. Not Gamestop, but a mom and pop game store very similar to them, had a man come in first thing in the morning the day after Christmas in 2005. He slams a PSP box down and accuses us of selling him an almost empty box. Everything was in there, cables, manuals, and a Spider-Man 2 UMD, but no PSP. I was a kid and this was my first time opening the store, not to mention the first time I was there alone. I don't know what to do, so I call the owner. He says it sounds unusual, but he's willing to talk things through with the customer once he gets there, in about 45 minutes. I try to tell the customer this, but he's having none of it. He tries to snatch the phone out of my hand, but I'm able to pull back out of his reach. He starts threatening to break our displays, tear down our shelves, etc. So I call security. He overhears this and says, "Oh, you're calling security? Well, I'll call the cops, seeing as how you all stole from me," and then actually calls 911 and tells them that he's being robbed. Security shows up and keeps an eye on him rather than escort him out at my request. He's still huffing and puffing and stomping around while I'm trying to help other customers. Police show up and he immediately starts getting aggressive with them while telling them why he called, essentially demanding that they arrest me on the spot for robbery and deceitful practices. It's at this point he pulls out a veritable album of pictures he has apparently taken and printed out of his 6-year-old daughter crying over the empty box. The owner shows up during this and was immediately skeptical and asks the guy if his first thought upon seeing his daughter so upset was to take a couple dozen pictures of her crying instead of, say, comforting her. The guy says that he needed proof of our deception. So the owner does something I should have done in the first place, asks for a receipt. The guy pauses for a couple moments before saying he doesn't have one. Owner says, "Sorry, can't help you without a receipt." This truly sets the guy off. Starts going back and forth around the store, ranting about how my wife's in the Navy and has connections, so she can shut down your stupid sheethead nickel and dime operation. When he finally kept to his word about pulling our shelves down, the cops asked him to leave peacefully before they had to get physical. To which he responded by chucking a game case at one of them. In the blink of an eye they had him in cuffs and out the door, one of the officers apologizing for wasting our time. The cops eventually came back a few weeks later asking for the security footage of the incident, since the owner had let them know that the interior of the store did have 24-hour surveillance, but we never heard from the guy again. Guess a new PSP wasn't that important. Former SGA/key holder. My best was when I was working at a location in a huge mall, big enough that it has a theme park in the center of it with several coasters. The mall was big enough it had 2 Gamestops in the place, and I have worked at both of them. We often get people who told their kids to meet them at GameStop, not realizing there was 2. Comment mistaken. Nothing really happened other than, oh seat there is 2. Well, one shift I was working at the smaller of the 2 stores. It was the size of our average living room, I would say. Not big at all. The other one was a huge location. I got a call from our sister store asking if we had a kid by the name of Timothy, random name. Having worked at a theme park before this job, I could yell rather loud. So I did just that. I shouted, "Is there a Timothy in the store? Once again, is there a Timothy in the store? Your parents are looking for you." I'm eyeing all the kids in the place and none of them are acting more than a look at me cause I'm yelling reaction. I call out a few more times. The store was also very busy at the moment, and I was in the middle of transactions at the register, so I couldn't just leave it and ask every one of the kids in the store. I told them I got no response, and that was the end of the call point. About 15 minutes later, I'm still trying to take care of the flow of customers wanting to check out when this balding dad, who was beet red with anger, comes running up to the register counter's open side. He was dragging a kid by the wrist with him who looked like he was about to die of embarrassment. Next thing I know, the dad starts screaming his head off like he was a high pressure air tank that just had the valve blasted wide open to let out all the air. He is tearing into me on how his kid was scared shitless and afraid cause he was alone in the store not knowing where his parents are, and how it's my fault that I didn't not notice that or even attempt to find him when they had the other store ask that I should be fired and beaten to a pulp cause his kid was scared and alone. The guy who I was helping piped up and said, "Sir, I was here when the call came in. This employee called out for your son Timothy several times, and he did not respond." Several other adults all agreed and said they heard me too. One even said, "When did GameStop become a babysitting service, sir?" I responded telling him that I did call out and had no response. But looking at his kid, I recognized him as the kid playing the Xbox 360 demo unit as I was yelling, and was showing no signs of being afraid or like any other kid in the store at the time who were just giddy with excitement to look at games. And I was not about to go to every kid in the store and ask, "Are you Tim?" or "Sir, is this your kid?" To the parents guy got even redder, cussed me out a bit more before running off with his kid dragged by the wrist once again. This was the most what the fuck moment I had. Only thing that comes close was the lady who shoved her kid in a stroller under the heavy gate I was in the middle of closing, then demanded to be able to sell some games, so I told her nope, I'm closed. Ex-store manager here. Everyone knows how GameStop does trades. So I had these 2 guys that only sold games to my store. So these guys had been coming to my store for a long time and normally bring in older but new in the wrapper games. I asked one day what one of them did, and he sort of slipped up and said he worked at Walmart and that when his buddy stopped him. Shortly after these guys started to come around, we were told we could no longer accept new the wrapper games for trades and weren't allowed to accept them if the wrapper was cut off during the trade, like in the store. I remember the email from my district manager telling us to tell people to go outside and come back in. We didn't want stolen games and merchandise from other stores, and I completely understand that. However, back in my day working there, this yellow bound pad of paper was your life as a store manager. It had previous year's store numbers to the day and you were to beat them daily, weekly, and monthly. So these guys really helped with my trade numbers and juiced sales. These guys quickly adapted to the new policy simply by cutting the wrappers off the games. Every Tuesday morning I could expect these 2 goons like clockwork to come in at around 10 AM to trade games. Brand new games that were releasing that day. They got on average around $40 a game cash. Some days I'd tell them they'd have to come back later because I didn't have enough cash in the store to pay them out. This lasted for about 6 months. Side note, I told my district manager about them and she smiled and said they're killing our numbers. Let them help us. Don't ask, don't tell, I guess. Then it happened. I showed up to work one morning and this store was in a corner space next to a sporting goods store in a shopping center. So early in the morning it was just my car there normally. I noticed a Ford Taurus parked where I normally parked, which was in the back row next to the hedges. There were two guys in the car. I remember parking near them and gave them the "Ol Alabama, how you doin" head nod. Like clockwork I see the beta of a Civic that one of goons drove pull up in front of my store. As soon as they got out they were swarmed by local police officers with guns drawn and arrested. One of the cops came inside and asked some questions and told me they worked at Walmart as night shift stockers and were stealing thousands of dollars a night in items, including video games, and selling them for cash. They got caught by stealing newer products rather than when they started by stealing old backstock. My district manager came by and somehow got a printout of all the games and merchandise they had traded in for the case. We had to collect all your info for cash and credit trades. I never heard anything else ever again. I hated working there. My asm was a furry and always wanted to talk about it. TLDR. Two guys were robbing Walmart and selling to my store games. Gamestop took the games and sold them for profit and even gave them a loophole to do so via email. They got arrested and GameStop then ratted on them. I worked at GameStop in my junior year in college. I was hired during the holiday season but kept on as a part-time employee afterward before I had to quit to study abroad. Thankfully, my store doesn't have too many horror stories since people, for the most part, seem to be civil at that location. But there are some incidents that stand out. During the holiday season, a guy comes in and tries to buy Call of Duty, WWII, and a new PS4 controller. While trying to pay with his credit card, it gets declined. The registers are old and the card readers malfunction at times, so it was no big deal. I was in the midst of explaining this to him, while also trying to get him to insert his card again, when he reached over the counter, grabbed the bagged items from my hand, and bolted. I just stood there in shock, while the store manager rushed out to try and get the license plate number. Under normal circumstances, petty theft of small items, especially the unlocked items close to the door, were no big deal, but these items were worth over $100, so the police got involved. I didn't get hurt, thankfully, but could only imagine how much worse it could have been if he had a weapon. Another incident, a little less horror and more creepy, is when an older man came in with leather bracelets he handmade, with a design carved into the leather. He gave one to me, to my other female coworker, and wanted to give one to the store manager. It didn't slip my mind that he gave these bracelets to the only female employees in the store. I kept it anyway, though I don't wear it much. This one was told to me by my coworker, but he took an Xbox 360 in trade, and when he went to try and test it, it rattled. He attempted to look inside and found a couple of cockroaches. The way some people treat their consoles makes me shudder. I've been waiting to tell this one. Was working at a GameStop back in the day. We had a display with the Donkey Kong game with that awful bongo attachment. Don't remember what it was called. Annoying as hell with the music cranked up and kids smacking those damn bongos all day. So one day a mom drops off a little sheet bag kid, probably about 10 to 12 years old because hey, free babysitting. He stands there for what must have been 2 hours or more, banging on those effing bongos. We couldn't see him from the counter, but we sure as hell heard him. Mom shows up about 5 minutes after closing. We kept the door unlocked, just for this pair of assholes. We usher them out, lock the door, and, by sheer luck, happen to glance over where the kid had been standing. There's a pup on the floor, a log, a turd, a loaf, a 6-inch long piece of dark brown sheet. That kid had to go, didn't even ask us to use the bathroom, just dropped a deuce right on our floor, and kept smacking those bongos, like they were just the most important thing in the world. And, of course, the floor over there was carpet, not easy clean linoleum like the rest of the store. The assistant manager and I went to the back, and gathered up all the cleaning products we had available, half a roll of paper towels and some Windex. For some reason we just weren't well equipped for dirt removal. We got the main lump into the trash can and out to the dumpster and started scrubbing the carpet. Do you know why people don't normally use Windex to clean poop out of carpet? because it doesn't work. After about 10 minutes of spreading it around and making things worse, we gave up and went home. Manager would have to buy some better chemicals in the morning. I wish we had gotten a picture of that kid so we could ban him and his mother from Gamestop for life. Not Gamestop, but worked electronics during Christmas in one of the two superstores here in the USA. It was this past Christmas, 2018, and I dealt with plenty of parents. I was the only female in electronics and was only 17. I was only ever on my own twice. The second time I was on my own, end of November before Black Friday, I had a guy in his 40s and his wife come up to the counter. They were wondering if I could open a TV mount to see if it had anchors. I told them I couldn't unless they purchased it, but assured them if it didn't have it, I could issue an immediate refund. They didn't like that, but I, surprising, kept extremely calm, probably due to my background with online gaming. After like 5 to 10 minutes they said they weren't going to bother anymore and would go to the other superstore that was 10 minutes away. I apologized again stating its store policy. He replied, to a 17-year-old girl no less, "You can take your policy and shove it up your ass," before he walked away. Another male customer who has a 7-year-old was disgusted. The customer bought a $100 camera and was super nice. Another one was the week of Black Friday. We had maybe 40-ish of the Spider-Man PS4 bundles, the $200 PS Slim ones. I live in an area with a lot of Orthodox Jews. I don't have anything against them, it's just they tended to have a lot of kids. I was tasked with pulling them from the back and selling. I had a co-worker with me. I had asked if there was a limit and told no. Found out after I had clocked out there was a 2 per customer limit. 2 different guys had come it. One bought 3 and the other bought 5. My coworker bought 1 on his break, and I bought 1 after I clocked out. We maybe sold 12 that day, Monday, including my coworker and myself. Black Friday rolls around, and I'm shoved on phone duty. 99% of the calls were about the bundle that we had been selling all week. None of my store in the entire state had them. I had to be the person to tell them no. I got verbally abused about every 5 calls. It wasn't bad, since I pretended they were a squeaker, but still annoyed and uncalled for. Sorry you didn't think ahead, Karen. Worked in a GS last year and had a father come into me with his son, about 10 years old, after purchasing a cheap €40 Turtle Beach headset saying it didn't work. The box it was in had been torn to shreds and we normally could not return stuff in that condition. I proceed to test the headset, because if it was broken I would replace it for them and shrink it from our system point. There was not a single thing wrong with it. I tested it with my phone at first, and then when the father got angry that I did not test it with a PS4 I tested it with one of those instead. Still not a thing wrong. He would not believe me, so I brought him out the back to try it for himself, and after he was done he seemed to get angrier. After returning to the shop floor with him, I tell him there is simply no way I can return it as it is still in perfect working condition, and this is where the sheet hits the fan. He starts roaring at the top of his voice saying this product is not what we wanted, and I want my money back. I'm the customer, and I'm unsatisfied, and I demand a refund. Somewhat along those lines. I keep repeating that there is nothing I can do. I was still new, so was told that I should not return stuff like this. There was also no manager that day. He keeps roaring, and I can see his son get really upset. He even started tugging at his arm trying to get him to stop. I was really flustered and did not know what to do, but keep repeating myself. He took my name and said he would report me to head office and that he would be back to talk to my manager. I don't know if I ever got reported, but he did come back, and within minutes my manager refunded him and just told me it's not worth the hassle to deal with people like that. If only I had known that before he brought me to tears. Edit, TLDR, father, with his child, tried to return perfectly working cheap headset. Father proceeded to roar at me and nearly bring me and his son to tears. Threatened to report me. Manager just replaced it days later to avoid hassle. I was an assistant manager at my store for 3 years, but before I left we had 2 incidents that I will never forget. To preface this first story, I have to state that my store is located near a karate studio, so we obviously have a lot of unsupervised kids doing all sorts of shit. During a pretty normal weekday afternoon, we didn't have any other customers in the store, and I was just receiving products from corporate and 3 kids walk in. I recognize them from the karate studio and don't really pay them much attention, as all they really do is look at all the rated PS4 games they can't buy, but still ask me if they can buy anyway. On this day they were a bit louder than usual, but still didn't mind them much because kids will be kids. Then all of a sudden one of them screams bloody murder, holding their arm and running out the store. Turns out the kids learned a new move at the studio and decided that my store would be the perfect place to test it out, and one of them broke the kid's arm somehow. The parents of the kid whose arm broke came into the store the next day and immediately got in my face about the incident and demanded that, since I was the manager on duty at the time, I needed to be fired for not watching their child while they were off doing who knows what. I didn't get fired because I made a copy of the security camera footage proving I was in no way responsible for the broken arm too. This one is far worse than the first in my opinion. After I got back from having a day off, I see Ian's box 360 trade-in box in our defective room with a ridiculous amount of tape around it as I'm opening the store. After doing the usual opening rituals, including the pointless conference call that could have been an ML, I go to check the box out. We always had people bring back old, broken and disgusting merchandise for trade, but to see this much tape being wasted on one box caused me to worry. Once I opened the box, I was hit with a putrid smell of cat piss and garbage that had been sitting in the sun for 3 days. Once I regained my composure after having been hit by that smell, I investigated the box, and it indeed was as box 360, but with about 6 to 7 dead roaches scattered about the box. I tell my district manager about the system, and he tells me it's okay to shrink it out and toss it in the garbage where it belongs. When I get back into the store from that and sit down at the desk in the back, I see a live roach dart across the wall behind the desk and my heart sank. We ended up having to deal with the roaches in the store for 3 months and ended up bringing them home somehow to suffer from. Turns out the system was a return that one of the part-timers took in without opening the box because the customer said, quote, it didn't work when I plugged it in. This entire ordeal could have been prevented if the part-timer would have just opened the box to see this and realized the customer switched it out for the working one I sold that customer the previous day. It still angers me to this day about how several months of not being able to escape the hell that is having roaches just because someone didn't take 1 minute to open a box and refuse the return. Worked as a SGA shift manager for about 3 years. Had a guy bring in his son, around age 10, one night about 30 minutes before we close. The guy acted super erratically, and it was pretty obvious after a few seconds he was a meth addict. It's common, and they usually just want cash for whatever they can get their hands on. Anyways, the guy leaves his kid in this box 1 section and he goes back out to his car and tells the kid he has 10 minutes and then he'd come back and they'd check out and leave. No one was in the store, so I go up to the kid and try to help him find something. It's also obvious after a few seconds of conversation that this kid has a decently severe learning disability. All he really knew that he wanted was Grand Theft Auto V, so he could shoot stuff. I tried to redirect him to some less hardcore shooters, but eventually settled on Borderlands, so he could play with his little brother. I went and got him a pre-owned copy of the game from behind the counter, and we spent the remainder of the 10 minutes talking about how the game worked. The dad comes back, acts super happy and pumped, pays for the game, and rushes the kid out of the store. It's about 8:45 by this point, so I start to shut down the store for the night. Another 5 minutes pass, and as I'm vacuuming, the dad comes flying back into the store screaming at me at the top of his lungs. I turn the vacuum off and ask him to repeat himself. By this point I can tell his mood has taken a turn for the worst. He's red-faced and looking at me like he wants to hit me. He proceeds to ask him why I'm trying to fuck his kid over with a ruined game. He shows me the back of the disc and a thin film of dust is covering it. I know that this is because Box 1 games are printed on Blu-rays and the pre-owned copies of games just attract dust like crazy when sitting in the cabinets. He obviously thinks the dust are scratches and the disc won't play. I don't argue with the guy, I just apologize and turn to get him another copy from behind the counter. Unfortunately, all the other copies have a thin layer of dust as well. Without a better course of action, I turn around with a different copy, take out a cloth we keep behind the counter to clean dust, so I can clean the disc, and try to calmly explain that these discs just attract dust, and it doesn't hurt them. The guy starts screaming and cussing at me, asking me if I thought he was an idiot, wants to know my regional manager's personal cell phone number. Long story short, I ask him to leave the store. He reports me. There's some kind of investigation. Unfortunately, the cameras don't record the sound, so I had no proof he's saying anything inappropriate. They did decide by his erratic movement that he was under the influence of something, so I wasn't disciplined per se. However, when it was time for someone to be promoted to the assistant manager, it was decided that I had too many personal conflicts with customers for such a prestigious position. Anyways, I hope those kids go into foster care of something. You depressing stories like that all the time working there. Kids coming in with 10 shovelware games for the Wii trying to trade them for a $10 360 game. It's faking heartbreaking telling those kids we can only give them 0.25 cents a game, and seeing the realization hits them that they are not getting anything. TLDR heads suck. GameStop sucks. BL the Handsome Jack collection is pretty fun to play with your little brother. I finally feel I have relevant stories to a Reddit post. I have two, so I'll keep it brief. At closing one night, a dude walked up to the door while I was closing and locking it as people usually do, and I told him we were closed. He pulled a gun on me and marched me to the register where another employee was counting the draws for the night, and completely oblivious, I had to literally yell at him to get him to realize what was going on. Told us to get on our knees facing away from him, which I later found out is a common execution position, and he took the money and left. Pretty nerve-wracking, and the next several hours were spent waiting around for cops to do their work. The most memorable customer interaction was a day that I opened and was alone in the store, and it was unusually and ridiculously busy. Even if there were 2 people, I had a long line of customers to check out. This short guy comes marching in and walks right up to the counter and demands a refund for his game. I try to address him quickly to get him out of there. The game was Spider-Man, and it was a new copy. We do not refund any games that we are opened. This one was opened and also had cigarette burns on it and scratches. I told him the policy and that I can't return it. He is upset. I ring up another customer. He demands a refund because it doesn't work. I repeat the policy, trying to ring up another customer. He is belligerent and very aggressive. I look at the game and at him face to face and tell him I cannot return the game. We stayed each other down for what felt like minutes, and he surprisingly stormed out. Great. That's over. He comes back and storms to the counter again and wants to exchange the game. Clever girl. Fine, I want him out. I open a new game, scratch the graphic side of the disc, ring up the transaction super quick and hand it to him. He leaves again. Apparently the interaction was bad enough that unbeknownst to me someone had called the police and they came in and asked me about him. Thank you, kind customer, whoever you are, but the guy never came back. Those 2 are the ones that stand out, and the amazing process of watching people on meth selling more and more games and stolen stuff ruin their lives and surprisingly quickly decay away before my very eyes. I have worked at a few GameStops over my time. Was a sales associate, 3rd key and an assistant manager up until I was fired. Had a kid bring in his N64 with a PB&J sandwich stuck in the top. His parents got mad because we refused the trade in dead bugs in a PlayStation 2 and there's bugs and had bits of food all over it. Customer couldn't figure out why there were bugs on the inside. Refused the trade in for both. After the customer left, I washed my hands and put on so much hand sanitizer. Stolen DVDs from Walmart. Every Tuesday new releases would come out, and every Tuesday we would get brand new movies an hour later. Customer or customers always claimed they have been out for a while, always wanted cash, and would get mad because we had just opened and we didn't have enough in the registers. My district manager told me to use the safe and other register and to hope the money would get back by the end of the day. If not, I would get in trouble. I always hated cash trade-ins because it was basically being a pawn shop customer threatened to kick my ass because we were sold out of Nintendo Wii's on Christmas Eve. Called the cops, but I told the guy if he felt inclined to kick my ass feel free to meet me after work. Customer never showed. Old lady got mad because I wouldn't take her return from a few years ago. Wasn't even the correct store. Parents drop off their kid or kids to play the demon units. Get mad when their precious can't use the bathroom. Or get mad because we wouldn't watch their spawn. Sorry lady, I don't get paid enough to watch your spawn. Had a store manager tell me to fight off someone if they wanted the deposit money. This was when I was hired in 1997 and just a sales associate making $5.50 an hour. Did a seasonal position for a mall. Gamestop. Only time I worked for them. Never applied again. Worked less than a total of 24 hours for them around Black Friday Christmas time. If you get a job there, learn the register and stick to that sheet cause it's the only way they're keeping you after due to sales you made on your employee number. They don't tell you that, or at least didn't tell me that. Story part of post. Close to Christmas time. I'm the guy you ask questions and watches for shoplifting. Let me preface this by saying this. I don't know what this person was thinking and if they were racist or just didn't trust young people cause they were older. So I see this kid slash teenager, maybe 15, looking at games, and me being very talkative went up to him and asked what games he was thinking of getting, and he says he's thinking of getting 2 games, one for his brother for Christmas and one for him. I think one of the games was a Dragon Ball game. So after talking with him and ending the convo on happy holidays and hope your brother likes the game, I go and help another person. 15 minutes go by and this blonde lady is shopping, and while walking around found like $40 to $80 on the floor and asked me if I knows hoss money it was him. Like I don't know. No one has asked me if I've seen any money dropped on the floor. She keeps mentioning during this time people probably think I'm stupid for saying anything and that I should have kept the money, but it's holiday season and she felt wrong if she did. She said that like 3 times. So I tell her let's go and ask the regular staff up front what to do cause, like I said, less than 24 hours on the job in total over like a 2-month period of time. I called multiple times to get more hours, and the last time I called they informed me seasonal work was done and I wasn't chosen to stay. Regular staff says same thing. No one said anything about money and she could leave it with the mall cops or keep it in subtitles. So situation handled to what it can be handled to. 5 minutes later I see the blonde lady Levine and say happy holidays. Then I see the nice kid and he seems upset and I ask him was he able to get the games for his brother and him. He says no, he went up to pay and he didn't have his money and he was positive he had it. So I'm like hold on, this lady found money and she just left, I'll go get her. So I chase after the lady through the crowded mall to tell her the good news that he found the missing person the money was looking for. She follows me back to the store and I bring her to the person. Then she asked him how much was he missing. Reasonable question. She didn't know if he just heard missing money and pretended to be that person. Kid tells her the magic number she needed to give over the money. Then she asks him if he was lying just to get the money and kind of made him promise that he wasn't lying. This part of the convo took way too long, like lady was gonna give the money to the first person that said it was this. Now she wants this kid to swear on his family's honor as mall shoppers that he wasn't lying. So I gave the kid my verbal support during this interaction, cause I can kinda see the possible subtext that was coming out of this lady and where it seemed to be heading. Bad ending for the kid. Finally lady hands him the money and walks out of the store. I tell the kid that lady was just a bitch and that she was just being that way cause of him being black/African American and he shouldn't have to go through all that just to get his money back and buy his little brother a game, especially after he guessed the number. Kid then gets to buy his game/gift and I tell him happy holidays on the way out. Point fuck that lady and I hope that kid and his brother had a good holiday. Okay, this is an old story I was told while working a Gamestop midnight release and it went like this. Forgive me for not remembering certain parts. I was talking about my day to a few people to pass the time when this guy decided to go off on his own story about an incident that had nothing to do with my conversation. So I'm remembering what I could from what he told. So apparently this one neighborhood was prime for burglary at night and most people on the street knew each other. The owner of his place didn't expect to be robbed. With that said, it was late at night and the guy was having relations with his boyfriend that night when he heard noises downstairs. Immediately he got out of bed and grabbed the katana off the dresser and ran downstairs. He immediately turned on the light and recognized the individual. He was a black kid who lived down the street with his mom. "Oh hell no," is what the thief said as he saw the naked man with a katana sword with an erect cork saying, "I'm going to make you my N-word beach." The thief fit through the front doggy door and crashed into the street. The owner grabbed his robe and ran to the kid's house and managed to beat him home to report what had happened. Moral, I think, never steal from a man in the middle of relations or it'll be crouching tiger penetrating cork for whoever can not fit through the doggy door. Needless to say, the looks on some of the costumers' faces were not amused by this. No one really wanted to talk after the story and no one asked for this story to be told from this customer in the first place.